You're fine. You're at court, not us. Oh. Sorry, I was trying to look and see what you guys say about him beating some of the thank you so much. I'm Millionaire? What was that song? That song's really old. I forget what he sang. But it was like a one-hit wonder, I thought. Come on. I'm not reading that. There is a trash can somewhere that I can spit it. It's around. I'll have to walk around. Thanks, guys. I'm looking to see.
Yo, y'all are going crazy. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all.
Okay, I don't think the judge is biased at all. I think Judge Subramanian has done a really good job in trying to be fair and trying to accommodate both the government and the defense. And I say that because obviously I've been here the entire time. I've seen the objections he sustains. I've seen the ones he overrules. I've seen evidence he lets in. And I've also seen, a lot of the time, not all the time, but a lot of the time, he doesn't just say, no, this evidence is not accepted to, whichever side, unless it's completely inappropriate or egregious. He'll say, why don't we take this evidence? Why don't you redact certain parts and I'll allow certain parts in? That's why I don't think that he is, I don't think that he's biased in any way. I mean, I guess one could say that judges generally somewhat favor the prosecution. And that's just because they sort of work for the same team. But I just don't think.
Less working. Yo, she has a husband. Chill. And just turn her up. She's dope though. Like we want her to be our friend.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like Lauren gonna come back on this bitch with bruises. Lauren gonna come back in this bitch with a black eye next week, man. Y'all better chill the fuck out, bro. That nigga at home with them 3 kids probably stressing the fuck out. I'm talking about, nigga, when I be in the house with all 5 of my kids while my girl be doing DoorDash, I be too mad. Like, I be stressed the fuck out. Like, I know, big bro, stressed the fuck out. You know, a nigga flirting with your girl while you at home doing that is the worst. Trust me.
Friend,
has also been really.
My friends don't myself, but no, we don't think like that, chat. Like, and also here's the thing. Especially with female creators, we got to be a little bit careful because we don't want to scare them off or get the reputation like we just some horny ass niggas, right? And I do know y'all some horny ass niggas, but we can't get that reputation. And we have beautiful chat queens in the building who I think they also want to, it would be great if I could bring on a female at times to give their opinion, because I do think that dynamic yesterday was pretty interesting. When we were speaking about Cassie, she was very. You could tell her being in court watching Cassie was a thing. Like, you could tell that she's like, yeah, Jane Doe, I could see Jane Doe being whatever, but like Cassie,
And let me know if anybody also has questions about what's going on in there in terms of, any questions about the government, any questions about, about the judge. I really, again, do not think he's been biased at all. And I know that I was following first I was doing the following the Harvey Weinstein case before this, and also Karen Reed. And it's funny, there's a lot of sidebars in the Diddy trial. There have been a lot. And there have been a lot of arguments before, during breaks, after. And I really have never seen the judge, one, deny a sidebar. He has never denied one. And number two, he's never seemed exasperated when, we just had a sidebar and a lawyer requests another.
Laura G says, yo, please shout out R Block, man. R Block in the building over there.
So fine with that. And I think that the judge in the Karen Reed case, she was not necessarily like that. We would hear her sigh into the microphone a lot about these sidebars and just didn't seem as patient. Judge Subramanian, very patient. And then in turn, I felt like the Harvey Weinstein judge, Curtis Farber, he was good, but he did not have this courtroom.
Shout out to H. Bezzy 662
in order like Judge Subramanian does.
Booking.
This courtroom
Thank
is
you.
In order. We are on schedule. We are on track. Again, we didn't get breaks towards the end. He wanted to make sure the jury's time was respected, and he wants them to get out of here just as much as they do. So I'm a fan of him. I have to say, I really am.
So Nola 504, thank you for the 10.
Let me read some of this. Hey, Wendy, good to see you. Let me see. Okay. Thank you so much. That's really nice. Lauren, do you have a good-looking sister friend? My sister is no, my sister's married, but
Oh man.
do I have any friends? I don't know. I've got to think. I
That's-
actually don't. I feel like I have no friends anymore because I've been doing this, and I haven't really
Good
been
job, girl.
Sacrifices.
very social lately. But
Hey, I like the work she putting in.
let me see what else.
Stay on your job, Lauren. Stay on your job.
Who is my favorite on the defense team? That's a good question. Like, who do
Nicole?
I mean, I think I do have
Teddy.
maybe a favorite attorney on both sides. I have a favorite on the government side, and I do have a favorite, I guess, on the defense side. But I'll start with the defense. I do think that Teddy Garagos is really an amazing attorney. I think that she is very skilled, but it's also there's something inside her. I feel like that you can't have any type of training to be, and it's because she just has this genuine thing about her. And I've said this before, it's like you're talking to one of your girlfriends. So I feel like she was able to get some of the witnesses tripped up without them even knowing that it was coming. And this is, I'm kind of referring to Jane in a way, because Diddy has he's got an amazing team, right? Like Nicole Westmoreland, she's incredible as well. But I feel like the difference there is that they know it's coming. Same with Brian Steele. They know these guys are pit bulls, and they've just got to be ready on the witness stand to get called out. And so it's not so much a shock, but with Tenny, it's more of a sneak attack. And so I thought she was very skilled in that. And again, I think all of his attorneys are great. Mark Agnifilo is great in his own way. He just, again, seems like this unassuming guy. Even him, just, you've seen the videos of him walking into court with his bat.
Eva, yes, meet and greet. Where are you? I want to come to you. Yeah, we got to do a meet and greet. Definitely, we're doing a show. I'm going to announce the date and the city. Y'all got to tell me what city I should be coming to. I've been working on refining the show, and I'm honestly here to say, because I was always testing this, I'm actually going to put the show vlog today or tomorrow. It's a multifaceted show. Probably gonna have a performer or two. I'm doing like 30 minutes stand up, right? Like 30 minutes. Oh my! I
already know he ain't coming West Coast.
So who just put this in here? What's wrong with y'all, brother? Hey, I'll tell you how the show is, and obviously if you've been to the birthday one, again it'll be just a more refined version. There's obviously I didn't have enough crowd participation. That's what I didn't like about the last one. But we're going to do more of that. But do 30-minute comedy set. Usually some special guests, whether YouTubers. Then we'll have some performances. And then probably some giveaways and some shit like that. But we do meet and greets at the beginning of those as well, too. So, yeah, I've been working on trying to get like a really set. Because that's the thing about people who go on the road a lot. They do the same thing every place. And it's like clockwork. So, I was like kind of fumbling to figure shit out. But it's going to happen.
This guy's like a multimillionaire. He's just so down to earth. Before I go into who my favorite on the government is, let me pull up some of these chats because I really appreciate you guys. I don't even know.
Oh my.
After the devil made. Oh, JK. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Thank you. I read that. Thank you again. Okay, so. On the government, I will say Maureen
Black
Tony,
Hole 79, thank you.
I mean, she is...
You going to the UK?
She is so buttoned up. She is so good. She never stutters. She's always just spitting. She's spitting the law. She's spitting case law. She's on it. She is good. She does not miss an objection. She just doesn't miss anything. And also, Slavic is very sharp as well. And I'll say, these women, they are just not messing around. I do feel like, and I think I've been
Quentin, thank you for that.
Honest about this, or I got a little honest yesterday on AK, but
OJP, bro.
They were given this case really, they were it was thrown onto their laps.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna do a pop-up, almost like a pop-up shop type of thing in New York. I gotta show more love to New York.
And
they, show love to the West Coast.
But our next show is gonna be Miami, Atlanta, or Houston.
witnesses. And I think that
Wow.
And we're doing something in Toronto.
you ask, some people do think that a lot of these witnesses were incredibly effective. Again, it depends on who you ask. So this is why it's so hard.
I got reasons to go
to predict
Texas.
which way the jury will go. I feel like also I was looking at some of the descriptions back in my notes of these jurors, and I'm going to go through the super chats in a second. Sorry, but some of these jurors, I think that Diddy should be worried about is there is a social worker on the jury, and there is also a nurse on the jury. So I think that Diddy should be very worried about these jurors, as well as some of the analytical guys. So we'll see, because some of these analytical people, they might be more familiar with the government's angle to everything and the government's close, the charts and the graphs, but who knows? We'll see. And then meanwhile, half of the jury, and again, I said this on Academics' stream yesterday, I feel like, Agnifilo and Diddy's team, they knew what they were doing with this close. They had to have, right? It clearly was strategic. He was talking to the 8 male jurors. That was my opinion as to why.
Professor Splash, you say, yo, Act, let's take a shot. All right, I'll take a shot for you, my brother. You off work? I'm happy for you, man. I'll take a shot for you.
Yes, I mean, maybe some people don't think it was risky,
Terrible
but
honor.
I thought that the sarcasm angle was risky. But I think it was most likely effective to some.
Yeah, so I'm gonna if we get to sit down today again, I'm gonna ask her about that, because I did think that was like, yo, you're playing with my life with the sarcastic shit. Like, some people's sarcasm could come off as being assholish, right?
I hate sarcasmness. I don't give a fuck how it's being played out. Nick, you could be my friend being sarcastic to somebody else. I hate sarcastic motherfuckers, bro. I gotta think for that. Like that's one of my pet peeves. I hate sarcastic motherfuckers. Like, bro, that shit get on my fucking nerves, bro. Definitely motherfuckers that be thinking they all sweet and shit. Like, I don't like that shit, bro. Like, I hate that shit, bro. That's a turn off. Females do that shit the most. That's a fucking turn off. I argue with a motherfucker being sarcastic.
You ever seen somebody trying to be sarcastic, but they come off like an asshole?
Yeah, I get on bullshit.
Like, brother, if you're playing with my whole life and freedom, but apparently there was a standing applause or whatever, and Diddy supposedly liked it. Sorry.
I saw them laughing and kind of interested. All right, let me go to these.
Hey, Belle, thank you for the sweet super chat. I don't know if you came from here, but oh yeah, she did. She dropped the scorpion. Thank you for the Canadian donation to her, and the sweet message, and also BLG. Thank you as well.
Super chats. We love you, Lauren. You deserve it. Keep putting in work. Oh, thank you so much. I was waiting for that, and when there was really nothing more to the baby oil than he, one, used it during hotel nights consistently, and his assistants picked it up for him. I guess that's 2, and then 3.
So that was a very great question. You said, do I feel the authorities misuse the law? And that's the Dale show. Do I feel the authorities misuse the law to bring this case or to try to get a win? This is the issue with RICO. The inherent issue with RICO is that regular things could always be criminalized if they want to. And this is why I think it's so hard to beat. And that's why I always say, once you get hit with the RICO, it's almost over, because
they gotta get hit with the RICO.
They just gotta string together a few things that in isolation doesn't seem like big deal. Like, come on now. Like, you're telling me if you think that Diddy is the only person that has done some shit that probably hasn't been like, yo, could you delete that footage? Yo, I'll give you $10,000 for it. I have record labels that will pay me to remove a post. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, like I'll have people say, oh shit, somebody yo, could you not put that up? Stop. No, people don't want to look bad. So again, when that's now seen as a bribery charge and no cops were involved, of course, the thing with RICO is that you could look at people's conduct, and then you could, the thing with RICO, you build a narrative. Once you build a narrative, this is a violent street gang who, through their brazen actions of gun-toting and drug selling, they have ruined the community. No, you have 3 knuckleheads who are shooters. They should go to jail for life. But this other person who be throwing up hand sign, he's pussy. He's not really doing nothing. He shouldn't be in jail with them. right? But you get to hit everybody with RICO. You get 20 people off the streets. And that's the thing with RICO. You do a narrative, you string together some isolated things. Like, for example, think about a YSL RICO. They really wanted, like, RICO. It gives the government such a escape plan, like a out. Yo, y'all really wanted to prosecute Thug for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Y'all could not do it for years. Y'all even arrested other people. Y'all could never get the conviction. You couldn't get no one to flip on him, right? He was never in the car. He didn't pull the trigger, even if you thought he was responsible. You couldn't prove it. Y'all tried to see. Y'all raided his house, took his cell phones. Y'all couldn't prove it. So you know how you say you're gonna prove it? You basically start threatening one guy, Woody, harassing him, and basically almost feed him a story like, you need to, we don't give a fuck about you. We want Thug. To the point the guy just starts lie snitching. Yo, yeah, Thug did do it. So now you take that, because it's fitting your narrative, and then you just piece together a bunch of other stuff. The other shootings that was happening, there was a guy who shot an off-duty cop. Was it off-duty cop? No, it was a land police officer, but he was on duty. That had nothing to do with Thug. Like, Thug didn't direct that motherfucker to go do that, but that guy gets lumped in with Thug and a RICO, all because they said, here's a narrative, YSL.
That's the crazy part. That charge where Briss shot at the police, that charge he supposed to stood on his own on that charge. That ain't even supposed to have been a part of the RICO. Cause think about it. He was in the middle of a crime. Who would have thought the police was gonna come? Yeah, you do think that, but ain't nobody like that won't their thought. Like, so what? Thug, like, if police show up, shoot their ass. Man, nah, man. Everybody playing a crime as if they gonna get away. You do have them little backup jump, but the first option is in and out, boom, 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 We ain't even planning on getting caught.
Right? So again, it's kind of crazy. Noob Cybot says, do you think this whole case is a warning to all celebrities not to go against the industry? That's such a very complex question you ask, whether you knew it or not. I don't think it's going against the industry. I think the question and the answer is that you got to know when to get out, right? I think Diddy was still operating on a level for way too long, like he thought he was still moving with impunity. Like, you could tell when some of these other niggas have checked out. You could tell Jay has checked out. Diddy was still moving around, and I think if he had stopped this behavior after Cassie, I don't think the lawsuit even comes, right? But I think, again, he was still running around thinking it's like the 90s. Like, he was running around like thinking it was Pac. So I don't want to say the industry made this happen to him, because it was a convoluted amount of things. It was his relationship with Young Miami that got other women jealous. It was him having a new baby when he probably told multiple women that he weren't going to have babies. And him treating one woman way better than the other. It was the Diageo thing. And obviously now his partners, who probably were super with him, they start kind of isolating away from him. He start looking a little bit more vulnerable on the business level. He was no longer a powerhouse in music. There was a multitude and a myriad of things that I won't say went wrong, but kind of culminated in Diddy being in a position where this drops, and then the feds, because that's exactly what happened. So if you don't know how a federal indictment starts, a lot of it, like, for example, this guy got indicted.
The flavor is caramel apple. I never even had the flavor wrap before, but it is. I don't smell a caramel. It smells like a green apple. Like, the shit smell good. Like a little sour little 9 liter. Like, and that junk green. I'm gonna roll one of these up next. These bitches huge though. But look, that bitch green. The big U's, man. That nigga Big U funny. He what it leave? I need I just smoked the blunt. I just smoked the blunt too. A fat ass blunt. I threw a whole 3 grams in that motherfucker. I just smoked the blunt. Nah, but this caramel apple smell too good. The only leaves I smoke. No other leaf. If you see me smoking a leaf, you already know what type of leaf it is. Don't even act like you don't. Like, it's the only leaf I'm committed to. Like, I don't want no other leaf. Like, if I'm smoking the leaf, it's only this. Like, only this, like no other assumption. Like it's papers or this. Like I don't give a fuck. These Jones fire, bro. Like I love this shit with in some and like you know that like that gelato type smoke. They got that gelato taste, that Kush cream. But that shit tastes so good in these, bro. They killed this shit. That's my favorite.
Was on No Jumper. He was like hacking people's Instagram. It started because one guy got his livelihood ruined by the hacker dude. He went and he had a law enforcement friend, and that friend connected him with a federal agent that started the investigation that led to the indictment. Or criminal complaint that led to the indictment. Now, here's the thing. In most cases, the cops waits for a victim to show up. In this particular case, Cassie, even after she got the money, she didn't go to the cops. The cops came to her. The cops read the headlines, read the lawsuits, and it's one of those things. It's like, could you stop? Again, we're in the era now where, you know, if Jay didn't jump out with that forcefulness on the against the lawsuit, bro, there would probably be like 14 lawsuits against him now, right? And then once if they see there's blood in the water, there's more gonna come. And then if this is all over the news for weeks and for months, you think the federal government's not gonna look into it? It's an attractive takedown to get Jay, right? It's an attractive takedown, so that they're gonna look at it and say, all right, let's go check into some things. So again, you know, I can't say it's the industry out to get these people, but I definitely think people are taking some notes, right? However, I don't think anyone's sexual behavior will change. I don't. Like, there's some niggas who went to freak offs, they're still gonna do freak offs. Okay? They probably don't do it with other people that might not be their wife or their significant other for a long time, but they're still gonna do whatever they want to do.
It, quote, affected interstate commerce because it was manufactured in New Jersey and it crossed state lines to, you know, to be part of these hotel nights, these wild keg nights. I was like, whoa. So that was it. So yeah, I that's crazy to me. That is crazy, but I completely understand. I get it. Okay, let me go to these chats. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Jamaica in the building. Thank you so much. That is so nice of you, honestly.
That's not me,
like,
though, but it's
so generous, you guys. This is so generous. Belle, thank you so much. Thank you for your hard work and dedication during this trial.
Thank you for that
Your
comment,
coverage is very insightful and appreciated. Please also let us know where you purchased your blouse. Oh my gosh, this shirt is H&M. Oh, maybe Zara. It's like, it's either way, it's under.
Yo, chat, meeting her in person, she's super chill, super down to earth. Not superficial, you know, like, you know, she's super like a regular. She's not like snobby, none of that bullshit.
Man. Bro, I tried to go back and get that Hot Box OG, nigga. They sold out, bro. I wanted that ounce of that shit, bro. Nigga, that Hot Box OG had me in this bitch. When I was off work last week, that bitch had me in this bitch like, man, that shit was so strong, bro. That bitch was 34% THC. Nigga, that shit was strong, my nigga. Oh, yeah, here go the pack right here. Oh, 32. Bruh, this shit right here. I ain't even happy, bruh. Like, that shit was that shit. I didn't miss calls, god damn. Hot Box OG, bruh. By Hot Box. It's one of them ones, man. Hey, if you ever run into it, you won't regret it. I promise you. It's like an update version of OG Kush. That bitch is good.
Very cool person, and I would tell you if she wasn't.
It's under like $35. So, but thank you so much. I probably shouldn't say that. No, this is very expensive. No, it's not expensive. Not at all. Not at all.
And actually cool. Like,
they heard about it before, right? They heard about Hot Box before, though, right? Yeah, Hot Box my shit.
Low key, like she even told me, because so I had
Okay.
water.
Yeah, that's all I smoke. If I can't find no hot box, I get some West Coast Cure. I go to the Stizzy store. They got the cheap quarters for the 20. I go to the Stizzy until that shit get restocked. Nigga, you remember I went that month without on hot box? Nigga, it was hard, bro. Nigga, it was hard. It was hard. Yeah, hot box. I'm talking that shit gas. That's my shit, nigga.
For her and Unc, and I was like, yo, I was having my assistant give me a drink, and I was just like, yo,
All their strands good, but the sativas. The sativas nasty. Like the sativas trifling. They just don't hit right. I think it's because in my mind, I know it's sativa. I don't know what it is. Like they're Blue Dream. All that shit trash.
wait, do you drink? I'm like, I usually be drinking, and she's like, yo, yeah, trust me, I do be getting my drinks in, and I would drink. I just your platform is so big, I don't want to drink and slip up and say some fuck shit, and then
I don't like sativa. Like
and
if I had my option, I don't get sativa. I don't really fuck with sativa. I fuck with that hybrid and indica. It could be half or dominantly indica, but I can't do full sativa. It don't. I hate that shit. Like this Kush Cream a 50-50 split. And this bitch a hit, and this bitch a hybrid, but this bitch hit.
completely understood that. So she's cool. She look like, you know what I mean? She'll definitely throw a couple back. Pause, you know? Drinks, right?
Actually, I want to just shout also, just speaking of not expensive, these glasses that I've been wearing, I got sent these glasses and they're bifocals. Can't read my own handwriting, can't see the evidence on the screen.
Who is it?
I got sent these by Foster Grant. They're the
Who is
Sofia
that?
Vergara design.
Wow.
So these are also like under $40.
Y'all share it. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, nigga. Y'all share it or cut it off, nigga. I don't know. What you want me to do? Like, what the fuck I'm supposed to do? Go upstairs and be like, share? Like, what the fuck? It's crazy because it's 2 controllers. Like, what the hell? Why know the Xbox? Bro, this nigga got a whole PS4, but he broke the controller. Like, bro, going somewhere, bro. If y'all don't share the Xbox, fuck it, nigga. Like, Jesus. Them niggas be wildin' over that Xbox, bro. Hell nah, nigga, that shit. Hell nah. They don't know how to share. Fuck it, nigga. I told him, nigga, this will be my 3rd time. I'm not going up there saying that shit again. Fuck it. If I go up there again, I'm taking that bitch coming back downstairs with me. They gonna be looking at Hulu all day.
And I am
YouTube
obsessed with them. Everybody should get them. They're so good.
Nigga gonna be watching YouTube
what
if
else.
I go up
Did I
that
miss
bitch one
any of
more
these?
time.
Smashing it, Lauren. Thank you so much. Thank you. Big R's that you see, AK, you see how we're giving it up. K Block could never. I don't know what that means.
Man, they got down. Shout AKL, man. His community, it's crazy. I mean, any other community that do the same though. A little more though, a little crazy, but damn, they done blessed her. She done made at least about 3K. I'm talking about they donate non-stop. I bet she don't even want to end that bitch. She probably missing the trial and everything.
Someone let me know. I'm not sure what K Block and R Block mean. Oh yeah, no, not expensive. Thank you so much though.
Yo.
You guys are so funny. Yeah, it feels good to get the gum out of my mouth. That was gross.
Chat, y'all are the greatest. I'm telling y'all.
Check my email in a second to see if a note came back. And what I would really like, and I don't know how to do this exactly, or how to get them to pay attention to me, but I mean, I would love to interview a juror after this is all over, of course. I saw after the Karen Reed trial was over, I saw people like tweet and say, if you're a juror, hit me up. I know that there's a guy that is in charge of all.
I'm going to talk to her about that. I think we could do a collab. Lauren, I got a check for you. We get that first exclusive juror interview. You're in there. You're seeing them jurors. Get it? We running on the Academy. You feel me? And listen.
But Mike from K-Town, thank you so much. Thank you.
What?
Jamie Joe,
yes.
thank.
What? Bruh. Hey, bruh. My first, if I ever have a stream where I ever get, you know what I'm saying? Shout out from one of these big people and shit, bruh. Yeah, I'm calling off and I'm staying on for 24 hours. I ain't gonna do it. It's just something like I remember that day I had like the day you and whatchamacallit came in here. The first day you came in here, like the day before that one, it was like 60 some people in my shit. And but the day you came, it was like 30 some people. I don't know where them people came from. And it was just like out of the 50 some people, it was like 30 some people, right? And that shit was going so fast, bro. And bro, that shit had me geek. Like I was on for so long. Like I got on the next day, I thought it was gonna be like that again. It was not like that. But having them people in your shit really turn you up, bro. Like that shit. Having nobody in your shit, it be like, you know what I'm saying? It really be like, it be boring. But like when it really be people communicating with you, that shit be dope, bro. Cause that shit really bring another side of you out. That shit really have your adrenaline flowing and shit. I can't explain that shit, man. That shit different. I can't. I only could imagine off of like 800 people, 1,000 people. Like man. I don't know how that one feel, but shit. I know, man. That shit would be crazy, bro. It would be nice though.
Thank you, Dizzy. Dizzy is
Kobe
great.
K,
Dizzy
thank you.
knows everything.
Hey, you know how hard it is to get like 8? Who is this? Hello? Huh? But it's 2 controllers. Why can't y'all share that shit? I just bring it downstairs. Shut the fuck up and just bring that shit downstairs. Niggas is tripping. Niggas is weird.
About every case. Give her
Bro,
a follow
it's like
on
3 controllers to the Xbox. But like the niggas will want to play one game so they don't have to play with the that shit weird, bro. Them niggas on some fucked up shit. They got life fucked up.
If you are interested in criminal cases, she's got every.
Oh, by the way, happy Canadian Day. Ooh, I gotta call all my Canadian friends. Ooh, shit.
So welcome for going live. I see your comments, and also the $30 note that she was owed. And again, I'm more inclined to believe that the overtime, like that probably did happen. However, based on everything else she said, is the jury going to say, well, I don't know, none of this stuff was reliable? But so yeah, so that's where I'm thinking, certain witnesses could, for the defense, or I'm sorry, for the government, could actually help Diddy if their entire testimony, the jury thinks that it wasn't great anyway. So let me see. Let me see.
Lindell, see you out here.
Thank you, guys. You're so nice. Lauren, sorry for an unrelated question. What was your reaction to the Karen Reed verdict? The jury thinks
Chat, let me tell you this. And I'm gonna tell you another reason why I like, showing love to smaller creators. When you do this, trust me, as a smaller creator, when you're grinding, you start developing a little resentment because like you may have reached out to people or whatever. It kills the potential hater in you. Trust, right? Because somebody fucks with you and somebody try to help you, and it just gives you encouragement. So I love what you guys are doing, and I think she just ended, but I just want to tell you guys thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you guys. Obviously, I had a little funny comments in there, but you guys made me look amazing, and I'm always proud of the audience we have. Trust me, like I wear y'all on my back, and obviously y'all rep me to the fullest. So I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. All right?
I don't get
Anyway,
that shit.
all right, I'm gonna play
Why-
a couple more
it's
minutes of
three
this, and then
people
we're
wanna
gonna
play
get
the
back
game
to
and
a
two
couple more tweets.
controllers,
We
nigga,
are gonna not
why
only
pay
focus
up
on
one
this,
for that
especially as
game? That shit
lunchtime
don't
comes
even
around.
fucking sound right.
I'm gonna text Lauren. I'm gonna tell him like we don't have to what do you call it again? We don't have to do something before the end of the court day. Like, you know what I mean? Shit, I work 20 hours anyway, it's fine. So we could do it after court. I'll still do an 8-hour live stream, right? So I'm gonna stream until 5, right?
So nice. What is this? Thank you, Cobby K. That's an interesting name. Is that what's that? Is that short for something? Just wondering. Let me know if this was
Or my AC don't work, bro. Them people better fix that shit when they come and don't play around, cause you know it's so hot outside. They gonna act like, oh, we need to get the parts and we gonna come. Nah, nigga. Hold on. What parts you talking about, nigga? They be wildin', bro. Like, I know how it be. It's hot out there, Jim. Yeah, it's real out here, bro. This shit should be illegal, bro. They should put sprinklers in the fucking in the trees or something. Like, it should be something going on, like a fan in the sky, bro. Damn. How could they change the climate out here, dog? This shit
they targeted after?
By the way, it was very well. She was in the main courtroom, but apparently in the overflow room. So remember the names, the victims or potential victims that went by pseudonyms. There was no box covering their face. You could see them.
Like,
you could.
That shit is crazy. Bro.
You know who they are. So.
Like, nah, like, imagine, like, that shit crazy. Them niggas don't even want to share the game. You got one nigga calling me, the oldest one come downstairs saying he don't share, tell him to share. Then the one that they telling that ain't sharing, he called me saying the one that came downstairs ain't sharing. It's like, just bring the game downstairs. God damn.
This anonymity thing is.
Everything's gonna be fine. It is.
I hate when they do that shit, bro. Like, you're gonna have to do it through YouTube, man. I'm gonna put on this t-shirt, bro. I look great. My shit look great. I'm trying to grow my hair back around from the temp fade, man. I'm going through the fucked up stage right now. It don't matter how I get my hair done. That shit look crazy. I can't wait till that shit grow back. I be looking wild as a bitch at work with no head on. It's crazy because when you looking on the desktop, it look crazy. God damn. Nigga been on for 5 hours, dude. How long you been on?
I mean, I don't know if he's sorry. I don't know if whose AirPod he's using. I mean, I just assume it's not his AirPod because he can't have AirPods in federal jail. But who knows? Yeah, whose it is. But like, I just wondered what he was listening to. I mean, what are you listening to in court? I have no idea.
I wonder if
Judge.
I did think that now his
everything they said.
When did Kim Porter die? Smaller creator, when you're grinding, you start developing a little resentment because like you may have reached out to people or whatever. It kills the potential hater in you. Trust, right? Because you know somebody fucks with you and somebody try to help you, and you know it just gives you encouragement. So I love what you guys are doing, and I think she just ended, but I just want to tell you guys thank you from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you guys. Obviously, I had a little funny comments in there, but you guys made me look amazing. and I'm always proud of the audience we have. Trust me, like I wear y'all on my back, and obviously y'all rep me to the fullest. So I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. All right. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna play a couple more minutes of this, and then we're gonna get back.
Act, though, I do like how he find people in this chat and put them in positions instead of like giving people a chance that already own. And I feel like that's why he at where he at. Like he don't even reach out for all the extra bullshit. Like bro, really put people on in this chat.
Back to a couple more tweets. We are gonna not only focus on this, especially as lunchtime comes around. I'm gonna text Lauren. I'm gonna tell him like we don't have to what do you call it again? We don't have to do something before the end of the court day. Like, you know what I mean? Shit, I work 20 hours anyway, it's fine. So we could do it after court. I'll still do an 8-hour live stream, right? So I'm gonna stream until 5, right?
So nice. What is this? Thank you, Cobby K. That's an interesting name. Is that Is that short for something? Just wondering. Let me know if this was OJ targeted after.
By the way, it was very well. She was in the main courtroom, but apparently in the overflow room. So remember the names, the victims or potential victims that went by pseudonyms. There was no box covering their face. You could see them. You could tell she was thinking she's cheating with the trainer in 2018, right? Now, keep in mind, this is like 6 years after she's done cheated with Kid Cudi. So this idea that Cassie is like a woman who doesn't know how to leave or who's so loyal that she just, Diddy's all she knows. And, you know, they love to throw this word around like, yo, you groomed her. So you groomed her. So, like, she can't leave. Like, she's, like, mentally just enslaving to you. Cassie's kind of still doing her thing. Let's read these messages. This is Cassie saying, hey. Cassie said, just finished getting ready. And Diddy says, I'm getting ready too. Are you tired? She says, no. She says, Diddy says, yay. She says, I'm not trying to be up all night, but I'm guessing that means good. Diddy says, I ain't see you in over a month, baby. That's crazy. She says, yup, LOL. Then Diddy says, you gonna Uber to catch? She says, sure. When are you getting there? 10 minutes away. I have Fahim wait out front for you. She says, okay, be there in 25 minutes. Okay. Then let's look at the time here. So it looks like, wow, they were going somewhere. This is probably Eastern time. They were going somewhere. I guess it's in LA. Is Catch a Club or something like that, or a restaurant? Anyway, whatever. Then she messages pretty much the next day. We could tell clearly this is the next. Is it the next day? Yeah, next day. The next day, because this is an AM. Now this is PM. I had a lot of fun with you. She's referring to last night. Thank you for the night. I told myself I didn't want anything to happen. Right? So she's saying, and I believe this might be the night that she then testified that she considered it rape. She says, I told myself I didn't want anything to happen, but I'm not tripping on it. I know you aren't either. I'll let you know what I talk about with my publicist. I'll keep you posted on that. I love you. Then he texts back an hour later, right? Shaking my head. She says, question mark. Look like she sends him an emoji or some type of picture. And then Diddy says, so you're going to ignore the fact that whoever so-and-so was FaceTiming you while I'm making love to you. Guess who that person is? Her husband. You worrying about me having friends, and it's apparent that you have friends. It's crazy. Then you want to act like it didn't happen. She says, I really didn't know who that was. I looked at it this morning and I still don't know. So I blocked it. I get weird calls often, even if they're locked in. I know you do too. And I'm not acting like it didn't happen. I remember. So she's saying, I remember this moment. She said, I really had a good time with you. She said, that's all I wanted to say. I know we didn't get into anything deep, but I wanted you to know that. She says, it's always been a nigga fucking up our shit. Always. You act like this broken-hearted angel, and you're just not. The question is, who are you? And that is like, if I'm the defense team during the trial, I would have been on this shit the whole time. Diddy's calling her out for her shit. He's been saying, yeah, we've been having this toxic relationship and shit, but you acting like you an angel. It's always been a nigga that's been fucking up our shit. You act like it's broken hearted angel and you're not. So I'm trying to figure out who the fuck are you? Now they redacted part of it. And it says, for 1 second, I felt love and affection for us. But as usual, there's always another nigga. And you questioning me about girls that ain't FaceTiming me at 3. So I guess Cassie, you know, she said she's insanely jealous. She's always asking, who's this? Who's that? Who's this? Who's that? Diddy's in the guts, beating it up. And he sees the FaceTime go off. Who the fuck is that? But she saves him under her name. The name she says, you're going to hear what name it's under. So he says, after all this time, remember, this is now, they've been together for 11 years. After all this time, you are still lying. You need to stop living your lie. If I'm the prosecutor, I take this and I blow it up. Not a prosecutor, I'm the defense attorney. I blow it up. Cassie was just a manipulator like Puff. They were both cheating. Cassie had hoes, Diddy had hoes. They were both on some shit. You hear what Diddy says to her. You need to stop living your lie. It was almost like Diddy saying, all right, you've caught me in all my bullshit. My bullshit's out there. I got to live my truth with you. Yeah, you know about her. But with you, you act like you just for me. That's cap. That's cap. She says, you're taking this way too far. That ain't true at all. I can't even be defensive with it because there's nothing to defend. I don't know who that was. I don't have niggas at all. Oh my God, the biggest lie that I've ever heard been told. I ain't got no hoes, huh?
God damn. God damn.
Biggest lie, Chad. Biggest lie. She said, I don't have no niggas.
Alcohol.
No niggas. And I was saying thank you for last night because I enjoyed it. Hear what Diddy says. And you could tell. And this is why I would also focus on this, chat, if I'm the defense attorney. Because yes, Diddy's an abuser, but you have to put it in the context of they're in a toxic relationship. She's loving hard and he's loving hard. We're not defending the abuse, but they're both loving extremely fucking hard. You get what I'm saying? Listen to how Diddy says to her after that. Because she's just, you could tell. Yo, you ever look back at a message between two people and you can be like, oh, this person cares a lot or they're in their feelings while this other person don't care? One liner, you could tell she's just trying to get past it. Look what, you could tell Diddy's a little bit hurt, right? As much of a monster as we hear he is, he's hurt. He says, hopefully you can understand how I feel. It was one of the best nights we've had in years. It's unfortunate I had to see that. And you gonna act like you got no idea who you loaded into your phone. Remember, the number that called FaceTime was a saved number. It wasn't a random number. It is what it is. Stop playing the angel, or maybe it's being angled, please. I had a perfect night, the most beautiful night, the most fun night, until that happened. But I guess it wasn't meant to be. Thank you for last night. Have a great day. Look, she don't respond in an hour. You know one of them ones, chat, where you trying to drop mic, but you expecting your toxic partner to come back and, like, because toxic relationships are like this. Like, when one is letting go, the other pushes hard to keep you, right? This is, like, everybody knows what I'm talking about. Every toxic relationship, the moment one stops caring, the other cares the most to keep you in the cycle. And it's a tug, it's a back and forth tug. So he texts that. That means, yo, I'm hurt. All right, you got it. Cassie's supposed to come back, but you can tell Cassie's kind of mentally moving on. You know, they say with women move on mentally before they move on physically. Well, yeah. Wait, did I get it right? Yes.
Physically, yeah. Before they move on.
Because, yeah, she fucked him, but she want to be with this other guy now. So she's not, like...
So she would Diddy physically, because they still making love and shit. But mentally, she think, you know what I'm saying? She mind fucking him, but...
She would love, remember when she was texting Diddy in 2011? I showed you those messages. Mad text. Diddy text her one word. She texts Diddy 5 times. Diddy text her one word. Diddy would even tell her when she didn't answer, bitch, you better answer my fucking call within the minute. He says, you need to put my shit on super alert. Super. It's like, yo, he's like, whatever alert you got, it need to be on some extra alert for me. Diddy hits her, an hour later, no message. You know, he's staring at his phone every time he is that That ain't Cassie, gang. That's not Cassie. That's not Cassie. So now he hits back an hour later. Do you have a response? My boy's hurting. Real players get hurt. Real players get hurt. That's true. Then he even says it. That shit hurt. Yo, my boy, he's in his feelings. Look, this is how you know it's kind of over. She hits him with a one-word answer. It's the direct flip of what he was doing to her when she was begging for his love. Wrong. That's it. My nigga wrote a paragraph. He wrote a paragraph. Triple texted. She just said wrong. That's it. That's it. Oh, you know one of them ones. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts, Chad. It hurts. Diddy was going through it. His stomach probably felt like he had diarrhea. You don't know what's going on. Look Diddy's next text. Wrong what? Diddy's triple texting now. You don't.
He said, I'm starting to see right. She was gaslighting the fuck out Diddy. Nigga, Diddy got a hold of that phone, came back, me.
Understand where I'm coming from? Trust me, I understand more than you know, but you're wrong about it. What am I wrong about it? My boy is hurt. His stomach is intertwined. Pause. He's needing some clarification from Shorty. She been fucking a lot of dudes. He said, what am I wrong about? And then typical toxic relationship shit.
Imagine you paying a trainer to help your girl get back in shape, but during that session, he busting that thing down. Like, that's crazy. I'm killing it.
Instead of explaining who the nigga that was FaceTiming her when she's getting, she gaslights him and names his bitches. What about Gino? What about Jocelyn? Who the fuck is Jocelyn? Who's Jocelyn, Chad? Who's Jocelyn? Holy. What about Jordan? Typical gaslighter. He trying to figure out who's that man. She says, you wrong about that. That's a random number. So Diddy's like, how's a random number? It's a random number, but it's in your phone. How that make sense? Make this make sense to me. So now she's like, let's talk about Gina, Jocelyn, Jordan. By the way, Chad, I think I found a 19-year-old. You want me to see it? You want me to show y'all? Well, she was 19 at the time. She's obviously not 19 now. But that was with Daphne. Daphne caught. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all real quick. It's not the girl who we actually put up. It ain't the girl we put up low key. Because that girl was like 25 type shit. 25 or pushing 30 type. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. Y'all wanna see her? I got it. Trust. I got it, chat. And I'm gonna get back to reading the message. Don't worry.
Man, whatchamacallit got her a little young nigga, bro. I said, God, look at his little Shy.
Wait, where the fuck is this?
Shy got her a young nigga. I said, look at Big Shy.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Just give me a second. I'm gonna find it. What the hell? Here we go.
When? No, I'm fucking around. That's what nigga said. When?
Okay, I got it. found her at name.
All
check.
that shit
This
over
is
with.
her.
Shit, we got some hope. Trump, you know how Trump be giving it up, but hey, we probably got some hope. That nigga, Biden, what's that nigga named Biden won't having none of that shit. I'm talking about nigga, Biden won't having none of that shit. You know, COVID was still going on when he came in. Like, he ain't give out shit. That nigga said, huh? Checks. Fuck, y'all niggas need a check for y'all better get back to work. Yeah, COVID was crazy though, man. He said she been talking about it. Waiting on that 500, like, hold on, where that? Nigga ready to file a claim and everything.
And I ain't gonna lie, Diddy had the show. This nigga had the lineup. This is Shorty. Oh my sweet Jesus. Obviously, she was younger then. So this was
Oh shit. Nigga said Shawty 19. My nigga said, oh sweet Jesus. Oh, that nigga AK love that shit. Nah.
Actually, I think she's like, she just like turned 21. Like, she young still.
Nah.
But this is her.
That nigga said, oh sweet Jesus. Whoa, even if she 21, god damn, AK really like that type of shit. He said, oh sweet
This is her.
Jesus.
This is her.
Yeah, Shy with a young nigga. When I say that nigga young, bro, like that nigga probably younger than you, bro. Little dude probably 19. I said, go.
This is her, chat. I'm gonna show you.
That nigga said, oh sweet.
I'm gonna show you the proof. I'm gonna show you the proof. You know, I got it. You know, I got it in 10K for y'all. I got it in 10K. I got it in 10K for y'all. Hold on, chat. That's her. Hold on. Here we go.
Toss
Wait a second. I'm gonna get it.
He said, sing. Oh yeah, did it like them Puerto Rican jumps, them Asian jumps.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Did it love them Asian jumps, them Asian persuasions.
Wait.
You can tell. Can't go wrong with an Asian,
Here we
man.
go.
You know what I'm saying? I got me
Here we go. This is her
like,
ass right here. Her and Diddy.
Nah, but for real, one thing I can tell you, one thing about Asians, they family oriented. Like, they hold you like, bro, when I say they about their family, bro, yeah, they like, they really about that family shit.
Her and Diddy.
That's what I like about them, like, loyal.
She wish him.
Like,
She said, "Happy more
too-
life."
I'm talking about too loyal for their own good,
Zoom in a little
man.
bit. Happy birthday to my twin flame. More life. This is her and Diddy. Diddy was rocking with Daphne Joy and went young on him. And went young on that bitch. I ain't gonna lie. He went young. He went young. She was 35. She was 35. Actually, no, she was like 37. It was 37. And all of a sudden
37.
she looked up. Diddy's over here piping her
Who
out,
the
bro.
fuck was 37?
It's a cold world out here. It's a cold world. It's a cold world. It was a cold world, chat. It's a cold world. It's a cold world. It's a cold world. It's a cold world, chat. It's a cold world.
I'm just noticing that nigga said did it love some Asians. That nigga said me too. Hey, you crazy.
That's why-
dog.
That's why Daphne said you a PDF. You a PDF? Nah. Diddy was hitting it when she 19. PDF. That's why she said that. Now, granted, just to be clear, it was all legal, but Daphne was pushing 40.
ain't right, bro.
Holy. I don't think she got no Diddy stuff on there.
Stomach bubbly.
Yeah.
I'll put that
It's a cold
bubbly.
world, chat. It's a very cold world.
Stomach bubbly.
Holy.
We'd have been through
This
too
is
much.
her name right here.
Stomach bubbly.
I think some people figured it out. Or didn't they? Apparently Liam Payne used to date her too. Look at this. Look at this. Lipstick Alley be having the tea. Look. It's a 21-year-old groupie. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure groupie, but yeah. Anyway. Yo, Diddy was getting them still. I can't even lie. Diddy was getting them. We got to keep it a bean. Diddy was getting them.
That was the point of me going to the store to get some tips, and my dumb ass still ain't get no tips.
She scrubbed her Instagram on anything Diddy related.
All right, bubbling.
She scrubbed her Instagram on anything Diddy related. Not gonna cap with y'all. Holy. All right. All right, cool. So anyway, so she said, what about Gina, Jocelyn, Jordan?
Oh, shit.
And Diddy says, baby, stop playing the hurt angel role. Please. Boogie. I think,
God
is
damn.
Boogie, is this?
He said Boogie, Cut It, Michael B. Jordan, Drake, pro ball player, a dyke, bump bitch, Kiki. God damn, Diddy on timing. Bro, he said, please, Boogie, Cut It, Michael B. Jordan, Drake, pro ball player, a dyke, bump bitch, Kiki.
A Boogie? Nah, it can't be no A Boogie. A Boogie? Or is it Boogie Cousins?
DeMarcus Cousins. Damn. Go DeMarcus.
Who's Boogie? That's a basketball player, I think. They call DeMarcus Cousins Boogie. Yeah, I think DeMarcus Cousins was hitting Cassie. Oh, nah.
Nigga
Boogie.
said a broke bump, bitch.
Cuddy.
He
Michael
called
B.
Kiki
Jordan.
a dyke bump
Drake.
bitch.
Pro B-ball player. A dyke bum bitch. Kiki. It don't stop. And it don't stop. And it don't stop. Holy. Stop playing Angel. You know, and then hear what she says.
Broke
You know
bitch.
Boogie's Lauren, right? Oh, no. Never mind. The name that called that night was Boogie. My bad. Sorry. No. Sorry. No. Chat, let me correct it. Let me bring it back. My bad. No. Yeah, only Dre was the pro basketball player. No. It wasn't Boogie Cousins. Boogie, I forgot. I'll tell you what the name on the phone was. The name on the phone.
He said a
The
dyke
name on the
broke
phone
bitch named Kiki.
was Boogie Batman. That was the name on the phone. Boogie Batman. And I don't know why that was the name. But it was Boogie Batman. So I don't know why, but that was Alex Fine. That's her current husband. So when Diddy's doing his thing, he looks over, her phone's lighting up, and it's somebody named Boogie Batman. So Diddy's throwing it back at her.
Nah, Cassie was gaslighting him. He caught that girl cheating. She started naming other hoes. But that's the worst, bro. Like, that's damn.
In the argument saying, yo, you got a whole bunch of dudes. Boogie Batman, which is her husband, Cuddy, Michael B. Jordan, Dre, the pro basketball player, and some dyke ass bum bitch Kiki. Say, don't stop. Stop playing Angel. So she's not lying to Diddy. She's lying to Diddy. Yo, no, whoa, wait, hey, hold on, wait a minute. You know Boogie's.
She said, you know Boogie is Lauren, right? Nah. Boogie, her husband. She was on time.
Lauren, right?
Her husband is sucker.
I'm not playing
I'm out of
Angel.
there.
I just don't think it's
I'm
any of your
sorry.
business. And this is when you realize,
I wouldn't be able to.
I
stomach
believe that
this
she
shit, bro.
started gaining some type of autonomy. And probably Diddy wasn't paying for as much with her anymore. Because in 2011, she wouldn't say to Diddy, it ain't none of your business who calls my phone.
Bro.
In fact, she would tell people, remember, Capricorn Clark told her, you need a burner phone. You need a burner phone because the phone you got, that's Diddy's phone. So she didn't have an autonomy of, like, to be able to say to Diddy, no, that's none of your business. everything with her was Diddy's business. But in 2018, she was saying that to Diddy. Man, ain't none of your business who called my phone. I had a nice night with you. I'm going to leave it at that. I ain't even going to try to make your head spin to make you feel like how I've felt before. Oh, my God. Yo, she knows she got Diddy. She know Diddy ready to crash out. She know she ready. She got Diddy ready to crash out. Dre was Andre Drummond? You think so?
Yeah, nah.
No. Batman Boogie was a name that was saved.
Bruh, she said Dre, nigga. This nigga keep on talking about Boogie. Nigga, hey, act a fool.
She testified to this on the stand. She saved her current husband's name as that name on that phone, and she testified that her husband called while Diddy and her were getting down.
Nigga, they said Dre.
She testified to that. So Diddy says, oh, now it's Lauren. Wow. Have a nice day, Cass. Now you playing me. All good, but it was
Oh, no, that really is Lauren London. No. That really is Lauren London. I think that was Lauren London. Lauren London nickname is Boogie. Somebody said that, but that is Lauren London nickname, Boogie. No bullshit.
great night. She says, okay, you two. You could tell Cassie don't care no more. She don't care. You could tell it's on Diddy's mind. He can't get it off. Diddy says, it's Lauren? Wow, shaking my head. You killing me. She says, and Jocelyn is there for Dallas in Burning Man and in Miami for Justin. I don't know what that means. And she says, no, nigga, you killing me. Yo, you can see Cassie is throwing it back now. Cassie, like, pause. She's getting her jabs back at him. Diddy says, I love you, but that crushed me. When you coming back to get your clothes? I want to make out. So Diddy was an interesting guy. Like, he was just mad 30 minutes before that she was clearly, she's involved with other people. But now he's saying, I want to make out. She says, LOL. She said, man, that shit was great until that point. Music sounds dope. You look great. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Says, thank you. So what did you wear home? PJ pants, a beater, and some Ugg slippers. Diddy says, but why did you leave, though? I ain't gonna lie. My feelings are really hurt. No need to respond. What's done is done. I'm trying not to get depressed. So Diddy's telling her, yeah, I feel hurt. He says, I love you. She says, no need to get depressed. I left because I was up and I needed to get it together for my trip home tonight. I love you. Remember, Cassie at this point is juggling two men. Cassie's juggling two men. What was dishonest about Cassie's testimony is this. She claims she only left. She only left because she heard Diddy talk about Kim Porter. And when he spoke about Kim Porter at the funeral, saying that was his true soulmate, she says she felt crushed. What she didn't admit is that she was falling in love with another man. And the other guy was Alex Fine, which is her current husband. She never admitted that. She claimed like, oh no, Diddy had me under his control until I realized I wasted 11 years with him. Diddy says, my feelings are hurt because of the FaceTime. It's like we could never just have a great time. Fuck it. It just hurts. That's all. I love you. Have a safe trip.
Wow.
It gives you an idea of
I
the
hate hoes
environment
who do shit
that
like
these
that.
jurors are in as they're trying to figure out the fate of Sean Combs. We do have a super
It's rare to just find a joint that'll just move on and just let shit be. Like, females, wow.
chat question coming in once again from Kelly Bezick. We appreciate you so much for sending your second super chat question of the day.
But she was married and she was still having freak offs. Like, bruh, if I was the husband, bruh, I wouldn't be able to do it, bruh. I don't even know what this. Like, I don't even know what to say. Salute to the husband or not, cause that's crazy.
Serena, Mark Agnifalo's narrative, lifestyle choice, etc., mirrors his defense for Keith Raniere, who
a possibility in cases like this.
I mean, the top
Or the other. So I think that could possibly be why there's so much back and forth between the attorneys. Maybe it's a more sort of general question that the jurors are asking. And we've seen that come up. You know, again, they've asked for information about the drug charges, and that goes more towards the racketeering case.
Yeah, and we can talk about the other questions too, because this is not the first juror question we've had so far. This seems like a very active jury. If you were asking me, I would say they're definitely talking through some of the issues, which is a positive thing, right? We're at almost 7.5 hours of deliberation that we have going here, and they do have a lot of questions. So I think you made a good point, Elizabeth, about this open dialogue. And we do have some more questions, by the way, from our viewers. So this is a great question. Spencenable says, why no cameras inside the court? And it's interesting, those of you who have been following along.
Man, after he heard about the heated baby, always want to go cops him. Yo, Unc about to climb fences. He doing all type of stuff. Unc is doing
hell yeah
his thing out here, man.
Who's this?
Unc is doing his thing. Now, he brought up a good point. And this is where I think men and women that probably watch this case look at it differently. It's like for anyone, Cassie. Mia is Cassie's like one of her main friends. Mia to Diddy.
Hold on, that nigga was fucking the gay.
Bunch of heart emojis. Let me see. Hold on. Clearly, you didn't tell him what I said. Merry Christmas. I'm glad my shit is happening on this day exactly, which is everything I'm talking about. Enjoy. She says, morally psychotic, but at least I never betrayed nobody. Then Diddy says, stop. Seriously, I swear to God. He wasn't awake at all yesterday when I got back. And for the hour you've been up today on Christmas, he been with his family. I was only trying to help you. I don't need you to say shit like that to me on Freak G Christmas. Sorry for trying to help in the first place. I don't know what they're talking about. Diddy says, I'm done trying to help anyone ever. It only backfires. I've literally done nothing but be there and supportive since you told me. This is effing ridiculous. Now I'm going to go back to working on this family-less Christmas I'm living. I'm done trying to help anyone ever. It only backfires. Okay, it's the same message twice. 3 times. And then she says, this is not ridiculous. I'm saying I'm being betrayed and backstabbed. You should watch out for yourself so it doesn't happen to you. And if you're swearing you never helping me again, then that's not really nice whatsoever, since I've always been there to help you. And I know the feeling because I've been there multiple times, and trust me, it gets you nowhere. I don't want this shit for you, for anyone else. I just want you to be my friend, not some shitty coworker. I want you to be my friend. And just try to remember what that means. It doesn't backfire from me. It doesn't even stem from me. I'm the one who ain't ever did nothing wrong. And not in the wrong here. None of this was from me. I've always been your friend, Puff. But if you're telling him stuff and he coming back and saying things like, I didn't even tell you, Christina. Oh, I didn't even, well, who else Christina? Because Mia is Sarah Snecker, I believe. Like, he tells you everything, but it turns around and you say you don't know what's going on. I'm confused. I'm just fucking confused. And I don't know who to trust no more, and I don't want to be in a shitty situation. I never asked for it. I love you. Merry Christmas. I love you. I love you. He says, I just feel like you're attacking me with those texts, and I've done nothing but be there for you through all of this. She says, no, I'm not. I'm not spiraling. There's a difference. I'm in wonky town in my brain, and I'm so sorry if you felt that way. I'm going through an insane time, and I didn't mean for it to come off that way. Also, I just saw you called while I took a food break. I'll call you right after. I love you. I just got my Christmas present. I love you. Thank you for it. I love it. It makes me happy because it's from you. Yo, chat, man. It feels like all these women, in one way or the other, it appears that these women all had some type of love or infatuation with Diddy. My man Unc is live. We about to go check out Unc. Where Unc at? Where Unc at? I know Unc about to be live. Where he at? Podcast with Soul.
My nigga said, God bless you. Have a nice life. I'm out. An hour later, he wrote back like, no response. I'm hurt. I'm like, what the fuck?
He ain't not live yet. He's just texting me. I'm like, I'm waiting for you to go live, Unc. You gotta break this.
Look, he blessed Lauren, and he go, I'm about to go live too. I'm about, like, niggas is crazy, bro. Like, G, calm down.
Down.
I need some of that money too. Fuck
gotta
that.
break this one down, man. But yeah, what do those messages say, man?
That money glitch. Get to it.
What do those messages say?
Man, you see all these NBA trades, man. They dropped Damian Leonard got dropped from the Bucks. Man, these trades is getting crazy, bro. That's what I'm saying. Larry Shine. I'm talking about something. He never texts Act telling him he about to go live. And this nigga talking about something, I'm about to go live. That's crazy, bro. It be the niggas, man. That's a nigga for you, man. He gotta get his money on too. I don't blame him though. I don't blame him.
The Bucks waived Damian Lillard?
Damn, we just said that. What the fuck? Nah, that's crazy. We just said that.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, Unc is live.
Get a video a thumbs up. Double tap that screen right there. Tyrese with the T. I'm gonna shout out everybody that sent me the Cash App joint.
Hey, he just started the joint. Chill. He said, I'm gonna shout out everybody who sent me the Cash App. You're a fool.
Diva by Design, thank you for lunch. John Akins, Sidebar. Tory Love, thank you. Ebony Sideberry, thank you.
And that money on.
Nuridian Mohammed, thank you. And Bullet Z Gotti. Shut up, because we not in the jury room. The assistant U.S. attorneys don't know what's going on in the jury room. Puffy's defense don't know what's going on in the jury room. The judge don't nobody know what's going on in the jury room but them 12 jurors. So anybody out here prognosticating, hypothesizing, conjecturing, pontificating on what they think and what they know is going on in the jury room, they telling a lie. They telling a lie. and they perjuring themselves, and they putting these thumbnails up and these video titles up to draw y'all in. They don't know. No, they don't.
Nah, the fake laugh was crazy. He said, that's a lie. I said, nah, the fake laugh was so unnecessary. That's crazy.
They don't know. They don't know. We all sitting around, Ravens fan, we all sitting around heard it's not looking good. You talking about, we ain't heard nothing yet. Don't nobody know nothing until the jury come out and speak.
Yeah, niggas don't like, nigga, you on live give me your opinion, nigga. Like, let niggas have their opinion, man. Like, niggas don't like that. Niggas don't like niggas having an opinion. It'd be crazy, man.
You don't know nothing, I don't know nothing. Don't nobody know nothing. Especially y'all out there with the fake profiles. Y'all definitely don't know nothing. If you not here in the jury room, you don't know what's going on in the jury room. I'm here. I don't know what's going on. Don't nobody know. All we could do is wait. That's all we could do is wait. Don't nobody know. So I ain't got nothing to report. Showing a broke felon repeat clothes on the daily. Your girl like these clothes, sucker. Fake profile boy. Don't nobody know. And remember, you watch me, I don't watch you. And your girl bought some baby oil for us. Fake boy. Nah. There's nothing we could do. But wait.
Nah,
I have nothing to report. I don't know what's going on. Don't nobody know.
Oh, my nigga went live to soak up the bread and just to tell us he ain't got nothing to say. Hey, nah, Uncle fool.
You can sit around and guess.
He seen Lauren make
all
okay.
That,
he said, hold on,
but
hold
it
on.
means absolutely zero. Hit that like button, man. Run them likes up. Ooh. Puffy came in the courtroom. He got on like a cream color sweater. Put his glasses on. Amia Esteveo came and sat next to him. They're going over everything. Mark Agnifilo is standing at the corner of the table with Nicole Westmoreland, Brian Steele, Alexandra Shapiro is standing over there. Alexandra Shapiro got her B-boy stance like this. She chilling like this. She ready to jump on somebody. Jason Driscoll on his laptop. Xavier Donaldson on his laptop. All the assistant U.S. attorneys in the front, they all sitting down on their laptops. They don't know. Don't nobody know. Shut up. Shut up. Don't nobody know. Shut your mouth. You don't know what's going on in there. I'm talking to everybody. The only people that know what's going on is the 12 jurors. Shut up. Shut up. They waiting, I'm waiting. Anna Esteveo picked up her laptop.
Got Unc mad.
She came around. No, you don't know either. Come in, come in. All right, you shut up, go. Now, don't tell me I have no great day. Tell me I don't know nothing. You don't know nothing either.
Yo,
You
Uncle.
gonna try to tell me I don't know nothing. I don't, as far as the jury.
Yo, this nigga Uncle finna slap somebody up in here, man.
Anna Esteveo, what's up, man? Picked up her laptop and
Yo, you know Uncle ready to slap a nigga, right? Now I gotta get some liquor. I gotta drink, yo. Yo, this time, me and Uncle, we gotta take some shots together.
Queen for life, Jamil, Walk on Wood, Stan Oraglow, Anthony Logistics.
What's that? Is it me or? I think it's me.
He waved to her, he gave a thumbs up,
Let me grab some liquor.
and that's it. The prosecution team is hoping for guilty, and the defense team is hoping for not guilty. That's it. That's it. That's it. Ain't nothing left to talk about witnesses, testimony, sidebars, none of that. Immunity agreements, all that's over with. We're waiting on the jury. It's in the hands of the jury. It's in the hands of the jury. Nothing you can do.
Go ahead,
What
Uncle.
do you want from me?
I'm rocking with you, Uncle.
You want me to just come out here and just lie and tell y'all anything? That ain't this kind of channel. Check me out. Hold up. Gotta wipe my sweat.
Oh, man.
This John Blaze out here. So, that's where we at. Nothing going on. Nothing going on. No excitement. People are outside wiping their sweat. There's no excitement. People in the overflow just to use the air condition because it's like 200 degrees out here. You understand? That's it.
Yo, how y'all get a tie emoji on YouTube?
What do you want from me? What you want from me?
How you get him tight?
Terry Ritter, sidebar.
That long ass tie. That bit long.
What's my opinion? My opinion is not guilty. Not guilty on all counts. If I'm on the jury, it's not guilty on all counts. Not guilty. But that's me. I'm not in there. There's reasonable doubt all over this case. Hands down. That's it.
No. That's
Y'all heard the
that's the
testimony.
iPhone emoji.
Y'all heard the testimony. Share this video. I need 500 likes. Hit the like button, man. Hit the like button.
Got the gas for the trip.
I watched another dude's live today. He drinking coffee in his now. Everybody bit my style down here. Everybody bit my style. How you doing? I'm live on YouTube. You want to say hi? I'm live on YouTube. You want to say hi?
Look at
I see another YouTuber. He talking about his coffee now. Whatever I do, they bite my style. Everybody bit my style. Nobody, not one person.
That's how I feel. Nigga getting big headed. Just relax, man. God damn.
Not one YouTuber, not one TikToker, not one Instagram, not one mainstream media. When I got here, day 3 of the trial of Cassie's testimony, everybody in this courtroom was anti-Puff. Yes, they was. Yes, they was. And even if they wasn't anti-Puff, even if they was pro-Puff, they wouldn't dare say it. They wouldn't dare say it. They didn't have the courage to say it. And they took the easier, softer route, the more politically correct route, because their self-acceptance is low and they need acceptance by other people. They jumped on the bandwagon with the anti-Puff crowd. Nobody was pro-Puff. I was the only one here. I was the only one here down with Puff. And when I would come out, what's up, man? What's going on? When I would come out and do my lives and go back in, people would look at me like I stink, right? They would look at me like I was deformed, right? But they couldn't do nothing because I was coming straight from the notebook. And they would sit there and study my video and look for lies, but they couldn't find none. They couldn't find none. And they said, how does he have the courage and the bravery to speak the truth about what's actually being?
That's what I'm saying. He looking at it the wrong way. Unc do look stink. Like, it's summertime in New York. I just know you under that motherfucker sweating. Like, come on, bro. Like, nigga, come on, bro. Like, I just know Unc a little musty. I ain't even. Like,
said in the courtroom.
Look, you can see a little flash flying around him and shit.
Everybody I told, the black women, the foundational black American women, anti-Puff. The dudes, anti-Puff. Everybody anti-Puff when I first got here. Yes, they was. Yes, they was. Yes, they was.
Hey,
you know how
this shit right here is crack.
I know? You know how I know? Because I was here.
I was here.
What's up,
Fix
man?
that tie, Unc. Fix that tie.
No.
Get right, Unc. Fix that tie.
Nobody was pro-Puff.
Y'all let him know. Fix the tie. Come on.
I was the only one.
Come on now.
And then, as the trial went on, and the buffoonery got greater and greater with the assistant U.S. attorneys, the blunders, the bumbling, the inexperience of the judge, witnesses getting torn to shreds, and I'm still reporting. And the narrative was this. Because I said, yo, Cassie, that's the star witness. And she turned, that's the star witness for the government. And she ended up being more of a defense witness for Puff. This is the best they got. And everybody who was anti-Puff said, yo, it's a long trial, man. Yo, this only the first week. We gonna be here 6 weeks. So they gonna save the best for last, man. Believe me, they got something. That's what they said.
Nah, that was true. We were hearing that.
That's what they said. So I said, all right, bet. I'm gonna keep coming to see. Another week went by. Worse and worse for the prosecution. Worse and worse. Witnesses perjuring themselves. Witnesses lying. Witnesses getting destroyed under cross-examination. I'm still going harder. My numbers is going up. Everybody in my comment section saying, yo, Sean G, ain't nobody reporting what you reporting. Everybody's saying something different and you read it from the notes. Because you got to be true to you. Authenticity is the highest vibration in the universe, and it ain't never went out of style. Integrity ain't never went out of style. Authenticity is the closest thing to God that you'll ever get. Because the true and living God is you and looks back at you in the mirror. So as the trial kept going on, and the witness testimony, the perjury and the lies couldn't be refuted, right? You can't put perfume and cologne on perjury. You can't put perfume and cologne on perjury.
Tell him, Unc. Tell him.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it, Unc.
You can't put perfume and cologne on a lie. You can't put perfume and cologne on perjury. And I'm coming out. Y'all saw me with my notebook. My notebook was better than their notebook. I had the best notebook down here.
Talk about it.
Nobody took better notes than me. My notes were copious, meticulous, precise, accurate, concise, and to the point. Precise.
Jeez.
To a D. Absolutely. Because I wouldn't have it no other way. I strive for perfection. I strive for excellence. That's what I do. I achieve excellence. That's what I do. Check me out. Hold up for a second. Stay right there. Don't go nowhere. Hold up.
Hold on, chat. I'm ordering. Yo, if I order Subway, is it L Eats or W Eats? I'm ordering Subway. A Subway sandwich. Pause. No foot long. No foot long though. Pause.
Puff. But after me.
That's what I'm trying to do, bro. She not answering, bro.
After me, about the 4th or 5th week.
My mom finna make oxtail, but it's gonna take too long, bro. It's gonna be like later.
TMZ, you understand? They trying to move from the far left. They trying to move to the middle. CNN trying to move to the middle. All these other news networks trying to move to the middle. You understand? You understand? Saying like, yo, I don't know, Puff got a shot. Then all the reporters down here was going to the marshals, going to the judge. Why is he here? Why is he here? Because I'm an American citizen, that's why. And I'm better than you. I report better than you. Now, you go mainstream media, you understand?
Wait, no? Oh, y'all are shitting on it. All right, I'm not. Somebody said, nigga, you might as what? Wait, Subway trap? Okay. Damn. All right, hold on. God damn. Nah, my mom, listen, my mom, I told y'all, my mom showed to my crib and, like, just leave when she want to. Like, I think she about to leave soon, but, like, my mom over here, if I got company over, I'm like, you know, like, it's my house, but, like, my mom in the house, I'm like, you gotta keep your voice down and shit. You gotta respect your mom still, you know?
They report like...
But I think my mom be bored. I told you she retired, so she's just like, my other two brothers got wives, so I think maybe she don't just go to their house and just stay. But, like, I have a room here dedicated for my mom, so, like, she just, like, I'm coming over. She been here, like, well, it was the cleanest my house ever been, but she been here for, like, a week and a half still. I can't tell her to leave.
How I report. Nobody was doing that in the beginning. Nobody.
But she finna cook today. She finna cook. She can't leave before she cook the oxtail.
Was doing that. Nobody was doing that in the beginning.
Tell him, Unc.
Nobody was doing that. That was me. That was Sean G. Hands down. Hands down. Puffy's attorneys coming up to me, Sean, we watch your videos. His family. The sons, the mother. Every time I saw Miss Combs, I say all the best to you. She say, how you doing? They giving me this joint right here. They see me, they say like this. Yeah. I was the only one. The first one. First one. None of y'all had the courage. Because you all followers. You all parakeets. You're a parrot. You repeat what you hear somebody else say and you remix it. But you don't have no original thought of your own. Because you abandon your true self to be accepted by others because your self-hatred, your self-loathing, your self-rejection run deep. This shit run deep. You run deep. Who that right there? Tesla tips. It's all good, They could try to copy you, but your suit, your coffee, your sidebar are still better than this. We appreciate you. You understand? Shout out to Tesla Tips. Tesla Tips, thank you, man. Nobody had the courage. But see, my self-esteem high.
Tell him, Unc.
My self-esteem high.
Yeah.
My self-acceptance high.
Mm-hmm.
My self-approval high. My self-appreciation high.
Yeah.
My self-love high. My arrogance is high.
Preach.
My conceit is high.
Let's go.
My bravery is high. My
What else?
courage is high. I stand on my own square. Stand on my own square. Stand on my own square. Stand on my own square.
Tell Unc we tapping in.
I don't need you to approve of me.
By the way, chat, and I love y'all, and I don't take, trust me, I think he does amazing content, so I'm definitely not gonna take no credit for no other man's work. But yo, when we first found Unc, he was like 400 viewers. Now he pulling 1,600 by himself. Yeah, we watching, but still, he pulling that by himself on the muscle. Shout out to Unc. Shout out to Unc. You feel me?
I need you to approve of me. I approve myself. Nobody was doing that. Nobody was doing it. No YouTubers, none of that. Everybody was anti-Puff. He guilty, he guilty, he guilty. Sean G, I said, man, I don't follow you. I don't know you. I don't know you. You're not as good as me. I'm not gonna follow you. I come to my own conclusion. I do my own research and come to my own conclusion. LT James, what up? I'm all right. I've been down there. Okay. You want to come take a cigarette? Right. You got that cigarette. What's up? You smoke cigarette? You smoke cigarette? Yeah, don't. Check her earrings out, y'all.
Chat, y'all shame me off the subway. I'm getting Panda Express. I just want to eat clean a little bit, like just whatever. Cause I ate Chick-fil-A yesterday, and the thing is with I love Chick-fil-A, but the breaded chicken be killing me, bro. Like, you know, I can't do it 2 days in a row. You know, so I just need to have someone do grilled teriyaki chicken, and just white rice.
Fake weight
you know what I'm saying? And I put a little hot sauce.
He on some fake weight loss shit, bro. Fool, and his mama ready to cook oxtails, nigga. Won't your fat ass just wait?
And that's it. You know what I mean?
She got the dope earrings out. She got the dope. Back up a little bit. They lying.
We're all speculating.
We all wait.
And I'm over with the weight.
You ready? I see you over there. Hey, LTJ. Come here, let me ask you something. When we first got here,
yeah.
How many people, YouTubers, TikTokers, mainstream, anybody reported?
Jimmy Allen, I see you, my boy. Thank you.
Oh, it was only a few. I know Sean, but I'll tell you this much. Sean, yes. Me. A lot of people doing that backpedaling and Uchi popping.
Right. Copying the next one. I told you it was only a hand.
They weren't in the courtroom, and then they actually decided to make it to New York. A lot of their views changed once they got into that courtroom.
Right.
It's different in that courtroom.
It's different in courtroom observer versus somebody sitting in the bleachers eating popcorn. Totally different. My man Tesla Tips at. Tesla Tips, where you at? Ashley B. Yeah, listen.
Hey, we believe you, Uncle. Like nobody never
People,
said we don't
you,
believe you,
if you got, where my man Tesla Tips at? Tesla Tips, where you at? St. Petersburg, Florida, Jet Life Vacations. What up, St. Pete? 275 I-4. Let me tell you something, man. Tesla Tips, where you at? Thank you. And let me tell you something about confidence and belief in yourself. The man or the woman that believes in his abilities is God in action. Reverend Ike said that. When you believe in your own abilities, you are God in action. A person with a low opinion of themselves, a person with low self-esteem, a person with low self-esteem, like all y'all suckers with the fake profile, a person with self-hatred, no self-confidence, no self-love, no self-acceptance, no self-approval, perpetually insecure, perpetually infected with fear, they gonna be offended by Sean G. They gonna be offended by me. We're not gonna get along. We're not gonna get along. You're gonna be offended by me because you're gonna hearken back on the lessons your second grade teacher, your third grade teacher, your sixth grade teacher, and what they told you in the Bible. The meek shall inherit the earth. Be humble, and be on the lower level of the socio-economic strata. Be humble and be a second-class citizen. Hollywood T. Thank you for your courage, bravery, authenticity, and integrity for standing up for your square. You single-handedly shifted the journalist preacher.
Yeah, he wildin'. Somebody must have read some hate comments. Like he experienced his first hate. he read some wild shit. He said, "Nigga, you dirty with them wild ass suspenders." He just tied it up. Somebody told him different, and he just trying to set the record straight. That's it.
By being you, the truth, been a supporter.
That nigga got on Academics little podcast yesterday, and he turned.
But more so for now, you appreciate it. Hollywood T, California. You're gonna be relegated to the welfare rolls, EBT.
I smashed that one.
Victim mentality. Because you don't believe in you. So when you come around me and hang around me, you're gonna be offended. Cause I'm not infected with that. I used to be a long time ago.
Yeah, his armpit sweating like a motherfucker, I tell you.
But see, what needs to be done, what's up, man? What needs to be done is, how you doing? You have to do spiritual surgery, and you have to rewire the way you think about yourself and your perception of who are arrogant or
Nah, Uncas is preaching right now. Hold on. Let's get back to
So he could try to do that, to kind of get back on boards that he was involved in. Remember, he wasn't just a rapper, music producer, towards sort of
their identity or keep it
said, what's
private,
wrong
right?
with
It's about, possible, not necessarily discord, but, maybe one side of the jury feels one way, the other feels another. And remember, there's different charges that are on the table. The O.J. Simpson case as an example, right? It was either guilty or not guilty on the charges that were put forward, murder charge. Here, there's different aspects at play. There's the...
Well, here's the thing, too.
Nigga, this blue lemonade Kool-Aid, nigga, is so fucking good, bro. Bro, I didn't even know they had a flavor such as this. Nigga, I can't get enough of that shit. Crazy. I'm trying to chill out on that jump. I'm talking about I be drinking a whole gallon to myself type shit. I gotta relax, man. That shit too good.
This is gonna be also well. I think the government overcharged already. There's at times, like for example,
to mix the grape with it.
And I don't know if you guys know this. So say a prosecutor was looking to pursue a first-degree murder charge against a defendant, and let's say by the time the trial happened, and they saw how the evidence bore
I got that wrist work.
There is at times where they could introduce a new charge for the jury to consider because they think it would fit more than maybe another charge. Like for example, no, it's not first degree murder. It's actually manslaughter, and you know that's going to be the difference between a guilty and a not guilty verdict because first degree murder, it requires intent, it requires this, it requires that. Manslaughter does not. And oftentimes you see sometimes around when they're dealing with the charges, they'll try to introduce or want the jury to consider other charges, and that's up to the judge approval. But in this particular case, they did say they're not gonna pursue with instructions on the attempted arson or attempted aiding and abetting of sex trafficking, but that's pretty much
them Celsius ain't right, bro. People starting to end up in the hospital off them Jones, bro. Them Jones gonna have a class action lawsuit in the future, bro. And I assume a couple of them Jones, so I'm in on that Jones. So that shit crazy. That shit sending people to the hospital, bro.
Prosecutors saying we filed every fucking charge we think we could file, right? We're not looking to try to reduce this shit. We're just looking to get it done. However, I'm
good on them. They do keep you up though. Don't get me wrong.
There's the sex trafficking.
Double G, double N. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate you, my brother.
It could mean that maybe a decision is close, but what I think is more likely happening is that they are trying to double check certain key pieces of testimony to make sure are we all on the same page with all of these different charges that are on the table. And that's not easy to do. There's a lot of, with all the evidence that, has gone forward and a lot of people, feel a certain way about if he should be convicted.
Damn, man. Tomorrow the last stream until Saturday. They're going to be gone for a couple of days.
A lot of charges that are on the table, and to get multiple people all on the same page, it takes time.
I agree. We're almost at 8 hours of deliberation, and I keep saying this, but I really do think that it shows that the jurors are taking their job seriously, that they're going through, they're talking things out. And by the way, that question...
Now, I think when it comes to jury and like jury selection and all that type of stuff, I think it's a slow build. By the way, thank you guys for the donations. I'm about to read your super chats right now. Actually, I'm loading them up. I was reading another opinion piece on. I seen a Tony Busby defamation suit actually got upheld. The motion to dismiss, they actually dismissed it. But there's a bunch of stuff that's happening in court. Not only we still got to get to what's happening in the Drake case, but give me 1 second. Let me open up you guys' donations really quickly. Someone sent in 20. So I'm
trying to start going live on YouTube, man. Trying to see how that'll go. That Twitch shit ain't it. I mean, it's cool. I'm still do it on there, but I'm trying to start it on YouTube and see what's up with YouTube.
Perfect. Yes. Oh, Cuzzo 3D, thank you for the 5 or the 10 gifted memberships. Holy, thank you, brother. Listen, what we're gonna do. I'm trying to figure out ways how to make this membership tier. I see Adam and everybody else doing it. Y'all should know my style is just not like, shout out to my peers and I don't call them competitors, my peers, but I can't do what they do. You know what I mean? Like me, like I just feel like I look crazy if I'm like over promoting everything. That's why I don't over promote anything. So like even I would love for all y'all to be members, but I'm not a person like, yo, sign up to be. No, I can't do that, bro. I just can't. I don't know. Damn. What the fuck? Cuzzo with another 20 gifted membership. Oh, I appreciate you, Cuzzo. Cuzzo must have got paid or he hit a lick. Let's figure out which bank he robbed or he stole the ATM, because this nigga's over here throwing the cash.
I be clueless when I be straight clueless, like when a person come in that bitch and get 50. Well, he damn near did that. You go to their profile, they got 0 followers. The account was just made last month. Nigga, like, what in the fuck is this? Like, it make it really seem like it's money laundering, dog. That shit crazy.
Gosh, I see my boy Ghost General thanking for the membership as well. Also, I'm only saying thanking for the 2. It says, notice how they keep mentioning OJ. This case is BS. Yeah, Law & Crimes keep bringing up OJ. I wonder why. Ultra Instinct thanking for the 20 says, just want to show love and let you know how important your voice is for the culture. It's hard dealing with the music establishment trying to stifle your voice, but you don't let them. And that's why you're the GOAT. No glaze. Safety. Thank you, Ultra Instinct. I appreciate you. Let me tell you this. I know I would be literally the moment you guys don't show up for me is the moment that, like, I'm out of here. And I know I'm only here because of you. First of all, I only feel like I'm in the industry because we have so many people in our community. Like,
I don't think Ack know how big he is. I think he know, but I think he just like saying this. He like guilt tripping himself so he can hear it from other people. Nigga, I think he know, but if he don't, I don't think he know really how big he is. He's wilding. I don't like, bro ain't like when he go live, he ain't no 70,000, like 70 people ain't gonna watch him. Like, he ain't big in that way. Like, I don't think Ack really know how huge he is. Like, I think his numbers really what got him saying it. Like, cause he'll have like maybe 10 all together or something. I really don't know why he be thinking the way he be thinking.
I don't really feel I'm in this shit, you know what I mean? Like, but when they have to deal with you, that's the point. That's why I've always never compromised my integrity in terms of my opinion. You can never pay for that. But thank you nonetheless. WGNN, I shouted you out before, but thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Our Ghost General show, it says, Ack, you definitely have to sign them both. Upcoming stars. No, yeah, I love what they're doing on this case. You know, the thing about, like, when we're covering trials is trial, if they remove him in a...
Say that shit for the bullshit.
Is this Jocelyn Chu? Who's Jocelyn Chu? Diddy leaves the Standard Hotel with mystery woman. Is this Jocelyn Chu? Why does every girl this guy gets looks exactly like... Is this Jocelyn? Yo, he loves Asians. That boy got an Asian fetish. Wow. This boy Diddy had an Asian fetish. Jocelyn, I was thinking that sounded like maybe an Hispanic name. It was always an Asian chick, huh?
Wow. Asians hit different, I promise you. Hey, I promise.
Jocelyn Chu Instinct. Yeah, my boy love his Asian chicks.
It was Rapper Trials who wrote that in. We've just been getting so many questions. I'm overwhelmed, but I love it, you guys, so keep them coming. This is another question. It is from Elisa Ray. What is the reason for the second witness being a Jane Doe, not revealing her identity like other witnesses? Because, of course, when we're talking about the key witnesses in all of this, we have Cassie, Cassandra Ventura. We know her name. We saw her face in the sketches. She was there. But then we also have Mia, the former assistant, and Jane Doe, who is Diddy's former girlfriend or love interest. And both of them, in the courtroom sketches, we don't see their face. Both of them testified under pseudonyms, Mia and Jane. Elizabeth, what do you make of that? And I'm going to throw this out there. The fact that they were talking about things so traumatic, they were hoping to kind of conceal their identity or keep it private, right?
That's exactly right. So the key piece of difference that separates Cassie from these other alleged victims was Cassie filed a civil lawsuit in November 2023 before all of this happened. And I think it's easy for people to forget that because, you know, the indictment and everything that's happened, it's been over a year. But this all really stemmed from the November 2023 civil lawsuit that Cassie filed against Sean Combs, alleging a lot of the same things, saying that she alleges she was sex trafficked, that, you know, her former boyfriend's car was blown up, all of these allegations against Combs. So she had already come forward publicly about that, and people knew who she was.
George Tate, you want to take a shot? Let's take a shot. Take a shot, man. I'm locked in with y'all all day today. I know we're going to get to some of the Drake stuff. I've seen some of the videos you guys sent. By the way, the Skinny Day says, Ack, you got to watch that. Damn is a clip speaking about Drake's contract and everything like that. Give me 5 more minutes on this, and then we're going to go to the Drake. Let's go into the Drake, Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us, UMG battle thing. And then we'll circle to some regular hip hop topics. We'll touch back in on Verdict Watch, and we'll, you know, I don't think we're getting a verdict today, but it doesn't matter. We're on stream. We're gonna just grind it out, okay?
She was. They knew the context of their relationship. So her identity was always going to be revealed in the trial because she had come out with that civil lawsuit a year before. So, you know, obviously when Cassie Ventura testified, we didn't see inside the courtroom. Unfortunately, there's no cameras in federal court, but we all knew what she testified to and what she said. The other alleged female victims, they hadn't come forward with a civil lawsuit. And that's one of the things that the prosecution really tried to hit home, because one of the things that the defense was saying was, you know, Cassie Ventura is, of course, going to testify as to these things. She got a $20 million settlement from Combs. But these other unnamed alleged female victims didn't file any sort of lawsuit. They're not pursuing any sort of monetary damages against him. So their identity was kept private. I could understand why none of them would want to come forward with their identity because, like you said, they're testifying as to really allegedly traumatic incidences and incidents, and that's difficult for a lot of people, you know. So I think those are the two key differences. You know, they hadn't come forward in the way Cassie did, and also, you know, if they don't want to reveal their identity and, you know, who they are, then the jury and everyone else is expected to respect that privacy. And there's a lot of speculation online as to who they could be, but again, you know, you can't report on it as fact because they haven't come forward themselves.
Hey, by the way, wait, did y'all send a donation incorrectly to me? I'm tripping. Fuck. Tesla Tips is, I think he was talking to Unc though. He was like, Unc, they could copy your, it's like they could copy your sidebar, your coffee, your clothes, but you're still better than theirs. Appreciate you, man. I think you should probably send that to Unc, bro. You probably sent it to the wrong person. I ain't even gonna cap with you, all right? Silas Tony, thank you for the 20. Says, yo, big fan. I've been watching you for a while. I watch you so much when you're not online. I get pissed off, and I'm like, where the fuck is Ack at? Appreciate you, man. Obviously, people like you make me, you know, want to stream more and more. And by the way, we've been streaming the most these days. I know some people get mad about I think we're at 2 or 30 again, and you're like, yo, Ack, you're never gonna make it. Yo, we're consistently streaming like 115 hours now. I remember when 100 hours was the barometer. We've been hitting that peak.
Man, bro, I hit 115 a month. That's nothing. Bro, I'm up 300. I stream like 300 hours a month. That shit is insane.
Peaks of 115 hours, close to 120. You know, I can't get to Kai Snap levels. He does like damn near 200 when he's like on, but
like 3. Bro, I do 3.
We try. But thank you though, like Silas.
250, 280, talking about Cassie, to talk about the court update that I have for you. We now officially know what 2 witnesses the jurors were asking for testimony from. Here's the update. The judge says, Judge Arun Subramanian, we have received a note from the jury asking for testimony of Cassandra Ventura as to the Intercontinental and Cannes incidents and the Daniel Phillip Essex Hotel incident. Daniel Phillips' testimony on that as well. So here's the response. Maureen Comey says, we have a disagreement. Not surprising in all of this. The judge says, first, let me know if either side minds me bringing the jury out and speaking to them. Now, Comey says, we don't see a need. Whereas Mark Agnifilo says, I confirmed with Mr. Combs and we don't see a need either. So judge says, as
when I take this little break, I know every other break I be taking, I be bullshit. I'm gonna break this one, these little 2 days. Thursday and Friday, and I come back Saturday. I'm gonna really try to take them 2 days, like to really like, you know what I'm saying, use that time to really like get shit together. Every other time I be bullshitting.
To any further note, let me know. So, Elizabeth, we now know we're talking about Cassie Ventura and Daniel Phillip as far as these incidents. What do you make? Does that give us any sort of clue as to where the deliberations are now?
Yeah, that's really interesting. So it's tough to say exactly what they're going to use that key piece of evidence for in terms of making a decision. I'm not surprised that it did relate to Cassie. And then also, again, Daniel Phillip was one of the witnesses that was put forward. He testified to a lot of things that he allegedly saw happen between Cassie and Diddy, you know, alleged abuse, things like that. So the fact that they're going to what Cassie had testified to, especially in relation to that hotel video, it doesn't surprise me just because, again, she's such a key witness. That's such a big piece of key evidence in the case. So that doesn't surprise me. Also, again, having multiple witnesses that can possibly corroborate what she first testified to in the first beginning weeks of trial. I think, to me, if they're specifically asking about that, it seems like that might go towards possible racketeering charges because, again, there's so many acts that could underlay racketeering, you know, abuse, things like that. So it could possibly be, you know, are they having a struggle trying to see if the elements have been met for racketeering? It could also be possibly going to the sex trafficking charges. Again, that's a really big piece of what Cassie's being used as a witness for. And these other alleged female victims, them saying they were forced to engage in intercourse with these male escorts and therefore sex trafficking is present. So I think it could be either one of those things. But again, the fact that it's in relation to Cassie doesn't surprise me because she's just such a huge witness in all of this.
You know, when we first got the information that there was some sort of question from the jurors about witness testimony, we both were like, okay, it's got to be Cassie, right? And it seems like it was. And we do have that more information. They want Cassie, they want Daniel Phillip, and then that's it. I mean, to your point, Elizabeth, everything you were just talking about, there's so many different ways that it can. Cassie was the star witness. She testified about so many other things. Now, I do have another.
This is the time to discuss. I'm happy to be with all of you right now. Let me bring in former federal prosecutor Barrett Berger. I'm also joined by criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson Ferrer and criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. It's great to have you all here. Let me get into it. Let me talk to you about what the jury asked. And I think it is quite telling what the jury asked. They sent a note at 10:15 a.m. today. This is what they asked for. They asked for several transcript sections. Number one, Cassie Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. That's the infamous 2016 tape, right? Where Sean Combs is appearing to beat her and drag her back in the direction of an alleged freak-off. Ventura's testimony concerning the events at Cannes and those that immediately followed. I think that is in relation to the idea that she was on that plane, right, with Sean Combs. He sits next to her, shows her sex tapes, threatens to release them, lands. He asks for a freak-off. He gets a freak-off. Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions of freak-offs with Daniel Phillip, and Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Ventura. Now, Daniel Phillip is interesting because he was testifying as this male performer who was engaged in these episodes with Cassie and Combs. But remember, he recounted one episode where Combs allegedly was dragging Cassie. And he even purportedly said that he remembers hearing her being slapped at one point. So this is really important testimony. Barrett, I'll start with you. Is this them trying to find concrete examples of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion?
That's what I was thinking when I heard those questions as well. I mean, look, the first off, and I think this is an important caveat, like reading into jury notes is a truly impossible fool's errand. Every time I think I know what a jury is thinking because of their notes, I'm usually wrong. However, that being said, I feel like if they're asking this and focusing on those events, they're probably focusing on sex trafficking. The other thing you have to remember when you're looking at a jury note is this could be an attempt of a few jurors to try to, explain or convince their fellow jurors or a few other jurors, like, yeah, we saw violence here. Remember back when, Cassie was testifying about this. So sometimes this is a way of seeing how jurors are actually communicating with each other, through which segments of the transcript they're asking for.
And by the way, we just got a court update.
That bitch like, bro.
It looks like the defense wants a little bit of clarification here. So the judge says, Judge Arun Subramanian, I understand there's an issue to resolve. So this is, again, outside the presence of the jury. This is between the judge and the different attorneys in this case. Prosecutor Maureen Comey says, I understand that during the break, the defense came up with an issue about Daniel Phillip. Sean Combs' defense attorney, Xavier Donaldson, one of his defense attorneys. The U.S. wants one more question and answer, and then we do. It's his later thoughts. Prosecutor Comey says the answer is about the Essex Hotel incident. Prosecutor Johnson says, on the Intercontinental Hotel incident, we think it's the day of and after, not the days before. That's our position. The defense wants to include Miss Ventura's IG post of 2024. Safa, these are interesting, right? When there is a juror question, you would think there's, how do we explain the material, provide the material to the jury? There's only so much that they can actually say. They won't, they can do a readback of testimony, any questions, let me know. But a lot of the times it's, you have to use your own recollection of the evidence. We will not provide you a legal conclusion. But also, with the response back, that becomes a negotiation between the prosecution and the defense. Because obviously, when there's a juror question, the defense wants to make sure that the response is favorable to their client, right?
Absolutely. And what it sounds like they're trying to do right now is decide what portion of the transcript they're going to read back to the jury. So deciding when it's going to start under Mr. Phillips' testimony and where it's going to end, or with regard to what incident. And we know that it's the Essex Hotel incident. But at what point are they starting? What page? What question are they going to begin to do the read back? And where are they going to end it? So it's really important. And it sounds like the government wants a certain portion, and the defense may want the remainder of that portion to essentially complete the question and answer to fully provide as much information as possible. If the jurors did not ask for the Instagram post, then they're not going to be able to get into that unless the juror specifically asks for that. But this is definitely something where both sides are trying to determine, and the judge is also trying to determine what information they're going to give to the jury for their deliberation.
Let me go to you, Tyler. 8.5 hours right now. I'm not surprised, right? I think that this was a question of, you know, I didn't think we were going to get a verdict yesterday. It does become the holiday weekend, whether or not they're actually going to be able to deliberate on July 3rd. I think if they are still haven't come up with a verdict by July 2nd, by tomorrow, they may be granted July 3rd. Not July 4th, but July 3rd. You ever had a bully? You anticipate a verdict before the July 4th weekend?
I do. I think that this jury has really sacrificed a lot. They've been out there listening every day intently since for about 2 months now. And now they've been
ever had a bully?
At least since Monday. With a 4th of July holiday coming up, in their heads, they're probably thinking, let's work hard, see if we can get done by the holiday. There was one, I believe, comment from the jury earlier said that they're going to leave at 5 p.m. today. They do not want to work past 5. So that leads me to believe that they are working through the material pretty quickly, and they're going to try to reach a verdict before the holiday.
All right, we got some questions coming in.
Why you expect me to get bullied? What the hell?
Okay, let me go to you, Barrett. So this is from Callie. Do you think Mark Agnifilo actually believes what he presented in his...
This nigga on all bullshit. Nah, you wild. Go ahead with that bullshit, man. That nigga said, no. Hey, you're a fool.
Closing arguments. How cynical. How cynical are our viewers? Do you think he believes what he said and advocated?
I mean, I will say the focus of the defense is really more of a legal defense than a factual defense, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I remember that shit too. It was cool. I seen a lot of people get bullied though. Like, it was cool growing up though. Like, niggas grew up in the projects. You grew up in the projects. You let somebody bully you in the projects, nigga, it's over with. Like, niggas live in the projects, man. Everybody was cool with each other. You had your little fights and shit that was, you know what I'm saying, going on, playing basketball, all that. Nah, it was cool running projects. Like, everybody mama know each other. Your mama, but like, it was just like damn, it's hard to explain. You know, it was chill for the most part. Usually, when I seen somebody get bullied, it'd be like the fat kid with the glasses that like to read, or like, it was weird. Like, why is they bullying that motherfucker? Like, what do you do? Like it be on some shit like that. Like the funny looking kids. Like, you know what I'm trying to, you know what the kids I'm talking about. Nigga got freckles, nigga ugly as hell with a gap and some thick ass glasses with tape in the middle. Nigga on that motherfucker ass. Like, ain't letting up for nothing.
So they're really not saying, all of these witnesses are not credible. You shouldn't believe a word out of their mouth. In essence, they're saying you could almost believe everything they say and it still doesn't add up to the crimes that were charged. I think that kind of a defense in some ways is much easier for a defense attorney to sell because it's really about, the legal elements and whether this was overcharged or not, as opposed to, attacking the credibility of various witnesses. So does he actually believe this or not? I think he probably does believe this was overcharged, and he probably does believe that this was.
But like in the hood and shit, like bully wasn't even tolerated though. Niggas didn't tolerate bullying for real. Like around that time when that shit was going on, it was rare. Like that shit hard to explain, man. At that time was crazy though. Like kids was really killing themselves over that shit, man. Shit is wow.
Not the correct statutes that his client violated, if anything.
Over to you, Safa. This is from Lisa. Once the jury has made the decision, will they tell the court straight away that decision, or will they be brought back another day?
They're going to tell the court right away. What'll happen is they will send out a jury note indicating to the court that they've reached a verdict. The court will call all of the attorneys and the government to come in, view that juror note indicating that they have a verdict, and then prepare for them to come out and give that verdict. And that will be done very prompt, very swiftly. They're not going to bring them back another day. They're going to do it that same day that they come to that decision.
Got another court update. So Tenny Garagos, one of Sean Combs' defense counsel, says, we did include several messages from after the Intercontinental incident where they're talking about it. It's regarding the incident. It's important to weighing whether Mr. Combs coerced Ms. Ventura into commercial sex on that date. The judge says the request was for Ms. Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. How does something from 2024 regard it more than things closer in time? Garagos responds, in 2024, she was responding to the video of the incident and also watching it here. The judge seems skeptical here, Tyler, about including additional material to the jurors.
Yeah, the judge clearly seems skeptical for a reason. The jury had a specific question to review the transcript testimony that Ms. Ventura gave regarding those 3 incidents that we just discussed. And the defense is doing a good job trying to advocate for their client, even after they've rested their case and the judge has given his jury instructions. So the game is continuing until there's an actual verdict.
Oh, what I use my beard oil, like just regular shit, man.
And then there'll be
actually, I do have a brand that I use.
Appeal process, and I think the defense is doing a good job in trying to get more information in there that's favorable to Mr. Combs.
Barrett, we got a question about Juror 25. So I believe this is the juror yesterday, right, where there was this issue that a juror couldn't follow the judge's instructions. Came out really quickly after they began their deliberations. Monique Adams, was Juror 25 replaced? I don't believe Juror 25 was replaced as of yet, although they do have alternates on standby. If you're a prosecutor in this case, does that concern you?
Here's the problem, too, though. The alternates do not engage in... the alternates are not arguing, so they're not in the deliberation room. So the alternates got dismissed, but they have their cell phone numbers to call them because they listen to the case. Here's the thing: if a juror has to be dismissed, it's going to set back the whole process because now this juror needs to vote on every issue and even issues maybe they decided already with the juror that's leaving. So if they dismiss a juror, they bring in an alternate. The alternate's going to be like, all right, well, now I got to go vote on everything else. Present the stuff to me that I could, listen to it and try to vote on. By the way, Kobe Watson with the big 50 in the building, says shout out to my brothers. It said shout out to my brothers Los. He broke his leg at a FanDuel event. Hit him up. He would really appreciate it. Are you saying like Los Pollos? Los Pollos broke his leg? No way.
Very much so. That's a note you don't like to get, although it did happen very early. So that gives me some comfort that maybe this is something.
Yo, Kendrick intern's a demon. He's even on Law and Crimes donating. Talking about, can we talk about the rapper Drake weird case he had with Diddy and Kendrick exposed him? Like, yo, what's wrong with Kendrick intern? How the fuck you on this page over here going crazy?
Could work through. But no, you don't want to hear somebody that's not willing to follow the judge's instructions. I mean, we don't know what capacity he's not able to follow the instructions. Is it that he walked into the deliberation room? And
let me grab this food real quick. I check.
These people behind these profiles is crazy, bro. I really would like to see a face behind the faces behind some of these profiles, man.
Was like, look, I think he's, not guilty, or I think he's guilty and I refuse to deliberate. That's a problem. Is it that he's not following the instructions to not bring in outside material? Is he saying, look, I've been reading the news about this and this is what the news is reporting? Again, there's a lot of ways to not follow the court's instructions. So we don't know specifically what this juror is doing. But as a prosecutor, you generally want jurors that will follow the court's instructions, that will be very methodical going through each element of the law. That's what you want to see. So this note would make me a little bit nervous.
Ready for the great questions that we have coming? I mean, we already have great questions coming in, but listen to this. By the way, before I go to the questions, update from court. Prosecutor Johnson says she was asked, do you recall posting an Instagram in May of 2024? She wrote that domestic violence is the issue, but that's not what the jury's asking about. We'd like more in about the Can incident. By the way, Safa, that's something the defense jumped on in their closing argument, that Cassie talked about this being domestic violence. She never once said it was about sex trafficking. Right? That's what they're focusing on, that if she didn't even interpret it as sex trafficking. Although couldn't the argument be, yeah, she's not a federal prosecutor. She doesn't study sex trafficking. It's more easy to say that's assault or that's domestic violence than, oh, that is a violation of the RICO statute or that's violation of sex trafficking. But I can see where the defense was going there, that, their whole thing is this isn't sex trafficking or racketeering. This is just an unfortunate toxic relationship. But your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that post plays into the defense's theory that this was simply a domestically violent, toxic relationship, that it doesn't meet the standard of racketeering, that it doesn't meet the standard of sex trafficking or anything of that nature. And as Mr. Agnifilo, we coined in his closing argument, this was some sort of love story that just went bad. So that post plays into that theory and narrative, which of course is why the defense would want it in. But Ms. Ventura is, of course, not in a position to really know,
I'll take a strong evidentiary case in a weak prosecution or a weak lawyer presenting it any day.
Barrett, question from Brooklyn Truth. If Diddy's found not guilty and the government immediately appeals, will he be, this is a misunderstanding of the law, but will the government immediately appeal? Will he be released or remain in jail? Explain what happens if he's found not guilty.
Yeah, if he is not guilty, he's not guilty. End of sentence. The government doesn't get a right to appeal that, even if they disagree with it. So if he's not guilty, he will be released from jail. He's still going to have a lot of civil lawsuits that he'll have to answer to. So his days in court will not be completely over, but there would be no government appeal.
Going to you, Safa, from Velimir Makar. Thank you for your great coverage from Ireland. Oh, wow, so far away. Do you think if the jury finds Sean Combs guilty, will the government then prosecute Christina Coram, his purported former chief of staff?
Could they? Yes. Do I think they're going to? No. I think it would have been more likely that the government would have either charged her as a co-defendant in this case, which I'm actually surprised that they did not. I mean, I'm also equally surprised that they never called her as a witness to testify, and only they know why they haven't done that. But the reality is, I don't think that they're going to call her as a co-conspirator. They'd have to do all of this over again and call some of the same witnesses, and I think it would just be a waste of time and judicial resources to do that. I think if they were going to charge her, they would have already.
A lot of questions about this juror who allegedly is not refusing, or at one point refused to not follow the instructions. That's, again, just the accusation that was put forward. This is from, I'll throw this to you, Tyler. This is from ZimmyFan617. Can you charge a juror with contempt of court if they simply refuse to follow the required rules? If not, can an alternate juror be put in their place?
So, great question. A judge could technically charge a juror with contempt of court. What more than likely would happen if there was some reason why a juror could not follow the judge's instructions, it would probably...
No bullshit. They made a lot of money. Hey, but they wasted a lot of taxpayers' dollars, bro. Like, I know the city of New York probably too mad at using their taxpaying dollars to give a nigga who a freak of a RICO. Like, that nigga getting a RICO for having man, he getting a RICO for being a freak.
Pull that juror, and he will be questioned by the court, by the judge, and the counsel will be present to hear what the substance of the questioning is. And more than likely, this would be a situation when this juror is excused. So we don't know right now that this juror is outright refusing the instructions of the court. The comment that was given was he cannot follow the instructions for whatever reason. And he probably just got a strong encouragement in their note back from the court to the jury, telling them to do their job and their responsibility as jurors. And it seems like that's not an issue since we're on hour probably 9 now and they're still going.
Barrett, we got another question coming in. This is from Maddie Lindemood. Question: when Cassie's mom had to pay $20,000 to Diddy, extortion, is that no longer under...
Silence. Thank you, my boy, for the 100. He said, yo, academics #1, Drake #1. If anybody got a problem with that, you be having a problem with the U.S. Army, man. They don't want no goddamn smoke. And is that a Dominican Republic flag? I'm not tripping. And a Jamaican flag. My boy. Shout out to you, bro.
RICO, it's not listed in the jury instructions / verdict form under RICO no more. See, I think that goes...
Like, think about it. They raided this nigga house and they found baby oil and lube. And like 10 pills. You get that man in RICO? But that's crazy.
More to the idea of, was coercion being used, right, to induce Cassie into these freak-offs?
Yeah, I agree. I think that is all part of the sex trafficking charges. Remember, they have to show that the women were trafficked by force, fraud, or coercion. One of the ways the government has alleged that Cassie was coerced is that, there was this blackmail material that he was holding over her head saying, I can release this at any time. So that's sort of part and parcel of that charge. Is it part of the racketeering charge? I mean, it's not one of the listed predicates, which means they don't have to say this was proven or not proven. But look, the idea of how he used his associates and the people around him to effectuate this transaction with Cassie's mom, I mean, look, that is sort of part of the enterprise itself. So even though this isn't listed as a specific predicate, they can certainly consider all of this wrongdoing when they're thinking about, was he part of an enterprise and did an enterprise exist?
Saf, I'm going to give you a choice on questions here. So I'm first going to read you this question. I'm not really sure what it pertains to. If you don't want to answer it, move on. And I have another question for you. This is a super chat question from Dolly. Thank you so much for the super chat question. From the UK, anyone serve as jury, even people have been to prison. There is no timeline when jury should come back with results. Serve 6 months. I think a lot of different points to that. Any comment there? I'll throw another question to you if you're interested, but any comment to that?
Not quite sure what this individual is asking. I don't know if it's...
Okay, let me see if I can make sense. Can you serve on a jury if you've been to prison?
So it depends. More often than not, the answer is going to be no, or you'll be taken off the jury pool or the jury panel, especially by the prosecution. But that essentially is the answer. And a lot of that will be predicated on whether or not or what state you live in and things like that.
Okay. There's no time limit when the jury has to come back on a decision, right?
Theoretically.
Not a time limit. If they come back in an hour, that's valid. If they have a guilty verdict in an hour, if they come back in a month, if they come back in 3 months, all of that is going to be valid.
That's if the judge allows it. The judge could basically say, hey, listen, if you guys aren't agreeing, we're gonna just call this a mistrial.
valid as long as they come back with a unanimous verdict.
And then the serve 6 months, let me interpret that. If he's found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution, which carries up to 10 years in prison, doesn't mean that's what he would be sentenced to. Could the minimum be 6 months?
Or he falls in the sentencing guidelines, or how he would be categorized. So in federal court, there's a sentencing guideline and a range, and that person is categorized based on what level of offense and their criminal history and all of those sorts of things. The judge will take all of that into totality. He's got more than 6 months in right now. He's been in custody for more than 6 months. So essentially, could the court take that into consideration and give him a sentence that is consistent with the time he's got in? Of course, but the judge could also give him up to 10 years.
Barrett, as a former federal prosecutor, would you have an opinion on what his sentence would be if he's convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution? Let's say 2 counts. I've always said that I feel that that's the strongest charge, the most straightforward path to conviction. What could he get?
Yeah, so those would have a maximum sentence of 10 years if the only counts that he was convicted on were the 2 Mann Act charges. Could they be stacked? Yes. Do I think that's likely? No. So I think if he's convicted of the Mann Act, he will get something less than 10 years. Without having done the calculations about his guideline range, as we were just talking about, it's hard to make a true prediction, but I'll put it this way. The judge can also consider all of the other evidence that he's heard during this trial. So even if he gets acquitted of the RICO count, even if he gets convicted of both of the sex trafficking counts, the judge can consider everything that came in that was relevant to those counts when he's sentencing him on those 2 Mann Acts. So he, certainly would give him, in my imagination, a more significant sentence based on all that information than he would have otherwise.
Yeah, it kind of answers the question we had from Keenan Jackson. Besides from walking away free, what's the least amount of time Sean can receive for the lesser charges? Does his time served count for his sentencing?
Damn, man. Bro, that jump magically worked, bro. You got to keep fucking with it. Bro, I was like, man, let me go try that joint one time. I cut that bitch on, the blade start spinning, man. That AC work. Shit, I just hope that bitch just run enough to get the room cool. At least bring. Bro, the thermometer Jones say, the thermostat say 90, 94, bro. Hope at least run to that bitch hit 86, like at least. Yeah, bro, when I say it's hot, bro. I'm gonna still get this stream out the way. But damn. Nah, bro, it ain't even like, I ain't even over exaggerating. Like, I'm in California, like, no AC in the summertime in Cali is like a death threat. That shit is crazy.
If he doesn't get life. Okay, so we kind of.
Like, hopping in the shower don't even do nothing. That quick little 10-minute breeze ain't on nothing. Your ass gonna start sweating ASAP.
Answered that question. Let me, Safa, I said I would have another question for you. This is from Anto Grego. Hello, you beautiful people. Question: if he's found guilty, can he ask for bail while waiting to appeal?
He can ask, but I'm sure he's going to be denied. What's going to ultimately happen is if he's found guilty, he of course will.
Cap. It depends on what. If his prostitution charges, he's going to get bail. If he's only given bail, if he's only guilty on prostitution charges, that means the allegations of him being this violent, dangerous person that did a RICO, runs a criminal enterprise, is not going to be valid. That's not going to be matter. That's not going to matter for bail. It's only prostitution. They're going to give him bail. But if he gets a sex trafficking charge, then he's not getting bail. If he gets a RICO charge, he's not getting bail. If he gets only those 2, which I'm predicting he's getting 2 charges. Remember my whole disposition to this is 2 charges. I think W. So if he gets guilty, there's no way in my mind he gets acquitted on all charges. So 2 out of 5, I think he is good. Okay. If he gets 3 out of 5, no matter what it is, because if it's 3 out of 5, that means it has a RICO or a sex trafficking case or a sex trafficking charge. That means at least 20 years. He's fucked. And he definitely won't get bail. But if he only gets the sex trafficking charge, I think he could get bail. And by the time an appeal even is started, the sentence will be ran up. So like it would be like a null case. So they'll just be fighting about, are we gonna just almost pardon this conviction, or not pardon, but like reverse the conviction, if you ask me.
Remain in custody, and then there will be a sentencing date that is scheduled for him to be sentenced. After he is sentenced, then he can file the notice of appeal, and it may take however long. Sometimes people sit and wait for an appeal for 1 to 2 years in custody before their appeal is even heard. So I highly doubt that if he's convicted, he's going to be getting out. He's not going to be getting out while he's pending an appeal. He will remain in custody for that point, till that point in time.
We've got an update from court. Tenny Garrigo, Sean Combs' defense attorney, says, we think we should start with the first government exhibit about the Intercontinental Freak-Off.
Hey, look, I ain't even tripping, though. Let's get July going. We need to get July going, because August is the hottest month. So once we done August, we halfway there. Like, August is fucking nasty out here. September hot too, but September is more like a 99, 98. October like a 96, 95. Once October come, we in the clear, everything Gucci. All right. So we got 3 months. The way this time going by fast like this, that shit don't come in no time.
Prosecutor Johnson says if we could get the laptop back, we could load a searchable PDF. The judge says, I agree. Some earlier and later messages should be given. What's left? Prosecutor says, we'd like to include the photos she took of her injuries and the message from March 5th. Judge says, Ms. Garrigos, don't those fall into the same category? What would be the objection? Garrigos says, I have to maintain my objection to the photo. So a question about what material the jury will be handed over. Okay, Tyler, got a couple of questions for you. Gabe Bernard asks, if I became a juror, can I refuse to watch explicit videos?
That's interesting.
Poland, no idea about.
Already made the event, so you guys could go to that event. At least on.
We ain't got time for all that. We're gonna jump right into this.
To understand the world, you need the truth. It's why we follow the facts wherever they lead, no matter how far we have to go.
3, 4, and 5. They were hung on count 1. And the government is proposing a modified Allen charge. And an Allen charge is when
you need the truth.
A jury is hung.
It's why we follow the facts wherever they lead,
until they have a verdict.
no matter how far we have to go.
I think at this point, they are going to deliberate until tomorrow, because I think they had said they only wanted to deliberate until 5 p.m. But I'm checking to see if there's any updates. Yes, Comey, we're preparing a modified Allen charge. Oh, Agnifilo says, we propose you tell them to continue deliberating and that you not take the partial verdict, no modified Allen charge. Would the defense request I bring the jury out to say that? He actually asked that a few times this morning, too, if instead of handing notes out to the jury. Yeah, the judge asked us, would you guys prefer we bring them in and I tell them, orally in person, and they both said no, defense and government. So there's no updates as of right now, but what do you think? I mean, if they're hung on RICO, does that mean they're not guilty on sex trafficking?
I have a wild theory. I want
Please,
you guys
I want to hear this. I'm just going to keep refreshing. I'm not being rude, but yeah.
No, of course. We're going to be on our phones here. We didn't think drama was going to happen.
I did not. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, drama's happening as we speak. Hey, listen, what I think might be happening, because here's the thing. To me, it's impossible for them to be hung on RICO, because I think even though it's hard to prove, I think if they're hung on it, it's not because of the predicate offenses. I think they're hung because I think some of the people are saying, this ain't no RICO. I don't think y'all have proven the enterprise, and I don't believe these people you're talking about are co-conspirators. So we don't agree with the RICO, because here's the thing. If they've made a decision on 2 and 4, that's sex trafficking, there's 2 sex trafficking predicate offenses in there that would go to Jane Doe and go to Cassie. So you kind of have, and there's prostitution.
I'm about to roll a blunt of the Supreme Gelato cream, and I'm gonna put like a gram of the Kush cream and roll it in the cinnamon milk junk.
It's when a jury in a trial acquits a defendant, even if they believe the defendant technically broke the law because they disagree with the law itself, find it unjust, or they believe it should not be applied in a specific case. The act of nullifying the law is not officially sanctioned, or is not an official sanctioned legal right, but it's a power juries retain in the courtroom. So, yeah.
I'm going like this. I think based on how quickly they ran through all 5 today, I think they might be leaning. I thought the Cassie, I told you, I said Cassie's, I think it's going to take a day for them to go through it. It was 800 pages. Of course, they didn't get 800 pages in when they asked the judge for some notes, but I think they might be not guilty on the sex trafficking and maybe guilty on one of the prostitution. But I don't, here's the thing, the judge fucked up the jury by saying some dumb shit. And when I mean dumb shit, I'm trying to be respectful too, but like, hey, listen, if someone gave you a pill, that's drug distribution. So now the jury is like, wait, so you're telling me even though we don't think he's sex trafficked, we got to send this guy to jail anyway, because we think that, he might have passed a pill out or told someone, hey, bring that over there.
Or passed the joint.
Yeah,
Right.
So
I saw the
too much cream, huh?
ordered the I guess the transcripts from the judge this morning, or when he was giving the instructions, and it said that, man, it's as minute as, and I don't get high, y'all, if you're smoking a joint and puff past it to somebody, that in and of itself constitutes possession with the intent to distribute and would qualify as a predicate offense under the RICO, man. And I thought that was insane, man.
Wait, do you want the update? There is an update after conferring with Diddy. And again, the defense did not want this modified Allen charge. They are going to each email the judge their proposals because it sounds like Maureen Comey wants the 4 verdicts read now. And again, not, send them back just to deliberate on that one. But it sounds like, the defense wants them to hold off. So he said, okay, email me your proposals each side. I'll wait. I could give a modified Allen charge, or at some point I could tell them they could return a partial verdict. Email me. I'll wait. Now there's a break. I don't know what to do if I should go back there.
So wait, they're not dismissed for the rest of the day?
No, they just are on a break right now because each side is emailing proposals as
like the prison jump, like the shit they make in prison.
That
we get a verdict today.
We get the verdict today. So
or get a partial verdict.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if I should go back to the court.
You probably get a verdict today, bruh. Oh my God, dog. Hey, nigga, I can't wait, dog. Nigga. Bro, we did them 30 days and we still been going hard on top of that. Nigga, I can't wait to chill out.
Me to get
back. My opinion is that him being demonstrative, this nigga is under major pressure, man. He's looking at 30 years. So he's afraid, man.
If you're Diddy, do you want the verdict today, or could you wait a night? Because I think tonight might be the hardest night in jail.
Oh my
tonight,
gosh.
I'm ready to go.
All right, I'm going to call an Uber. I will come back.
Okay, no,
I
of
will
course,
go.
of course.
I will come back. I feel like it's 20 minutes. Yeah, it said I could get there 3 minutes. All right.
Call it. No, you good.
I am freaking out, and then I can't believe this. Okay. So I'll come back. Forgive me, everybody, but I really want to be in.
Oh, she a real one. She really about her business. She about to drive back to court.
Going back, and I'll be back.
I'm ready for them to. I'm ready to get.
You ready?
Shoot
ready
me
for
in the head
party
tonight.
Oh, today.
Shoot me in the head tonight.
Sure. Yeah.
If I get there and I will.
No.
Don't.
This is it.
Don't.
All right.
I'll be on phone check. Don't worry. But yeah. So, man, like, what's the vibe? What's the vibe today, man? What's the body language, everybody out there?
In the courtroom, or
just really around the court, like
the people that everybody's mulling around in front of the entrance.
Yeah.
shooting content. They're live on their Instagram. They're live on their Facebook. They're live on their YouTube.
Did you see the family at all today?
I didn't see the family at all. I didn't see the family at all. Inside the courtroom, you know, you had Puff and all 6 of the U.S. attorneys. They're all sitting down in their chairs and they're all looking in.
I'm gonna take all the bullshit off my shoulders, and I'm gonna have a good time for the one time, man.
Sitting, she's got her laptop in front of Puff. They're going through things, and Puff's got his glasses on. He's got on a cream color sweater, gray hair joint, and
looking fly still though.
Well, you know, hey, you know, looks good, but you know, I was thinking, man, the pressure this dude must be under is incredible, man.
You know, I heard Lauren mention that he had said something to like his mom today. Do you feel like they took the spirit out of Puff?
I think the spirit's been out of Puff, man, for a long time. You know, it's like you're waiting for your execution, man. And 12 people have the deciding choice in your life, whether you see your daughter again or your kids again. And you had to sit there and listen to testimony for 7 weeks of people telling lies and perjuring themselves on the stand. And that was totally disregarded.
Yeah.
And the judges told him, forget it, don't worry about nothing of what you, just go deliberate.
That's what I'm saying. Nigga said, when the lady lied on the stand, they talking about some, well, we not really even gonna use that in it for real. We just wanted to show that he's a dangerous person, but so we don't even really need it anyway. Like, huh? So why the fuck y'all bring that shit up? They wildin', bro.
Offenses, but there's count 2, which is the sex trafficking of Cassie. Count 3, which is the prostitution.
I'm telling you, even if he get charged, he gonna get it on the appeal. Or Donald Trump gonna pardon that nigga.
On 2 to 4 or 5, but the last charge, which is a RICO, and by the way, this kind of comes back to what we've been saying from the get-go. Is this a RICO? This is an indication to me that they don't believe it. Like, you know, I don't think it's did he do it or did he not. I think they're looking at this charge and saying, how is this shit applicable, right? Because here's the thing, that they're not just only vote, did he blow up Kid Cudi's car? Did he kidnap this woman? Did he sex traffic whoever? They have to establish a few things first. They have to establish that there was at least one of these predicate offenses that happened in the last 5.
Oh, never mind.
That there was an enterprise.
Exactly.
That there was an enterprise put together exclusively for the primary reason to commit a crime. Right? That's the enterprise. And then the conspiracy piece. Was there a meeting of the minds that we are going to engage in conspiracy? Was there mens rea? Was there a state of mind? You know, and I've never thought that. You know, these were all legitimate business. And I told y'all yesterday, man, you know, the man's got to have a personal life, man. I mean, so everything in Puffy's life is business?
So
you know what I'm saying?
So here's the funny part about like how they sculpted this RICO charge. They sculpted this RICO charge that, you know, and by the way, I seen it with a toothpick. I said, yo, Diddy coming home. And I seen with a toothpick. I said, Diddy got to come. Hey, so.
Shout out to Puff, man.
I think they sculpted this RICO charge, but they sculpted it in a way that it felt like you could charge anyone who had a lot of resources like that. So, for example, so you're saying, let's say if somebody was doing anything that could be considered criminal. If they have a driver, well, yeah, the driver is driving them from A to B and they're doing it at B. They made the enterprise basically all the resources that Diddy had, not that he essentially organized the enterprise for crime. You get what I mean? And obviously the AUSAs would argue like, hey, you don't have to organize the enterprise for crime. You could just use the enterprise for crime. But these were assistants that would, hey, we're cleaning up. We're cleaning up. We're getting you what you need. We're running to the store. Like if you're in a music game, when you go to a studio, you have runners. You could tell them anything. Hey, listen, I want I want some Skittles, some Starbursts. They're going to run to the store and get it, you know? When you kind of turn that into a criminal organization, I could see some people on the jury saying, yeah, I don't think that fits the bill.
Yeah.
Right? We didn't hear from KK. We haven't heard from D-Rock. We haven't heard from the security guards. Then you have the stylist and the personal assistant saying, we don't believe that. We had no idea of what was going on.
Well, under cross-examination, when Brian Steele crossed Brendan Paul and when he crossed, I think it was Jonathan Perez, he specifically asked them that when they were working as assistants for Puff, did they feel like they were committing crimes by doing things for him? And they said no.
They said no, right?
And he said that, do you feel like when Puffy had these hotel nights, when you were setting up hotel nights, that was his personal time? And they both said yes. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I thought from the beginning, man, when they were trying to implicate all of the security dudes and the assistants, that you're asking people to operate outside of the scope of their duties as employees, right? And they're supposed to step in and say, yo, Puff, don't slap her, or don't push her, don't, right? So you're gonna do that to your boss, and you're gonna jeopardize, you got a mortgage, 2 car payments, a kid in elementary school, and you're gonna step outside of that and challenge the boss, and then you get fired. And, you know, it was crazy, man.
Yeah. Are you shocked that they have seemingly agreed upon a bunch of things today? Remember, today they sent in a note. They said, we want to see some of... You nervous?
I'm nervous, kid.
Oh, man.
I'm nervous, man, because I don't want to see Puff. I don't want to see Puff do 30 years, man. I don't think he deserves 30 years. You know, like I say, I've been an in-courtroom observer all 7 weeks. I've been there every day except 3, and there's reasonable doubt everywhere. And I just don't think he needs to go to prison for 30 years, man.
So, and people asked this yesterday. They were asking this. They said, you got to ask Unc, because you had said you think it should be an acquittal across the board. A lot of people, including me, I think the strongest charges they have is the prostitution charge. You being in court, what would you think is the reasonable doubt that you would vote not guilty on those charges?
On the prostitution joint is because they purchased the services of these entertainers or strippers or whatever you want to call them from a company called Cowboys and Angels. Puff had an account with that company. He would pay that company. The company would send the entertainer. Now, obviously, after a while, once you take a liking, or Cassie took a liking to a particular entertainer, say the Punisher, right? So you request that specific one. But Puff paid the company. The stripper or the entertainer is a 1099 independent contractor of Cowboys and Angels. And on their website, it says, we do not engage in prostitution. And then after the Punisher left and started his own joint, thepunisher.com, he says he also listed on his website, we do not engage in prostitution. Now, you know,
let you tell it.
That, you know, when I think of
there's a question that people were getting cash. So they said, oh, Cassie would give me $800. Then after the sex, she would give me more money. And that's what the AUSA said. That's clear that based on the performance, you got paid for sex.
It's gratuity.
But how could you distinguish that wasn't payment for sex?
You can't. It could go. That could go either way.
Okay, so you think that's the doubt?
That could go either way.
Okay.
But just for me, with the lies that were told in the courtroom and on the stand.
And by the way, the judge agreed, saying, "Hey, listen, if you think some of these motherfuckers lied, you could throw their whole testimony out.
Disregard their whole testimony.
You could just.
Then that's everybody.
So you think everybody was telling
no
at least
question.
some lie?
Ain't no question, because Cassie lied about the balcony incident.
Do you think lied or was forgetful?
It was outright lie, man. It was a lie, man. Nicole Westmoreland brought that out. And I was talking to one of the reporters today. She's on a major network. And I was trying to, everybody heard it, man. The jury heard it. We all heard it. And Alexandra Shapiro asked for a mistrial as a result of it, right? Because she said that.
That's Banner saying she was hung over the balcony?
Banner was saying she got hung over the balcony in Los Angeles. And that Cassie was there. And Cassie was in New York with Puff at the Bad Boy reunion concert, right? And then in Cassie's civil suit, that same story is in there on page 19, paragraph 102. It also talked about the Kid Cudi car explosion in her civil suit.
Hey, by the way, for everyone who's in the chat, I see some of y'all trolling. There is no official verdict. TMZ has not reported either. They reported that there is a verdict that's been reached on 4 of the counts. No verdict yet on the RICO count. We're waiting. Lauren was just here. Actually, they came from court here assuming that the verdict, if any time, was going to come down tomorrow because it was looking a little bleak.
Yeah, I don't need to be back there to hear the verdict. I just need, I just need
Puff to walk out that room.
I just need. See, there's something in the United States of America that's called due process of law and a right to a fair trial. Right, and that my constitutional rights cannot be violated, no matter how vile you think I am, no matter how much you hate me, no matter how much you may think I might have jerked artists or I might have hung shine out the dry, or whatever speculation you may have about Kim Porter, whatever. You just may not like me, but that doesn't mean that I don't deserve a right to a fair trial. I'm an American citizen. I'm a taxpayer. And I deserve the due process of law. And academics, man, what I saw for 7 weeks, man, is that I saw a lot of motherfuckers come in there and get up on the
Because they said, bro, what fucked me up is when the lawyers was doing the closing and they told the jury, well, it's no evidence of P. Diddy blowing up that man's car. They said, who else would do it? Like, that fucked me up, man.
On the cross, do you want to be here? No. Were you subpoenaed to come here? Yes. How do you feel about Puff? I feel great about Puff. Do you want to testify against Puff? No. And then other ones.
Jane supposedly said that too, right?
I don't know what she said.
So supposedly, at least Lauren said that they were saying, hey, and now you're here testifying against Puff. And she says, wait, against? Like she was almost shocked that, her testimony is supposed to be used against him.
The only ones that didn't say that they didn't want to be there were the ones, Dawn Richard, who's got a $6.45 million lawsuit, civil suit pending against him. Mia has a $10 million suit pending against him. Brianna Boglin has a $10 million lawsuit pending against him.
Really?
And the day that Brianna Boglin took the stand, Cassie texted her that morning, along with Deontay Nash. They both text her that morning.
Go get your bag, girl.
Go, yeah, exactly. Something to that extent. Ain't
right?
No question.
Oh my God.
That and when you hear that, you know what I'm saying?
It's like a lineup.
I got my 20 mil. You go get you 10 now.
Oh,
and I'm gonna help you.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna put in my civil suit.
Basically, it's like a lie. Be like, hey, I'm gonna say this part, then you say that part. Then we connect it up. I vouch for you. You vouch for me. We all get this bread.
And if this nigga gets convicted, we all get paid. And if he gets convicted, Jane Doe's lawsuit will be promptly following.
Yeah, she claimed that she has no intention to follow.
Well, that's what Mouse said. That's what Jason Driscoll said. Puffy's attorney. They were arguing about, that witnesses are.
Hey, I'm telling you. That AC make a big difference, bro. It feels so much better, dog.
Yeah, I definitely think she's about to file a lawsuit.
If he's convicted. If he's found innocent,
I think she still might do it.
None of their lawsuits, I mean, they probably could file them, but they probably won't come to nothing.
Yeah, I think she'll file just because
that bitch look like a doo-doo.
You gotta remember, in civil court, the burden of proof is way lower. It's the preponderance of the evidence.
Right.
If If it leans one way, you vote that way. So it's like you basically need 51% as opposed you need 100% when it comes to this. So, yeah, this is trying times. I wonder what the family's thinking. I'm pretty sure all the family are in court right now.
Yeah, a lot of them is there. I saw his sister there today. I saw her in the cafeteria. I didn't see the boys. I really didn't go hang around the courtroom too much. People were just sitting in the overflow, just watching the screen. There really wasn't much going on. Just waiting for water to boil.
By the way, there's a new update. It says, in the well of the courtroom, everybody but Donaldson is in their seat. They're waiting. Sean Combs is leaning back. His legs are crossed. He does not look happy. He does not look happy. That's what Matthew Russell from Inner City Press is saying. He's also saying that
look at that white ass.
So he's explaining what the Allen charges. Lauren also did that too. It says an instruction. It's an instruction that a judge gives to a jury when they say they can't reach a verdict on one or more counts of an indictment. It says to go back and keep trying because no future jury would be positioned any better to make a decision. Okay? So the Allen charges would be the instruction to say, you guys got to figure this out one way or the other, which means that would be the opposite of accepting a hung jury saying that you can't make an agreement because they've made an agreement on 4 of the charges.
So Puff don't look happy, huh?
But and I could imagine his lawyers are telling him what this probably means. Hey, and Puff seems like he's a straight shooter. He's not the guy who you tell him lies to make him feel good. So yeah. I'm pretty sure they told him, hey, listen, it's not a good thing that they have came back this quick. Given the fact that they just asked for Cassie's thing. But it might be a good thing too. It might be a good, I think it's not a bad thing. If you're asking me, I think it's a better thing that they didn't take too long on Cassie. Because I think the thing with Cassie is that there's so much nuance and so much dirt there. And if you really start going over 11 years of a relationship of her pain, and then you're going to have somebody, maybe the social worker who's on the stand to say, well, everyone's going to give their experiences. They're going to relate that situation to maybe them, maybe a relative. That's how it's going to happen in the deliberation room, right? I thought to really parse through everything she was saying, because she's mentioned cheating. She's mentioned multiple freak-offs. She's mentioned Kid Cudi. She's mentioned beatings here, beatings there. To go through all of that, I think it's impossible that they're like, no, he's already guilty. I mean, from what I saw a lot of reasonable doubt. And also I saw what you could interpret as this is a toxic relationship. So you got to really parse through a lot of information for them to come back this quick, say we already got a verdict on it.
So they say they got a verdict on 2, 3, and 4?
2, 3, 4, and 5. So 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it's really they only need it on 2 and 4 because if you believe 2 is yes, well, 3 is
2
yes.
is 2 is the SCX trafficking?
Yeah, yes. If you believe that is true, then yes is yes prostitution. But that's why I'm confused. If you could agree on 2 and 4,
then you should be able to agree on 1.
Unless you don't believe there's an enterprise. You don't believe that, no, there's no RICO here. There's not an enterprise. We don't believe it's an enterprise. We don't believe that there was an agreement between the co-conspirators. Okay, yes, right. KK was the chief of staff, but she's like the assistants. She wasn't helping to do crimes. D-Rock was the bodyguard, but he wasn't helping to do crimes. So a RICO requires 2 or more people to be in a agreement, in a conspiracy to commit crimes and have a enterprise or an organization that the crime is being committed through. Also, there's a stipulation of time in a sense of a statute of limitations. One of the acts of the RICO, one of the predicate offenses, must have been committed in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And also between acts in the pattern, it can't be more than 10 years. So remember, he stops dealing with Cassie in 2019 or 18. It's 2024. That's 6 years. If you don't believe that he sex trafficked Jane Doe, if you don't believe that he's, any of these acts continued past, then you might say, well, the RICO, The statute of it could be a statute of limitations issue. It could be an enterprise issue. It could be a co-conspirator issue. Where's the two people, right? I don't think it's a predicate offenses issue. Can't be, because the predicate offenses, if you agree on 2, 3, 4, and 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5 basically all roll up into the RICO, because that's how they charge.
Right.
They charge them with the RICO, then they separate it for their strongest charges. They separated it because they know if we can't get them on RICO, we could get them on Cassie. If we can't get them on sex trafficking Cassie, we could get them on prostitution of Cassie. All right, then we got another victim, right? If we can't get him, you see, there were other sex trafficking victims that were claiming, like they were trying to say Gina, but she was weak. That's why she never got a standalone charge. They wrapped her up into the forced labor and sex trafficking charge in the RICO, but she didn't show up. They knew she was gonna pull a fast one on.
Victim 5 didn't show up either.
Yeah, so it's getting down to the wire. I hope Lauren has made it.
Wow, I don't know what to think, man. You know, I would just hate for.
Okay, here we go. The judge says I've received each side's proposal. Mr. Agnifilo, your proposal, there is not much there. Agnifilo says we are not remotely at a place where the jury needs to deliberate. We're not remotely at a place where the jury needs to deliberate efficiently. They are remarkably efficient. They already have 4 verdicts. So I guess he's saying let him go back up in there, right? The judge says I wouldn't call the government proposal an Allen charge, because an Allen charge is saying you got to go up in there and go get it. It reminds the jury of the instruction I previously gave on the duty to deliberate. I could simply recite the jury charge. And this is the jury charge. It says, again, your verdict must be unanimous, but you are not bound to surrender your honest convictions concerning the effect or the weight of the evidence for the mere purpose of returning a verdict, or solely because of the opinion of other jurors. Each of you must make your own decision about the proper outcome of this case based on your consideration of the evidence and your discussions with your fellow jurors. No juror should surrender his or her conscientious beliefs for the purpose of returning a unanimous verdict. I'm confused. I'm gonna tell you why. If they so stuck on that, unless it's for the elements I said, why are they not stuck on anything else? Like, I can't tell why they're so stuck on this one piece of. It can't be the arson. Like, let's think about if it was the predicate offenses, right? The predicate offenses include arson,
robbery.
It can't be that.
Kidnapping,
possession,
distribution,
witness tampering,
right?
They had the aid and abetting of sex trafficking, forced labor. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really don't think those are the. It can't be that, bro. It can't be that. It can't be that. Diddy right now is he's sweating bullets, man.
100%, man. He's been that, man. You know what I think, man? And this is just pure speculation on my part. I think it's tough for Puff to sit there and know what he did for these people. You know, not saying he's the best individual in the world, and then to be faced with this situation, man, where his freedom and his family is at stake, man. Knowing that the story that these people told is not true, and then they got on the stand and lied and perjured themselves in court, and that still didn't matter. And it's crazy, man. And Agnifilo, when he started his closing argument, he says, this man, Sean Combs, has been charged with the most serious crime on the books and the most confusing crime on the books, and that's racketeering conspiracy. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I don't see how they can come back and have 2, 3, and 4 and not 1.
I'm wondering if
I don't know, man.
I'm wondering what the strategy here is. If Agnifilo is trying to say, send them back in there, and if they did, I don't even know if this is a thing. maybe if they continue to deliberate, maybe a little bit more clarity could come, and maybe all of this could fall our way. I don't know what they're thinking the verdict seemingly is already, but there's an update. Inifilo says, we're not at that point yet. I'm not saying we would be at that point on Thursday, which is July 3rd, or Monday. Let's wait and see. I'm putting stock in that they've reached verdicts on 4 counts. The judge says I'm going with that. But I may
So he knows whether it's guilty or not guilty on 4 of the counts.
It would have, well, he wouldn't know for sure.
Or he just knows they've reached a verdict.
They've reached a verdict, but
he don't know whether it's guilty or not guilty.
But he's a lawyer. They probably have convened. They know way more than me and you. They have probably looked at this 50,000 ways in the probabilities to say, if we're going to get a hung jury, we're going to get it here. If we're going to get a indecision, because you got to remember, even when we think about, say, like Harvey Weinstein, there was one of his, charges that they couldn't decide on. So they had to explore the possibilities of they're not going to agree. It might be unlikely that they agree on everything. What are the steps if they don't agree on everything? And what are the things they might not agree on that we should prepare for? This is a really efficient legal team. They plan for everything. The next thing the judge says, I could tell them that they could return on July 3rd. I think we could arrange that. What do the parties think? Comey says, we'd like to give them the option to deliberate on the 3rd. Agnifilo says, 1 second, Your Honor. The judge says yes. Agnifilo says, our preference is that you don't tell them now about Thursday. The downside is the jurors might feel rushed to reach a verdict to avoid the Thursday issue. Let them deliberate tomorrow, and you could ask at the end of tomorrow. So it looks like, another one. The judge says, so the defense would have no objection to them deliberating on the 3rd. Now, if you guys don't know, it was supposedly understood that the 3rd would be most likely an off day, even though it's not a federal holiday, but it's the day before. The 3rd is Thursday. So remember when I gave you guys the timeline, it was supposed to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. If we don't get a verdict by then, you're sitting the holiday weekend, and then you're coming back Monday and hopefully.
Right, but the judge did say that even though the court was closed on Thursday, that he would open it up and allow them to come in and continue to deliberate on Thursday, even though there would be nobody else in the building.
Yeah. So
I want to know, do they know whether it's guilty or not guilty? And then from what you were saying about Puff's body language, I wonder if they know.
Well, let's play this out. Right? If you believe that there is
pure speculation.
Yeah, pure speculation.
Pure speculation.
But let's play this out. If we believe that Diddy has 4 not guilty verdicts, right? That's already in for 2, 3, 4, and 5. If I'm Agnifilo, I want him to come back with the RICO now. I don't want to give more time. I would, if I'm already thinking that the majority of the verdict is saying not guilty,
make them come on back.
Let them come on back and say,
because they're already not guilty.
Because they're seeing the bullshit in the case. They're seeing that there's no sex traffic here. There's no prostitution here.
It's hard for me to look at this shit, man, because I don't see none of them charges, man. And I was there every day, Act. And I must be, Sean G must be, either I'm just so blind and biased.
Let me ask you a question.
Or I don't, but I didn't see none of this, man.
I watched you, and shit, we watched you at length. And as you talked about this is why people love hearing your perspective. You talk passionately, but you also talked about your experience with the legal system.
Mm-hmm.
Does some of what you see happening with Diddy and happening in the courtroom, does that kind of remind you of just maybe persecution in general? Because you went through the system, right?
Right. My case, I didn't go to trial. I pled out. An undercover agent, black girl, undercover agent.
I'm gonna keep the live going, man. It's 2:00. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna end it. I learned how to end it from my phone, but I gotta get ready. I'm gonna get ready for work and shit. So, but I'm gonna leave this plan though. I'm gonna move my camera and I'm gonna keep this on.
I knew I was wrong. I was doing wrong. You know, there was no trial. And once they showed me the video, when me and my attorney went and saw the video, I knew I was busted. I was going to plea out. But when I got to the Joint Act and I started to hear stories of black men on their first nonviolent drug offense getting 240 months.
Jesus.
Right? Another guy, honorable discharge from the Air Force, got involved in the drug game, nonviolent drug offense, first offense, 360 months, right? That's 30 years. 240 months is 20 years. And this story was repetitive. Everyone had a story like that. And 10 years was like, you know, the Happy Meal. Everybody had 10. And, you know, I used to think like, and they used to tell me these stories about how they were fucked around when they went to trial or with the prosecutors and things. And, you know, you don't really believe people, but I was in the courtroom for Puff's trial, man, and this was a butcher job on behalf of the Southern District of New York, and you had a judge who was grossly inexperienced and ill-equipped to handle a case of this magnitude. And for me, when Cassie said that she loved her and Puffy's past, that was it for me. And then once Breonna Boglin got on the stand and perjured herself, it was a wrap for me. There was nothing nobody could say to change my mind that alone was enough to let cut Puff free, right? Because let's take, for instance, the Luigi Mangione joint, right? He runs up behind the dude, shoots him in the back of the head. The dude's fault. He shoots him, right? Mm-hmm. And we have that on video. That's conclusive. Nigga, you out of here. There's no argument you can make. The same way they had for me. I was on film. Wire. There's no argument I can make. This whole case, academics,
I hurt feelings,
is other people with a financial incentive. Not $200,000, not $300,000, which would be crazy too, but $10 million. Getting on the stand and their whole story getting demolished and crushed under cross-examination and lies and perjury being exposed, and this evidence being allowed to be entered.
Yeah.
And this man is facing 30 years in prison as a result of that. And like you said out from the jump start, the enterprise, what's the enterprise? Bad Boy is a legitimate record company. Sean John is a legitimate clothing company. Ciroc is a legitimate liquor company. Revolt TV, these are legitimate businesses that this shit is just crazy to me, man. And, you know,
I think they looked at everything, and in trying to, I think if they were gonna bring the RICO, and trust me, I know they had to try. When they usually bring in a company like that legitimately has a official and a legitimate business purpose, they usually look for other illicit things that maybe they're doing knowingly or whatever. Maybe a tax crime, a wire fraud, maybe something with money laundering. None of that really. The most they could say is, I think there was a flight booked and it came from this account. And, you know, it becomes a little bit weak when it comes to that. By the way, the judge has instructed the jury. The judge brought the jury back and said, welcome back. I received your note that you received.
Oh, they back in the court?
You reached a verdict on count 2 to 5.
Wow.
I ask that you continue deliberating, discuss, and weigh your respective opinions dispassionately and follow my instructions on the law. I ask you to return to the jury room. If you decide you're done for the day, send me another note, and I'll bring you out at the end of the day. The jurors are leaving, so I'm guessing they're going to have a quick talk to say, we think we can figure it out today, or let's come back tomorrow. You got to realize it's 5:21 p.m. right now on the East Coast. I could imagine if they think that they're closer, or who knows, maybe they'll be like, hey, all right, we'll stick around till 7, but we're going to get a verdict today. But the question I wanted to ask, which I don't know if you could answer, but I'm wondering, are these decisions for 2 to 5, are those locked in? Because sometimes when you're arguing about one thing, it might then change how you think about another thing. And you might be like, no, I want to change my answer on that. I'm not that unanimous on that now. And I'm wondering if they could reverse that, or this is a
new information.
Yeah. Once you have said, I put my verdict in, and it's been stamped as unanimous, that's locked in stone. Because if that's the case, we're working off this one charge, which is RICO.
Yo, how could you be unanimous, man? I can't. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, we also got to think,
Well, let me not speculate, because I don't know. He could be not guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I think
could be.
I think 2 and 4. I think 2 and 4. They said not guilty.
Why you say that?
I think they would have argued a lot more if they were going to say that
2 and 4 is the SEX trafficking,
yes.
and 4 is the SEX prostitution.
5 and 3 are the prostitution. I think they said, hey, it is what it is. My dude was getting them prostitutes. Even though I get your explanation about it was getting to a third party, I think a lot of people, and also here's the thing, we don't know what's going on in the deliberation room. For them to must have an argument or confusion to ask the judge, we need to see some stuff from Cassie, they might also start, okay, well, sometimes you gotta, all right, we'll give you this, the prostitution. We're not giving you the sex trafficking. I still think that works for Diddy. Again, a clean sweep I thought was highly unlikely. I think if Diddy gets convicted of 2 charges, which is the prostitution charges, all the sentencing guidelines suggest that he wouldn't be doing 2 years. All the sentencing guidelines
would not be doing 2 years?
Would not.
I think they're going to try to give him a dime, man.
That's the max.
I think they're going to try to give him a dime, man.
Well, the max for the prostitution is 10 years. So the 2, unless they're not going to run it consecutive, they're going to run it concurrent. So if those are the only 2, the max he's going to face is 10. It's highly improbable that a guy with no criminal history, right, is going to get the max. Actually, federal sentencing guidelines.
Yeah, he's going to be category 0.
Says, yeah, you're going to be within a range, and the range is going to be within maybe even time served, all the way up to maybe like 18 months, 22 months. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, he'll be a category 0, because on the sentencing guidelines chart, it's a chart, and category 0, 1, 2, 3, and the more criminal history you got, the further you go over to the category 4 and 5.
And what has been said is that in federal court, there's a lot less wiggle room for the judge just to throw the book at you.
Well, he can get a downward departure if we get to that point. And I just want to say to everybody, this is pure speculation. If it were to get to this point, the judge could give a downward departure, like on what you're saying. He doesn't have any criminal history, right? So I'm not going to get you at the high end of the guideline range. I'm not even going to get you at the low. I'm going to go beneath the...
Well, the prostitution's one. So in federal court, it's a little bit different. So in state court, you can. In federal court, they have mandatory minimums. They can't. The only 2 ways is you have to have a 5K1 letter, which means you cooperate. Or a Rule 35, which is that's post-conviction relief. And they have another way for a safety valve, but it's really rigid. Here's the thing. There's no mandatory minimum on the prostitution charges. There is, I believe, a 15-year for the sex trafficking and also the RICO. So the minimum he could get is 15 years for 1, 2, or 4. So if any of those come back guilty, they can't sentence him below 15 years. And at this point, because he went to trial, he's not going to get 15. They're probably going to give him 20, maybe 18. You get me? If it was a plea and he had pled, that's, you had mentioned what the plea was before.
186 months is what I heard.
How much years is that?
That's 15 years, 15 and a half. 15 years, 6 months.
There you go. So that would have been essentially like pleading to one of those charges, and
But I would have been pleading to everything.
Exactly, right?
Make the whole thing go away. Now there's an asset forfeiture clause in the indictment as well, which I'm sure he was trying to avoid. He might, that's why he couldn't take the plea, because then he opens himself up for all of his assets to get seized. So he was like, "Fuck it, if y'all gonna try to take my shit, we might as well just tie your sneakers up. Let's go."
Yeah.
And that's the thing, man. But let me. I want to reserve, on the flip side of that coin, on the optimistic side, if all of his things are not guilty, this is good for Puff, man. This is good. If the verdict on 2, 3, 4, and 5, am I saying that right?
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah.
If it's not guilty, it's a win. And he may be there saying, "Damn, nigga, I'm not guilty on them, but I'm sweating out." He's sweating out the RICO.
Yeah.
But then, let me ask you, could he be convicted of the RICO if he's not guilty on 2, 3, 4, and 5? Unless it's drug distribution and bribery. Yeah, maybe, right?
Yeah, but that's why I said the judge made it a way where he could still get a RICO charge without a sex charge. But my confusion is, if you're claiming, I get it's a criminal organization, but isn't the whole prosecutor's demeanor or narrative about the case is that all of this was to facilitate this guy's criminal sexual fetishes? It wasn't to facilitate him robbing people or kidnapping people. He was doing that he could still get his rocks off. So if you're saying you can't prove that he was sex trafficking, I feel like the whole RICO falls apart, because that was the main objective of that organization as they were trying to put it. But you never know. By the way, we did get a new note from the court. The judge says we've received a note from the jurors. They're done for the day, and they will resume tomorrow. We're going to bring them back out. The jurors come back in, and the judge literally tells them very briefly, "Thank you. Go to tomorrow. Go directly into the jury room. Just keep an open mind. Do not read or watch anything about the case. We'll see each other tomorrow. All rise." The jurors leave. The judge says anything, and the prosecution nor the defense has anything for him. So they're adjourned. So Lauren is probably going to
sidebar.
Sidebar. We need a sidebar now.
Jury need a sidebar.
What do you think Diddy's thinking right now? Again, this
nigga, he ain't sleeping, man.
You don't think he got no sleep?
No. You wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Me neither.
Your stomach is turning, right?
He's depressed, man. This dude is in a state of depression that's unbelievable. I was in a depression for 3.5 years, man. This was before I even went. The prison saved me. That's where I came out of my depression.
Really?
Yeah, because the suffering is the not knowing, right? The unknown. Sitting around waiting. Am I going to get home confinement? Am I going to get probation? Who's going to take care of my son? That was the mother, this one stabbed me in the back. This one is agreed to cooperate with me. I love this person. I ain't heard nobody calling. That is the hard part, kid. Once you get to prison and you get dressed out, you get your uniform, you get your mat, you get your bunk, you settle in and you say, okay, I'm here. Let me start doing my time. Ain't nothing I could do. That was where I began my comeback. But, fighting my case is treachery, man, on the soul, man.
Yeah, again, I keep going back to the story. I talked to 6ix9ine. He's locked up, and he says he was locked up with Diddy. He says,
who's 6ix9ine?
Tekashi 6ix9ine.
He locked up now?
No. He was, because he had a probation violation, so they locked him up for like a month or two.
In MDC?
Yeah. And he says, I'm in there with Diddy, and he was in there with Sam Bankman-Fried. That's when I talked to Diddy, because I didn't even believe they were in the same thing. And he said, yo, Diddy, come talk to Act. And first time I ever heard his voice speaking to me. Say, yo, what up, Playboy? First thing he said to me, because I thought he was mad at me about some of the Young Miami stuff. He said, I never had nothing against you, right? And I was just like, I didn't even know, But what 6ix9ine told me, he
This
said
is on the jail phone or a cell phone?
no, jail phone. This is it's a jail phone.
And every couple minutes it goes, this call is from an inmate at a federal correctional institution.
Of course. But what Tekashi told me, he said, when I came in here, Diddy was sleeping all day and all night.
Yeah.
He was depressed. And he said, I gave him some words of encouragement because I went through a RICO. And I told him, I said, you can't just sleep all day. You got to fight. And I think those words did affect Diddy a bit because Diddy finally hired some great PR people because he was getting killed in the media. Like, we were hearing all type of things. Like, we were hearing, Diddy fucked like 3 animals. He fucked like some cows. He fucked some kids. And you're like, yo, this guy's just a monster.
They had me hook, line, and sinker.
And when you see the federal case and you're like, so you're telling me 2 victims, you're telling me that, yeah, he was a wild boy, but actually most of the stuff we saw in most of the federal, in most of the civil cases, that wasn't his MO. We heard it from the escorts. Say he's a guy who liked to have those freaky type of nights, but there was an MO to it. The other stuff we were seeing in those civil lawsuits, yo, he was in the room with 5 rappers and he was like, yo, hold her down. Like, that never happened. But that's what polluted the airwaves. And then I also was saying early on, I said, and what did you think about this? That video poisoned so many people's minds. I remember the day that shit dropped.
Yeah.
I said, whatever they said that nigga did, he did it.
Yeah.
Do you think that he could get a fair trial in a venue like New York City? Or do you even think he'd get a fair trial anywhere, especially when that video was out there? Because I think most, I don't know how it works in federal court, he could have opted for a non-jury trial as well, right? That's very rare, but, we could opt for a non-jury trial if you feel like the judge could be the one who could be the arbiter of your fate, Most people usually go with the jury trial because, again, you have more people that could lean your way. You never know what that judge could do. But did you think he could get a fair trial after that video?
I thought he was dead in the water. I wasn't even thinking about a trial. I was like you. I said he did it. Whatever they say he did it. Because I had already believed that he was gay. I had already believed that he engaged with little people, young people. I had believed everything. I believed everything that I heard. And then when I saw the video, it sealed the deal for me. He's dead, guilty. Yeah, he did it. And I went, academics, word is born. I went to Cassie's testimony. I went to the Eastern District of New York in Brooklyn first to get a press pass about 2 months before the trial. They said, Sean, you don't get it here. You got to go to the Southern District of New York. I went down there. They said, man, we don't give no press passes. First come, first serve. So I said, I bet. So when Cassie got on the stand, I went to the court to hear Cassie bust his head to the white meat based upon the video, academics.
Yeah.
I hate this man. This man is a monster. I saw him buy 600 keys from this cartel in Southern California. We flew it back on his private jet. I saw him go behind this building with 3 dudes and this Mexican dude. Only 1 dude came back. I snuck around the corner and saw 2 dudes laying there. To really, I felt that. And then I'm thinking sex dungeons. They got her tied up, feeding her food out of a dog bowl and opening the door. Everybody come on in and hit it. Do your thing. Y'all come. And
come up here. She right here.
I went to the trial to hear her say that.
I ain't gonna lie, I was there ready to hear that.
I went to the trial.
The whole time I was waiting for them to say, and then Meek Mill comes in the room. I'm like, I've been hearing about that shit. Finally, they mentioned it. Never heard about that.
I'm sitting up, man. Got Sean B. Listen, and they start putting all these text messages up. Cassie saying, I was just thinking about your big black dick in me, stroking me. I'm horny right now. I can't wait to do a freak off. I I want a big dick in my mouth and you stroking me from the back. And I'm looking at and I'm saying, hold up. Cassie saying this, and this is the assistant U.S. attorney who's doing the direct examination, who's putting these exhibits up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started to come out of my spell.
When she's walking up there, she's pregnant, she's probably waddling a little bit. She gets teary-eyed quickly. Are you saying this is before she gets in the depth of the testimony? Are you saying, yo, Puff's an asshole, man? Like, because she looks pregnant.
I'm influenced by everything, man.
Yeah.
I'm open like a token.
Yeah.
I'm open like a window. Whatever they say, I'm believing it.
Yeah.
And then under the cross-examination, Anna Esteveo, Puffy's attorney, she didn't run down on her and gorilla her on the stand. She was very nice to Cassie.
Yeah, that was a hell of an approach.
And academics, I sat there and I listened, and I heard Cassie become a defense witness for Puff.
On cross?
On the cross. Cross-examination. Talking about how much I love them. Her and Puffy texted. One text message said, Puffy said, let me hurry up and go to sleep so I can wake up and see you tomorrow. I love you that much. I love you so much, I want you make me cry. This is what Puffy's texting her. And she texting him back, I love you so much, you make me a better daughter, sister, brother, everything. I want to have your baby. Happy Father's Day. And I'm like, wait a minute, man. And then they got to the video joint. And they said, this ain't no 13-second loop video. This is a 6-minute video. And after that, Cassie went to her crib by Uber. Puffy texted her like 8 times, baby, please come back. Baby, please, please. Please come back, please. The police go to Cassie's apartment from something else, from some noise, go in, throw her friend up against the wall, Kerry, and tell Cassie, give me your ID. Cassie, I ain't giving you nothing.
The police go up in there.
The police went to Cassie's crib. Give me your ID. I ain't giving you my driver's license. And Kerry's friend said, tell her what happened, Cassie. Cassie said, ain't nothing happened. This is after he whooped her ass in the hole. Ain't nothing happened. I ain't got nothing to say. No statement.
Yeah.
Few hours later, or it may have even been the next day, she go back by Puffy's crib.
Claudia.
She go back by Puffy's crib, and then they go to the movie premiere together. And I said, well, man, wait a minute, man. Where's the chain to the hot water heater?
Oh, hold on. Lauren's on the way back. She said we can order some pizza. Let's order some pizza. Do you want pizza?
Yeah, it's pepperoni.
Oh, pepperoni. Yeah,
at the ceremony, I ran in the Joni.
Let's get some pepperoni. What was your favorite brand?
Don't matter.
All right, let's get some good pepperoni, all right?
Academics. They go to the movie premiere together, man, the same night. And I'm looking at all these texts, and all they telling each other.
What's your demeanor watching this shit now? Because
I'm like, man, they loved each other.
Yeah.
Where is the chain to the hot water heater in the basement?
When we heard about the R. Kelly case, we heard that R. Kelly would sometimes have them sit in the corner, look at the wall. You can't talk to no one. And it was that type of supposed control that we were trying to hear where, yo, he locked her up for 5 days.
I'm so glad, Puffy, one of Puffy's texts, I'm so glad you came to Atlanta to see me under your own accord. And Cassie texts him back, said, baby, I'll go anywhere to see you. Academic, and I'm sitting up in the joint, and I'm like, wait a minute, man. This ain't what y'all told me on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. This ain't what y'all told me, man, on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. Y'all told me this man was gay. Y'all told me this man messed with little people.
Right.
And then I'm thinking a freak off is an all-white party, and in one of his houses, and there's this special room with 17, 18 people in there, condoms all on the floor, they swinging from. And Cassie said a freak off.
I'm going to be honest. I thought we would have heard a lot more of, at one time, they held me down.
Talk about it. Doing it. Talk about it.
That's what I was thinking I was going to hear. One time I told him, I'm not doing this. He holds me down, and the guy is just fucking me.
Pounding me.
I was ready to hear that.
Cassie said a freak off was nothing more than me, Sean, Puffy, and a male escort. I said, that's it. And he used to he'd stand over there in the corner, he'd be butt naked with a baseball cap on, and he'd watch the dude knock Cassie down. Then he'd walk out, and Cassie walk out in the other room, and then she come back in and ask the Punisher, do you want to finish? And I said, this is a freak off, just 3 people? And that was it. And he used to stand there.
20 people, I'm not going to lie.
Me too.
I'm not.
I thought that's the way they build it. Some senators, some A-list, Hollywood actors, that's the way. You understand? And all he liked.
All of a sudden, Cuba Gooding Jr. walked in the room.
All of them. And then after she got off the stand, I said, Sean, you got to keep coming back. I wasn't going to go back. I said, Sean, you got to keep going back.
Cassie was the main attraction. You wanted to see Cassie to hear firsthand testimony.
Bury him. Bury him. Bury him. If anybody could have buried him, Cassie could have buried him, and she didn't. She's got on the stand and said she loved him. She was insanely jealous of Kim Porter, insanely jealous of Gina. You understand? She wanted to spend Thanksgiving with Puff. She wanted to spend Christmas with Puff. He only spent time with her on New Year's. She wanted to have his baby. And Puffy loved her too. He didn't want no other niggas around her. And I said, man, I ain't going back. But then I said, Sean, go back. Because now everybody talking like, because when we first get down there, I'm the only nigga that's pro-Puff.
Yeah. How was the energy towards you?
Man, they was looking at me like I stink. They was looking at me like I stink. Everybody. You for Puff, you black females, black dudes, white females, everybody. I was the Lone Ranger. I was the Lone Ranger. And as the case progressed, because after Cassie, now everybody who anti-Puff, they whole theory blown in the water. Oh yeah, this is just the first week. The prosecution, they not going, you understand, come with their heavy hitters the first week. They going to save that for later. Oh, for real? All right, so let me keep coming. And as I kept coming, their witness testimony got worse and worse and worse. And they got crushed under cross-examination. And I would go out and do my lives, and the people would hear it, and then that's when T. Sattels and the black girls from ABC and CBS and they started going to the marshals and the judge saying, you got to get him out of here.
Why?
Because I was talking a whole different narrative. They was coming out doing selective reporting, only reporting the direct examination. I was coming out reporting the direct and the cross.
Yeah.
You understand? So I was upsetting the apple cart as far as the narrative on mainstream media and down there at the thing. And after about week 4, week 5, then you started to see TMZ and other platforms like Puff, kind of quasi-pro-Puff. But that was from the God, man. Well, that was from me.
Do you think that going into this, that Diddy's team, and I think they knew, hey, listen, we're not only fighting this case. And by the way, I've said this before, like Diddy's PR team, because the government won't send or release certain exhibits. So Diddy's PR team, they'll say, hey, I know y'all ain't in court, but this isn't publicly, it's supposed to be in the docket. Y'all don't have it right now. Here it is. This is on the docket. It's not no secret file. Go read the message between Puff and Cassie. And do you think that they realized they had to fight this case not only in the court of law, but they have to change the minds of the people who come on, who are woke and who are saying, hey, We already seen the video, nigga. You've been guilty. Like, we came up in this shit. You've been guilty. This is guilty. You better tell us. You better show us how you innocent, bro.
Public opinion. Nigga, academics, I lost 700 Instagram followers.
Oh, wow.
Because I was posting on my Instagram pictures of Puff, me and Puff. You know, I'm riding with this nigga, man. You understand? I lost subscribers. So the PR, Puffy had no PR. All his PR was anti-Puff. You understand? I was the first one. And even the niggas that was pro-Puff, excuse me for cutting you off, they was scared to say they was because they needed acceptance. They wanted to be, nobody wanted to stand out. But that's what I like to do.
Do you think that this case is easier, or would have probably even maybe one of the raises of the mistrial would have been, hey, yo, listen, yo, we going home. If this narrative wasn't built up that, no, just keep waiting. You're going to see, because here's the thing. I watched the whole trial, and, you know, some people are shocked that Diddy didn't do much of a defense. I wasn't. He didn't actually present a defense. He didn't put no witness up there.
He didn't need to.
I was, the whole time I'm watching the case for the prosecution, I was waiting on the smoking gun.
Talk to him, academics. Me too.
So I'm waiting on the smoking gun. And then all they could give me is salacious shit. It's like they gave me gossip blog material. Hey, did you know Diddy like having semen rub on his nipples? But what that got to do with the guilty or not? No, but do you know that? This is a headline. And they would give that, and I was like, where's the smoking gun?
We all was there for that. And they kept saying, oh, the prosecution ain't going to put it all out in the first week. We're going to be here at least 6 weeks.
Did you think you've seen, or what do you think they thought it was, the smoking gun? Because if it wasn't Cassie, do they think it was the video? But we didn't get anyone later that said, oh, I told this nigga here, or this is what happened. This is how this.
It kept changing. First it was Cassie. And once I saw Cassie say on the stand, Anna Esteveo asked her, did you love Sean? She said, yes, I did. And I believe Sean loved me. Do you hate Sean? No, I don't hate him. Do you still love Sean? And she said, and she caught herself because her husband was right there and Puff was right there. She said, I loved our past. But see, you have to be a player. See, if you ain't no player, if women ain't your thing, and see, women is my thing, right? You can tell in the inflection of a woman's voice if she still loves a man by the way her tone and how she talks and couches her language. And on the stand, academics, you could see as clear as day, she still loved him. She still loves him. And she didn't want to hurt him. She didn't want to have to testify. She just wanted her 20 millions and run off in the bushes. And
she had moved back with her parents, huh?
She had moved back with her parents, with her husband and kids. They was broke from what the story was.
Driving a Kia.
What it came out. On the stand under cross-examination.
Jaguar to the Kia will do it.
And I heard in that girl's voice while she was testifying, I said, she still love this nigga. And this nigga still love her. They both fronting in this courtroom. But I don't think she thought it was going to go that far. But I was waiting for the smoking gun too. And the smoking gun kept changing. All right? It was Cassie. Then it wasn't Cassie. Now it's Kid Cudi. Okay, Kid Cudi.
Kid Cudi helped him.
Kid Cudi got up there lying. Okay, now it's Capricorn Clark.
What Kid Cudi lied about?
Kid Cudi got up there and lied and said that he called Puffy on Puffy's phone. Puffy answered the phone, and he said, you in my house, motherfucker? Kid Cudi said, you in my house, motherfucker? This was happening on the stand. And Puffy said, yeah, I'm here. I'm waiting for you.
That might not be a lie, but because that's not even a charged thing.
The
trespass is not a charge.
And Kid Cudi said, all right, wait there, I'm on my way. And then say when he got there, Puffy was gone.
Remember, trespassing, first of all, that's not a federal charge. Number two, what Kid Cudi definitely, and that's why I think Kid Cudi helped him, Kid Cudi could have said, if he really wanted to be a help to the prosecutor, yeah, when that nigga broke in, he went through my Christmas gifts and he stole a Gucci bag. He stole this. That's now burglary. See, now that's some shit.
That's why the story, you know what I'm saying?
So trespassing is like, okay, so he went through the gifts.
Put his dog in the bathroom.
Dog in the bathroom. Did he take anything? No.
And they spent a lot of time on this motherfucking dog.
How did he get in the house? No forced entry.
Right. The dog, that lady came out, said, Brian, whoever crossed me says, didn't you leave your door open? Didn't you leave your door? He said, yeah, I left my door open. So that gets rid of the break-in, right? Which is what the narrative was, right? And put the dog in the bathroom. And the only gifts that was open were female gifts. Now, the gossip around the courtroom was that it was either Cassie or his ex-girlfriend.
Cassie backdoored him.
Is either Cassie or his ex-girlfriend cut the roof and dropped the joint in there. You understand? But then it was Kid Cudi. Now it's Mia. Mia's the smoking gun. Oh, it ain't Mia. Now it's Jane Doe. Jane Doe's smoking. Oh, now it's Brendan Paul, the drug mule. It never came, man.
Then Banner was a disgrace. Dawn Rashad, I wonder what's going to happen with her civil case.
Trash can.
I think if her civil lawyer got to say, we prepped you too well for you to go up there and fuck up like that.
13 lies.
You got exposed.
She told 13 lies on the stand. Dawn Rashad told 4 different stories of the eggs on the skillet. Told a story that they was at this film festival in Canada and Puffy beat upside the head and dragged her. And we later found out under cross that Puffy had a videographer crew that followed them the whole time they was there, and none of this ever happened.
Really?
Yeah. She wanted to come back and work with Puff after she left. Mia wanted to come back and work with Puff after she left.
One thing I didn't like, and, you know, I want to be also sensitive to potential victims or victims themselves, is that here's the thing. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? There is no way to prove in the minds of when you get to the Dr. Hughes of the world that this person didn't have animosity until now when the money is available. Because if you say, well, if I did that in 2017,
malingering.
What about in 2018 and 2019? You sent me birthday wishes. You wanted to come back and work. We did this together. You said, hey, don't disband the group. Let's keep collaborating. If that doesn't...
And I threatened to kill you. You testified I threatened to kill you. But yeah, you want to come back and work with me.
That's the thing that makes it difficult, because if we now say, to me, that would be rational. But you get Dr. Hughes going to say, well, irrational behavior is what a victim does. So it's like, okay, so if she stays, it's Stockholm Syndrome. If she leaves and comes back for the money, it's because she's still a victim. There's no way that Diddy could prove that she's capping out. She's lying for the money.
Dr. Dawn Hughes was an employee of the Southern District of New York at one point when she gets out of college. Dr. Dawn Hughes is supposed to be an expert witness, a blind witness. Never diagnosed, sat with Cassie to diagnose anything. And all of this came under her cross-examination by Jonathan Bach, who works with Alexandra Shapiro. He destroyed her. After Mark Agnifilo gave the opening statement, she met with federal prosecutors 8 times, Dr. Dawn Hughes. The 7th time was after Mark Agnifilo gave his opening statement, which is highly unethical. And then after Cassie gave 3 days of testimony, she met with the prosecutors again to start tailoring their language in their motions and briefs of what to say so that it fits into her testimony about Stockholm Syndrome and all of this. And let me say this to the women, man. My mother was I watched my mother be a part of domestic violence, as a little boy. It traumatized me in the 1970s. So I'm not condoning domestic violence against women. I don't hit women. So just want to qualify for that I'm not insensitive to domestic violence and men beating on women. I watched my mother go through it. And she met with them after these are so as this kept going, I said, man, they lying on this man. They lying on this man. And the smoking gun never came, man. Never. And for Puff to be, if I'm sitting here, y'all, and I'm this passionate about it, imagine how Puff is sitting there and they looking at giving them 30 calendars, man.
By the way, we have a donation here. Phantom Studios Alchemy, thank you for the donation. He says, the objective is to stand up for what's right, but they're trying to make an example out of Puff. Do you think that what's happening now is the idea is to make an example out of Puff? And, you know, there are people who have these, you know, theories that somehow he may have rubbed maybe people the wrong way along his path, and it's his time for the example to be made.
Well, that's the narrative, right? But ain't that the same thing me and you just discussed? What we drank the Kool-Aid about everything else, right? Oh, this is Diageo, this is that coming back on him. Karma. I don't know what it is, and I'm not going to speculate. What's reality is that, you know, this nigga is sitting in court, and people have gotten on the stand and lied on him, man. And he's facing a potential 30 years, man. And that his attorneys requested 2 mistrials, right? There's been prosecutorial misconduct, pre-trial, violation of attorney-client privilege, taking pictures of his notes while he's out at MDC Brooklyn. Mm-hmm. It's been wild, man.
Hey, Hazel Days, is this true? And someone sent over the link if it's true. They said, you got to check it out. Gina just did a small interview. Look it up. She said Diddy is not dangerous. I'm not sure if this is true. We need to fact check this. Did Gina do any interviews? Remember, she was supposed to be a victim.
Didn't show.
I'm wondering how, like, that's a very interesting situation.
How do you not show? And then how is that not a mistrial? Your witness ain't showing, and you built your whole bail denial of the bail?
Somebody says TMZ? No way she did TMZ. No way.
You denied him bail, all on Gina's being a witness, all these witnesses, and they never come.
Oh my God, she did. Wait, we're gonna be able to play this live. She was leaving a Whole Foods in Las Vegas on Monday, and a photographer asked her the questions. Here's the interesting part. The feds is claiming they couldn't get in contact with her, but a photographer called her leaving Whole Foods. Let's hear it. I'm going to play it live.
I think she told him she wasn't coming, even if they did find him.
Yeah, I think they didn't like optically to either threaten jail with her. So I think that's why they just like let it go. They probably thought they had enough. Here we go.
Wait, hold on. I have a quick question for you. You think Diddy's gonna win this trial? Before you go, that's what I want to know. If Diddy does win this trial, do you think your life will be threatened in any kind of way? No. You don't think so? You think everything will be safe? Because the girl Aubrey O'Day, she said that.
So she said if Diddy wins, so they asked, if Diddy wins the trial, do you think you will be threatened? Your life will be threatened. She says no. So now he's bringing up Aubrey O'Day, who was a Danny Kane,
Danny Kane, yeah,
one of the group. They're saying, well, that's what her thing was, right? Here we go.
Diddy wins, she gonna leave the country.
I mean, he never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
Diddy never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared. This was supposed to be a victim.
That's why they didn't call her.
Diddy never did anything to me. I'm not scared.
He never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
You're not scared? Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Okay.
Listen, it came out during the testimony that Diddy had about 9 girlfriends Cassie testified to this, that she knew that he probably had 8 to 9 girlfriends.
Damn.
Where is the other 7, 6 or 7 academics? Why are they not coming up saying they did this? They not suing them. There's no civil suit. Why is it just these 2? The nigga was a player, man. That's all it was.
You think that's why he's in jail, though?
Because he was a player?
Well, because he probably, most players weave a web of lies. You tell one girl this, hey, fuck what them other girls talking about. I only do this with you. You my main joint. And they all look like they were vying to have a baby by him. They wanted to be the main girl. They wanted to be on the jet. They wanted to be in Turks. They want to be on the yacht. And resentment turns to, listen, if any, and this is, shout out to all my chat queens in here, by the way. I love how you guys are so complimentary of Lauren. I love you guys for that. But to my chat kings in here, y'all know, as a dude, when a woman get on her, you wasted my time. That's a scorned woman right there.
Yeah.
You wasted my time.
Very
Cassie
dangerous.
got with Diddy when she was 19. She left him at 30. She said, you wasted my time.
Well,
the thing she wanted, she didn't leave with. Diddy was the type of dude that he was so hard-nosed, he said, I paid $50,000 for that nigga to train you. It's all good. You want to go fuck with a trainer? Give me my $50,000 back. So Diddy wasn't down to let them get nothing off of him.
I set you up videos with Wiz Khalifa. I set you up videos with French Montana. I put you in videos and collabs with Rick Ross. I put you in videos and collabs with Pusha T. This all came out in the testimony. So because of me, I gave you access to people that you never, ever, ever would have got access to. But it also came out in cross-examination that she really wasn't that talented. Like, she was just beautiful. She really wasn't that that's what they say. And then they showed this performance she did on 106 in Park where she got destroyed for the performance. But to say that he didn't put her, she continued to model, is disingenuous to say that he throttled her career or he shut her career down. None of that came out in the testimony.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an interesting thing. I'm wondering if Jane Doe looks at this and says, I didn't do myself no favors by doing this.
No, your legacy.
I think that Diddy was going. I think Diddy played it smart strategically with her.
How?
Because
kept paying her rent.
Here's the thing. Listen, and I'm about to open the chat.
Open the chat
I
up.
gotta open the chat. Hold
Sidebar.
on. Hey, yo, chat.
Sidebar.
Oh, lovely lady. What's up with you, by the way? Thank you for the 5. She says, okay, they need 2 predicate acts, and 2, 3, 4, 5 probably is not guilty, but they connected with the predicate acts. Am I right? Well, there's other predicate acts. If they've agreed, even if they've agreed or disagreed, there's other predicate acts. The fact that they can't make up their mind, I got to believe it's not predicate acts issue. It's probably an enterprise issue. But I just forgot my thought even going to that. What was that what I was say? Oh, by the way, oh yeah, Counselor at Large, thank you for the 10. He says, we in the 4th quarter, game 7, Diddy got to pull this off. Grown adults can't make their own decision now? This case is bullshit. This is what my man Counselor at Large says. He says these are grown-ass adults.
He's right. Listen, a lot of the women that I've talked to looked at these women, Cassie and Jane Doe, like they fumbled the bag. Like, women have said to me, you mean to tell me, Jane Doe, you only had to see this nigga every 5 weeks or every 2 months and you got whatever you wanted? You could have still had a nigga on the side and just so you messed that up.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. In chat, I have the chat open. I got the chat open. What I was trying to ask, and don't tell me I forgot again, Jesus Christ. I was gonna say, one in the chat if you guys believe, and because this is my belief, and this is why I said that Cassie lawsuit was devastating. I believe Gina started plotting on his ass as soon as that happened. Gina started saying, not Gina, well, I keep calling
Jane Doe.
100%. She started saying, nigga, you keep threatening me over that little 10K a month, and you paid a bitch $20 million? One in the chat, if you believe or you understand a chick realizing what you did for another chick, she's saying, if you gave that bitch $20 million, nigga, you should be giving me $100,000 a month. What the fuck are you talking about? That's what I think. At that moment, she said, I'm going to record calls.
I can agree with you.
I'm going to start being violent with you. I'm going to get you out of character. I'm going to start doing things, and I'm going to catalog it in case when I need to get
the
what I need.
feds is already meeting with her then. Because in my case, the feds went and met with my clients.
Really?
They went and met with my clients, my son's mother, everybody close to me months before they came with the search warrant. They had already turned them against me. They went and met with Jane Doe and said, come here, let me rap to you for a minute.
Didn't Jane Doe say that there was an agent? I know Lauren said that.
There was left a card on her door or something? They went and met with her and said, look.
Do you think that she met with them and didn't tell Puff?
Ain't no question.
But she claims she loved Puff.
I don't give a goddamn what her mouth said.
Hold on. If she's there with him when he crafting the apology, she's on the other side of the video or the camera screen when he's recording the apology, she's chiming in. You don't think if they leave that card and then she about to meet with him, she says, listen, I'm about to talk to these fuck niggas real quick. What should I say to them? I'm about to spin them.
Yeah. But they went to her and told her, said, look.
You think they threatened her?
No. They told her, said, look, you have engaged in interstate sex trafficking and prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to be indicted. And the maximum sentence you can get for that is 10 years. And we are going to put you in prison. You are going to lose custody of your son. And
I think that was the thing.
From right there, she flipped the whole tune because all of the cross-examining testimony and all of the text messages up to that point was, baby, I love you. You're the greatest thing that ever happened to me. You make my world what it is. I'm a better human, and I hope we're going to be together forever. I am your friend for life. But after Cassie, after them feds got to her, then, because they told her, we need you to get violent with him. We need you to fight him and get some bruises so we can substantiate and corroborate your bruises with Cassie's. Everything that Cassie alleged in her civil suit, we need you to engage in. And if you do this for us, we'll give you immunity. We won't prosecute you. You have to testify for us, and you can maybe sue him in a civil suit and win millions of dollars.
Hey,
and that's when she changed.
What I realized, there is a point, there's trigger points of both people. So with Cassie, and we heard the audio of her threatening this guy named Sujit, like this guy, I guess, who had saw a freak off video.
Somehow we got a copy of the video.
But you realize maybe why for Cassie, any exposure of people knowing about this behavior was a trigger point. When it came to Jane Doe, it was always her child. Apparently, in what she testified, now, like, even bigger than Puff saying, you ain't happy for this 10K a month crib over your head, Puff would say, I'm going to tell your child father what's popping over here. And she was always really embarrassed. And it's potentially, she was saying, if he knows this, we're going to custody court. We're going to go to court that he would try to get full custody of the kid. That was her trigger point. And I'm wondering if maybe the feds scare her to say, we'll take you away from your kid.
1,000%.
You'll never see your kid again.
You're going to work for us. And we're going to send you to prison.
By the way, Poppy's Kitchen, thank you for the 5 pounds.
Poppy's Kitchen, what up, man?
He said, big up Sean G for standing up for Diddy.
Barbados. I think that's Barbados, ain't he?
I don't know, but he's
Poppy's Kitchen, Barbados.
And he said, big up to Big Act for introducing us to Sean. Sidebar.
Sidebar.
When's the merch coming out, man?
We got to do it, man.
Come on. Yo, hey, Verselli, cook up the sidebar merch. We need about next week. We do good on merch. All the proceeds is going to my man Unc.
Sidebar.
You should have been had that out, man. You've been killing it.
Yeah.
Sidebar. They were doing a bunch of, who was, in what particular place in the case we were seeing a whole bunch of sidebars?
Man, the prosecution was getting their head busted at white meat, man, when a bunch of sidebars came with Dawn Richard's testimony, Dr. Dawn Hughes, Jonathan Bach was laying into her, and the prosecution was quick. Sidebar. Sidebar. Time out. Let's slow this down. And they'll go back around there, and Puffy's lawyers will come right back with the same question.
I heard they were playing white noise in the court when they had these things that no one could
Yeah,
hear.
when you're up in 26 and they do a sidebar, they play. So you can't hear it.
Hey, live from Deck, thank you for the 5. It says, yo, no one ever described the reaction of Diddy's mother or the kids when the details of the freak-offs were first given. You got to ask Unc or Lauren, what was the reaction of the family when some of the graphic details were put out? Did you ever look at them?
I don't know, because I wasn't in 26. I went in 26.
Lauren was there, so she would probably
one
know.
day, and most of my time, the majority, all of my time was in 24B.
So you were in the room with Puff at least one day?
I went in there one day.
How did he look?
He's fat. He's heavy.
Did he fat?
Yeah. Picked up a lot of weight.
How much?
He's fat.
He's round.
Yeah. He's looked like a bowling pin.
No way.
Yeah. He turned around. We kind of made eye contact, but it was kind of quick. But I just wanted to see him, man, and I wanted him to see me.
He does this every single time. Like, he comes in and he does this. This is what the sketch artist does.
I think that's when his daughter's mother comes in. She came in today. His youngest daughter, Love, is that her name?
Yeah, the youngest daughter is Love, but the baby mama is Dana Train. I wonder what his relationship with her. She's been so quiet. She's never made.
She got long hair, pretty girl, brown, tan skin. She was there today. She walked in, and he turns around. And he waves at her. She waved at him. She rides. She in his corner. She in his corner. Cassie is a rat. Jane Doe is a rat. Dawn Richard is a rat.
Okay, going for them lies.
Mia is a rat.
Was those lies offensive to you?
The fact that you took the stand. KK is Cash Money. D-Rock is Cash Money. Whoever didn't get on the stand and help him is Cash Money, and their integrity is intact. Integrity ain't never went out of style. If you got on the stand and you testified against a man that helped you, gave you money when you had a crunch for insurance payment on your car, or you was behind on rent, or you needed groceries. Jane Doe, he gave you 10 grand. He asked you, what should I give you for an allowance? You asked him for $15,000. He said, nah, this is the testimony, y'all. I'm inside the courtroom. He said, I ain't giving you 15, I'm gonna give you a dime. You took the whole dime and spent it on rent for you and a child. Instead of taking $3,500 or $4,000 on rent, banking $5,000 for 2 years.
Well, let's think about it, though. That was proof to me she has another man. She has other men. Because if she has you know what I personally believe? She tells every nigga she with, I got a $10,000 joint, and it kind of levels up to maybe the amount of money they need to give her to keep her whatever. It's not like Diddy's beating her down every day. Diddy's not occupying. You see, Cassie couldn't play 2 niggas. Jane Doe could play 2 niggas.
That's what she do.
Jane Doe could play 2 niggas, be at the freak off with Bear, do something else. She could be bouncing around because Diddy at that point was so polished, he wasn't sweating her.
He didn't care. She only saw Diddy every 5 weeks to every 2 months, and they lived 30 minutes apart.
And she claims she moved there to
my partner. I love my partner. This is my boyfriend. How the fuck is he your boyfriend?
Did she come across sincere? You're hearing her
Hell
voice.
no, man. She corny, man. She's corny, man. They live 30 minutes apart, and Puff would see her every 5 weeks to 2 months.
Hey, we have an interesting donation here. Dark Skin Jermaine, the writer. What up, bro?
Dark Skin Jermaine.
Thank you for 5. He says, yo, dating broke women, including Cassie, was the beginning of the problem. Puff never had no issues with J-Lo or Young Miami. They got their own bag. They're not over here singing. By the
Cassie wasn't broke. Don't do that. Cassie was not broke.
Without Puff, she don't have it.
Cassie was not broke. When Cassie met Puff, this all came out in cross-examination. She had put out her first album, which was a success. I don't know nothing about her. This is when she was with Ryan Leslie. She was linked up with Tommy Mottola, a very powerful person in the music industry. She was modeling, and she had an apartment in Manhattan. This is before she meets Puff. She was already an established artist. Anna Esteveo brought this out under cross-examination. She was not broke. Don't say that.
Counselor Lawrence, 5, it says, yo, I think Diddy's not guilty on 4. So he believe on the 4 charge he's not guilty, and it said, I think we're deadlocked on racketeering. Said, let's go. One could only hope. We have no idea. This is the biggest cliffhanger we've ever seen. Tomorrow, what's your plans tomorrow, by the way?
Be at the courtroom. You know what I'm doing.
So it's probably likely.
Then I'm coming over here.
Yeah, so it's likely that you're going to be sitting there watching that verdict because I think they're going to deliver it tomorrow.
Sidebar, I'm going to be right there.
Yeah,
in the courtroom. As soon as it come down, I'm going downstairs and I'm going live.
What do you think is going to happen? It's going to be high emotions, whether guilty or innocent. You have his mother. You have so many people that rely on him. You have Dana Tran, who just has a newborn by him. You have his 7 kids. You have so many people who either, are interested in the release or the acquittal of him, and probably the people who have testified are saying, we need this quote-unquote monster locked up that we could secure the bag. What do you think the emotions tomorrow is going to be? Because I'm going to say, I'll predict, Chad, I think a verdict is coming tomorrow.
Sean G is going to be devastated if he's found guilty of RICO. I am going to be hurt. I'm going to be devastated. I'm going to be angry. I'm going to be disillusioned. I'm going to lose all faith in the federal criminal justice system. I am going to be hurt.
What do you say to the people? And I saw some people say this. They said, man, we love Unc, but Unc definitely picked a side. He's too much on the one side, and we want to love Unc, but we don't want Unc to be too much on a side. We want Unc to just give it up. And yeah, he could lean one side, but it's clear you are saying free Puff at this point.
Well, if you read The Art of War by Niccolo Machiavelli, Machiavelli states that it's better to have a friend who picks one side or the other versus a friend that straddles the fence and waits for the outcome and the winner and then picks a side, because that person who straddles the fence and picks the side of the winner will never, ever be trusted by the winner, because the winner will have seen that they were straddling the fence. But the one that picks a side,
that's a fact,
and the guy wins, he knows that that's a loyal friend. The man that picks a side and he loses, the loser knows that's still his loyal friend, because he picked the side before the judgment ever came down, before the war was won. So, Sean G, I'm straight up and down like 6 o'clock, right? This is how I live my life. If I'm with you, I'm down with you like 4 flat tires, and if I'm not with you, I ain't with you.
That's very interesting. I'm going to say this. I've never said this before.
Academics.
No. I've never said this before.
Shout out Academics. Academics took my live and put it in his live.
Yo.
And I got about $1,200 in super chats that day.
Hey.
Changed the whole trajectory of my platform. Motherfucker, AK sent me here. Ack sent me here. AK sent me here. And you sent me 300.
Come on,
And you sent me 300.
Let me tell you this.
I said it done changed.
Hey,
I said it done changed.
To what you just said, and I never said this. I studies
The Art of War, the Book of Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi, The Art of War by Sun Tzu, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli, The Discourses by Niccolo Machiavelli, The Art of War by Niccolo Machiavelli. These is required reading. I got little Sean reading it.
Let me say this to you.
Check me out.
I've never said this. Chat. When I went to meet with the president's son, Donald J. Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., I went to Mar-a-Lago. We had dinner. And I'm trying to bring my world to them because obviously they were going through a campaign at the time. And I'm like, listen, I'm going to be on Apologetically Me. I'm hip-hop.
What year is this?
This is last year, right? They got
okay, for this administration.
Yes,
all right.
Of course.
Talk to me.
We're talking about the Kendrick and the Drake beef. And while I was shocked because I was going to go to Mar-a-Lago and I was going to go view the president's estate. He was probably going to pop up there maybe, but his son was going to be our official guest. We stay at a hotel that's about like 20, 25 minutes.
You and who?
Just me.
By yourself?
Rumble set it all up.
Check them out.
I got a suit to Rumble. We're streaming on Rumble right now. Lauren was confused because we rated Lauren today. We gave her the treatment.
Shout out to Rumble.
Yeah, the same shit they did for you, we did for Lauren today too. Like, she got a lot of super chats and everything. I told her to go live. You know, we got to show love to you guys. We watch you guys so much.
Thank
we
you,
watch you, we watch Lauren. And no, there were messages in her comments of like R Block, and she was like, "What's R Block?" It's Rumble. So, shout out to my guy Chris Pavlovsky. He's the CEO of Rumble. He set it up. He says, "Ak, you're gonna meet with the president, possibly, but definitely the son of the future president, but also the past, because it was Donald Trump. He was in a campaign." I said, "Okay, cool." I go to the hotel. I was expecting a lot of shit. The president's son pulls up in a Suburban, no Secret Service. He's like, "Hop in." Super regular. I'm telling you, this is how it went. He drove us to Mar-a-Lago. There is police and Secret Service because it's a tourist attraction. It's in Palm Beach. Everybody drives. They got their MAGA thing, whatever. Again, I went there to represent myself in hip-hop. Okay? When I get in there, and by the way, I'll say, he asked me, he says, "What's going on in your world?" I said, "Well, the biggest thing going on in my world right now, they got Kendrick and Drake beef." The wife, who's now the ex-wife, she actually was the wife of Gavin Newsom at one point, and then she became the, I think, fiance of Donald Trump Jr. was Kim. She said, "You know, Kendrick sampled me. I was on Fox News at the time." So we started talking about hip-hop stuff. Kendrick, Drake. Started talking about Diddy a little bit, because that was after the Diddy got, was under investigation. And we get to have dinner at Mar-a-Lago. And they gave me the tour. They said, "This is my father. This is my room." And I was like, "Oh, wow, this is impressive." So we're having dinner. And he says, "Tell me a little bit more about what's going on in your world. What is this beef?" So I'm telling the president's son about hip-hop beef. And I'm like, Kendrick and Drake, they don't get along. It's not that serious, but it's a war of words. And he says to me, he says, "Where do you lie on the matter?" And I say, "Drake's my guy. Drake's my favorite artist. He's always been." He says, "I know you're the number one guy in hip-hop media. This is why they set this all up. You're the number one guy." And he said to me, which is something important, which relates to what you said. He said, "If that's your guy, rock out for your guy. Can't play both sides. You'll be bigger and better when you play Kingmaker. Don't be the person that's just sitting there like, whoever who wins, I'm going to be on their side." Right. Because the guy who sits back and says, whoever who wins, I'm rocking with them,
can never be trusted.
That's a sucker.
Can never be trusted.
You could never be trusted, and you have no power. It's better you go out in a blaze of glory with the person that didn't win.
Right.
Or you're standing victorious next to the person that did.
Right.
More than you're the person that never picked a side. And I looked at that from someone who they're not looking at how I'm looking at this world. They're looking at global economic power control. And from their perspective.
And he saw his father go through it.
From their perspective, that neutral shit don't work.
No.
That, oh, we don't have an opinion. No. Oh, we fuck with them both.
I'm taking a
don't
side.
Work. So I completely understand that. And by the way, it's the same thing with me, even in that situation. Whether people said it was win, lose, or draw. Yeah, I picked who I thought was the guy. Whatever y'all thought is what y'all thought. But what you would know about me is that I'm not the guy who waits for the results to be read. And I said, I got it.
Right,
I got it.
Right.
Yeah.
My man.
Right.
Yo, nigga, I knew you.
I knew you was. Yo, you ever see them videos when they watching the basketball game and one team wins and he take the jersey off and he got the other jersey underneath?
Right.
Could never be that. So
No.
I understand what you're saying. Why do you think that other people down at that courthouse were unwilling? We're unwilling to say what their gut feeling was or
be vocal
heart.
about it?
Yes.
Because they need acceptance. Their self-esteem is low, and they need acceptance from people and approval from other people. They want to fit in. Because there was definitely some people. I was the only one that was vocal about it. Nobody, man. Nobody. I was the lone ranger, man. And I became Puff's PR. I became Puff's PR.
That's interesting. Explain that because
his family, they couldn't speak to me because they probably got gag orders or whatever the case may be.
And also they couldn't speak. They couldn't say anything because people were looking at them a certain way.
And they didn't know me really too much, right?
Yeah.
But the more they watched my videos, because I found out they were watching, because some of the attorneys for Puff came up to me in the hallway and said, yo, we watch your videos.
And they knew who you were.
Ain't no question. And then I would see the sons and the family, they'd be like, which was letting me know, like, they see what I'm doing. But I wasn't doing it for them. I wasn't doing it for them, man. You know what I mean? I'm solid all the way through, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm solid all the way through. The feds wanted me to cooperate in my case, man. They wanted me to turn in my clients, and they wanted me to wear cameras and wires, and my son's mother was took custody of him away from me and shit, and 27 days before I left to go to prison. And I went to my public pretender and said, yo, man, I can't. You got to get me.
Public pretender?
My public pretender.
You mean public defender?
Public pretender.
Not defender.
Not a public defender. That nigga was a public pretender. And I said, man, I got to get some home confinement or probation. And he said, Sean, the only way, you got mandatory incarceration. You got Zone D, level 0, category 0, level 15. You got mandatory incarceration unless you sign a 5K1 and you turn in your clients, and we're going to put a camera and wires on you, and you got to go in places we want you to go into and be on call. I said, man, hurry up and send me to prison, man.
You turn it down.
I'm not finna do that.
Why?
No, man, hell no. Mama, that ain't me, man.
We live in a different world now where I think in hip-hop,
but I got a son,
at,
man. My name's Sean Xavier Gunby Sr., man, and I got a son, Sean Xavier Gunby Jr., man, and he got to live up underneath that umbrella, you understand? And, I was a fly nigga before I came on YouTube and social media. You know what I'm saying? I had $1 million net worth before all of this, right? So, I just wasn't going to do that. I never did that. The way I was brought up is that you never do that. You never do that. You never do that. And the people that did that to me, that cooperated against me, ain't none of them had no good luck.
They were cooperants against you.
Yeah, man. Motherfuckers agreed to testify against me, man.
So what do you feel like, they mentioned Diddy being in court, and when some people are on the stand, he can't help but be like,
because he know they lying.
Like it's like he and to the point they warned him. They're like, you're doing too much. But I could imagine he's like, I did all this for you, and you up here telling this fallacy.
Thank you. Say it, academics. That's how he feels. And then after that, he's sitting there, and his stomach is churning that I'm facing 30 years. And look at what they doing. I can't even imagine how that brother feel. But I know the depression I went in. I was in a depression for 3.5 years, man. When I lost I had a $400,000 a year income, 9 rental properties, my principal house, Chilltown. I had a house in Jersey City, tax business. I was a licensed real estate broker. I lost it all, man. And death was looking at me and death was like this.
What do you mean?
My world crashed in on me, man. My life got dark, man. My life got dark, and nobody called. People who was cooperating against me, betrayed me, people I thought loved me. And the only person that was there for me was little Sean. He was 18 months old, and he used to come up to me out of the blue, and he used to say, Daddy, I love you. And I used to look at him and be like, why? Because I hate me right now for what I've done to myself, for the people that I've chosen, for the greed that I allowed to take over me, for the recklessness. Because when I became a millionaire, I became more reckless. I had the same thing, 7, 8, 9 women, fucking them all raw.
You see, people don't know this side about you, and maybe they also don't know why you can't. Like, I had no idea you were a millionaire before.
7, 8, 9 women, 3 main ones.
You had the honeys, huh?
I had 3.
Had the honeys.
I had 3 main ones.
Really?
That loved me and was ready to sign on the line in blue ink if I would have said so. And then I had my clients. I used to fuck my clients in the office on my desk. I had a couch in the office.
Was wildin' then.
Everything Puffy's up there going through, this is my story. But not on, I just didn't have no jet in 900 million. But
yeah, you were having them on the real casting couch.
All of that. I was tricking. I was paying this one's car insurance, this one's car payment. And when it all went down, the day the search warrant came, when the feds came, about 20 of them came with the search warrant, with them navy blue jackets with the letters. They had a windbreaker convention at my office.
Oh my God.
You could have took, listen nigga, you could have took every letter off the back of their jacket and spelled any word in the dictionary.
What was that day like?
That day was like, I drove, I was living in Jersey City. I got up and I didn't sleep all night that night.
You was fucking a bitch?
Nah, I was asleep. It was April the 14th. 2011.
But something didn't feel good. Energy was off.
The energy was off. I believe they was outside watching me. I got up. I went to the office. I drove to the office, and when my office was in Clifton, New Jersey. I got out the car. 2 big white boys jumped out of this Bumblebee Camaro, like from Transformers.
Yeah.
And they had the badges on with the bulletproof vest, and he had a rolled up paper. He said, "You Sean Gumby?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "This is a search warrant. We coming upstairs with you." I said, "All right, come on." Excuse me.
That's all good.
And we went upstairs. I opened the door. Then I had another door. I opened that door. And when I went in and put my keys down, like 20 agents came in. Woo! Go over there. And it was a white girl. The white girl was...
They knew where to go.
The white girl was telling everybody what to do. And it was one nigga there. He was light, bright, one of them high yellow niggas. Light, bright, and damn near white.
By the way, John Gold, thank you for the 20. He says, yo, this is a great example how blacks should work together. Come on, man. I love Unc, man. Unc is a great content creator and someone who has positive energy. Number one, content creators should support each other. You know, we are nothing without each other. And here's the thing.
Independent content creators at that.
That's a fact. And here's the thing.
I have no backing from nobody. That's why I can say what I want to say.
Here's the thing. If, you know, a lot of people, and, you know, I know some of my audience, I don't believe at all. I feel like the help has been 50-50 mutual. I sat many days trying to figure out what's going on with this trial, and I'm like, I could go down there, but I got to go down this type of way. You know, we talked about that. We were talking about going down with a sprinter, security, this and third, because it was a commotion. And I said, if we're going to cover this trial, this is happening in New York, in my backyard, I got to cover this effectively. We got to cover this right. And I was just like, should we undergo this? But then we can't even bring cameras in there. How are we going to do updates? And we're like, we need some pundits. We need people who we could trust. And through the early stages, we found you guys. And we found you. We found Lauren. And I'm going to be honest with you. You guys waved the flag. You guys really carried it. And I'm going to be honest with you. This is why I tell my audience, you helped me. You helped me. And it was upon me to not do what many large creators would do to a small creator and be like, okay, I'm going to just take this person's work, capitalize off it, but not try to redirect my audience to fuck with him or let's see what he's about. And even you being here and telling your story, that's another arc that people go check you out. You know what I mean? So this is why, John Golf, thank you for that donation, but this is what independent content creators should be. Right? Like, you seen this spot, you've seen a spot upstairs, and we did a reel today, and you said, Act, you started this all by yourself, right? I said, yeah. You said you started from zero. I said, yeah. With no backing, yeah. And that's important because that's all of us.
We know what it's like when you put up your first video and you think it's going to do 100,000 views and it does 17 views.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
You know what I'm saying? And 4 of those is you.
Yeah, you keep refreshing. To the point YouTube stopped counting your refresh. You're like, all right, nigga, it's enough. But yeah, so I love what you guys are doing, and I've been, to my audience, I've been so amazingly proud of when we've identified another independent content creator, and we say, oh, we got to support them. Man, I almost came to tears watching how they were supporting you. Today, too, with Lauren, I said, man, this is, for me, I've been doing this for so long, and I'm very happy, and I'm in a good place, but it makes me happy knowing that my audience, we don't take it for granted, and they could appreciate people like you. So this is why I'm glad to have you up here. But anyway, keep with the story. So the Windbreaker party's happening.
Goddamn Windbreaker convention.
Okay.
And they stayed in my office about...
What are you doing? Are you in cuffs? What
2 hours. No, I'm sitting... They made me go sit in my reception area, and 2 of the agents, one of the supervisors and another dude, white dude, both of them was white, they came and sat. One of them sat the chair. The nigga I'm sitting here, he sat his chair right next to me and was sitting next to me, and he started to question me. He was shaking and shit. And I said, nigga, you scared. I'm the one supposed to be scared. It's 20 of y'all in here. And then they showed me the W-2 of the black girl, the undercover black girl that came in.
They showed you that?
They showed me that W-2, and they said, do you remember this? And I knew it when I saw it. I said, yeah. They said, you got her back more money on her taxes than what you were supposed to. I said, yeah. They said, do you do this all the time?
Wait, you said it in that encounter? You know, they probably had body cams or something.
I don't give a fuck what they had. They asked me the question. I told them the truth. Okay. They said, do you do this all the time? I said, yeah, sometimes, yeah. He said, about how many times? I said, I don't know the percentage-wise, but I do it. Then I said, I got to take a piss, man. And I got up, and I went to the bathroom.
They allowed you?
They followed me into the bathroom and stood by the stall while I pissed. And we came back out. He came and sat right back next to me again and kept questioning me.
Did it read your Miranda rights?
No. Okay. No. And they was there for like 2 hours. Another dude came back and says, what's the combination, what's the passcode to your secretary's computer? And I gave it to him. They said, if you don't give it to us, we're going to get in there anyway. I gave it to them. They took all of my clients' W-2s, all of their paperwork, checks, and they left. My other secretary came. They got her, took her somewhere, questioned her, and it was just like, it was a crazy day, man. And from that day, my life spiraled down in a self-fulfilling, doom-filled prophecy.
Let me ask you a question.
And I went into a depression for 3.5 years.
Do you believe, as we watched this Diddy trial, and you said you could, not fully to his, because he's a billionaire, right? What his lifestyle was, but you could see you had a bunch of honeys, this, and third. Do you believe, when you got caught and, once you start like processing all the events, do you think it was because of greed you got there? Why do you think you got there? Because you were living this extravagant lifestyle. It's the same thing. Diddy has to process this too. No matter how much he could sit in his, he
put himself there.
Yeah, he could sit there and be like, man, this fucking bitch, I did everything for this hoe. How could she do this? Where do you think the accountability comes in, and where do you think the wrongs start? Where did it start for you?
For me, the money blinded me, and I chose bad people to be in my arena, even when they showed me red flags that they was no good. I still fuck with them anyway, especially women. Beautiful women. A lot of things happened, and I had all this money, and I just said I had never had that amount of money before. My mother, I grew up in an apartment my whole life, right? My mother picked cotton as a little girl for 75 cents a day. So, I got free lunch in school. We ate no frills. We ate all paper plates. We wasn't poor, but I had all this money, and I felt undefeated. I felt nothing could touch me. And it led to my demise. I became careless and reckless. And I equated the amount of money I had in my bank account to success. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. It led to my downfall. Some motherfuckers told on me, but, if had I been doing the taxes right, I wouldn't have had to worry about that. You could tell all you want.
What do you think was the... Beyond just the taxes, what do you think was based on your lifestyle, what do you think you were doing wrong the most that probably led to it? Was it the women? Was it the just careless disregard of like certain other things?
Greed, money and greed. I would do anything for money. Money was my religion, and my dick ruled me, told me what to do. I would do anything for money. I would break any law. It was all my fault. But I didn't see that until I got to FCI Morgantown in West Virginia, until I got to prison. Because I blamed everybody and everything for what happened to me. That nigga ratted on me. That nigga ratted. This nigga's a piece of shit. This one ratted. But when I got to prison, I'll never forget it. I was in Girard unit, and I got cool with this nigga from Atlanta. And I'm crying and complaining. Complaining, yo, this one ratted on me, man. My son, mother took my son in the Jersey. He's from Atlanta. Jersey. I like you now. You all right with me. You good people, I like you now. But, I hear you blaming everybody, but you the one that had the criminal intent. You was the one that broke the law. See, these are civilians, and that's what civilians do. They tell. But you had the criminal intent. And he was the first person to confront me about my crying about what another motherfucker did. And I had to look at it, and I said, you know what, Sean? Everybody that you had around you showed you signs you was no good, and you disregarded them. The same windshield that I was looking out at the people that I was choosing to be in my life, they weren't looking back at me with the same windshield.
What does that mean?
I was looking out at them as confidants, loyal, a solid nigga like me. I'm thinking they had their principles and their values was the same as mine. Like I say, I didn't cooperate. I had the opportunity to, right? But they cooperated immediately when the heat came on them.
You think Puff's thinking about that with some of the people that's up there?
Man, 1,000%.
Paying that like
1,000%.
Hey, it's the 1st of July. If you guys don't know, happy 1st of July. By the way, I have a large audience in Canada. This Happy Canadian Day.
Canada, what up?
Happy Canadian Day. Is Lauren back? Lauren, we missed you.
Ain't no question. Finish that thought, Act. You said Puffy. You think it's Puffy's looking at the people like that?
Well, today is the 1st, and let me tell you this. One thing I know about having some shit, my phone don't ring more than when it's the 1st of the month. Everybody because it's bill time. Rent, this and third. Diddy paid that rent this month. Diddy paid that rent this month for Jane. When Diddy's sitting there knowing that $10K came out of his account to pay that motherfucking rent for Jane.
And this bitch got on the stand and testified against me.
What do you think? What do you think he's thinking?
He's furious. He's furious. But he's not gonna, and I hope for Puff, man. And Puff, this is for you, man. You know, and I'm willing to talk to you about this at any point, man. You know, I hope you looking at the part that you played in all of this.
It's gonna take a while for that though, because he's done so much.
It took me damn near 4 years to get to that point.
Really?
Right? That I played a major part in these people, bringing them into my life, and they showed me they wasn't no good, and I disregarded the flags anyway. That's why today, people reach out to me on Instagram or email, and the minute they show me they on some sucker style, man, we got nothing else to talk about. We not doing that. You got to be straight up and down like 6 o'clock with me, because that's what I'm gonna be to you, right? And if you can't match my energy, we ain't got nothing to talk about.
Lauren, you are back.
I'm back.
We got Lauren back in the building.
Oh my gosh, that was so stressful, but we made it. Oh, that looks so good. I'm gonna eat it after I.
We got Lauren back in the building. Enjoy it. Listen, hey, we eat on camera here. Listen, everybody, listen on stream. Let me tell you this: when I'm watching you, when I'm watching both of y'all, usually the mid hour, like around 12, I get my food and I let y'all talk and I start eating. And my chat is used to understanding we eat on camera. It is all good. Okay, explain what happened. You just went through hell.
Okay, so no, I mean, it was just it was not horrible getting there, but you can ask Claudia. We walk outside. It's so dramatic. It is pelleting rain. I mean, it is like.
Out here?
Yes. I was like, are you kidding me right now? Like, seriously? So I get there and like literally as soon as I walk in, the jury sent a note that they're done deliberating for the day.
Did you went in the main courtroom?
I got inside. Yes. I did not. I literally was about to walk in and jury deliberating or done deliberating. They sent, so basically I don't know how far you got, but like the judge sent them back and said, okay, so they sent a note, we're done for the day. I mean, well, first of all, surrounding the courthouse, I think because of the way the media works these headlines, the headlines are partial verdict is back. So everybody thinks that they're going to announce the verdict.
Was there mass amount of...
It was insane. And it was raining.
How did you get into the main courtroom then?
Well, no, I mean, just to go back, I don't know if we've ever talked about this, but we had to get there to be in the main courtroom. At first, you had to line up as early as possible because there's only 21 spots for press, 14 seats for the public. And it was, all the weeks are running together. I think it was last week that they finally said, okay, if you are here right now, and generally it's the same people every day, but other outlets will kind of sprinkle in and you're like, oh crap, I'm a little further behind in line. But they finally said, if you are here today, whatever day this was, sometime at the beginning of last week or the week before, they said we will take this list and you can automatically get in the courtroom
whenever.
For closing arguments and for the verdict. And they said, basically, you're good. You can show up at any time. So my name is on that list, so I can go in and out of the main courtroom.
I see with a pass.
Yes,
you don't have to show your pass. I don't know if it has to identify it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But this is a standard. This is a standard press pass. I think is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why
pass.
Why didn't give you a press pass?
You have to be.
I ain't applied for one.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. So, to get a New York City press pass, you
Any soda on me?
have to cover.
Coke.
She's so nice.
Is he guilty? Is he guilty or not guilty on them 4 charges?
Nah, I'll fuck with you, Unc.
Well,
yo, listen, Unc is tired now.
But by the way, you could probably get. You have to have covered 6 New York City events to get a press pass.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of people that's new that got them. You got to go to one. I got to go to one.
But you have to submit online and then.
But what did they say about 2, 3, 4? Is he guilty or not guilty?
Listen.
Did it come out?
This is
No,
why we
it
sent
did-
you,
it did
Lauren.
Don't
clearly- it
nobody
did-
know.
No one knows, but I
Do
think
the defense and the prosecutors know?
no.
Nobody
no,
don't know.
Nobody knows
All
except
right,
for the
so
jury.
look,
There's
there's
a
going to be a
demeanor,
whole bunch of YouTubers talking about they know. They lying. They lying.
Well, and that's the problem right now with these headlines I'm looking at, and I've gotten so many texts, and it's like, the verdict's out there, and I'm like, no, you guys don't understand. It's not. I mean, like I said, I ran out of here because I thought there was a chance they could read the partial verdict, but I think the biggest thing here is that they did not issue an official Allen charge. So the jury doesn't, if they issued here, and I can, it's probably.
So the jury could be hung.
Well,
unless they
no,
get that right.
I don't think that's going to happen. Let me.
No, but could it be?
So the other thing is that the defense, they wanted to say, hey, jurors, you can come in on Thursday and deliberate as well, because technically the court is closed Thursday and Friday. But the defense said, don't tell them now. We don't want you to tell them now that they can come in Thursday. We just want you to wait, see what happens tomorrow. And that's kind of how it went down. The judge just said.
How did Puff look?
So I obviously did not see him directly, but the consensus is that he looked very stressed.
Okay.
That's normal.
Okay.
I feel like
you would be doing me too.
I'll be shitting bricks.
Everybody.
Yo,
yeah.
Once y'all come back that you've got to any consensus, read it right away. Don't tell me you got it. But hey, one of my pet peeves is when somebody says, "Can I tell you something?" Just tell me. Don't give me the precursor. Don't tell me I got something to say, but I'm gonna give you the warning. Just tell me. So when you now say, "Yeah, we got it," but we can't tell you, now I'm thinking, I'm looking at y'all different. I'm kind of sweating. I don't know. Here's the thing, though. Can't his lawyers predict where this is leaning to?
I think.
You think they are?
Well, at first, I was like, okay, we discussed this about how 2 of the RICO predicates are sex trafficking and violating the Mann Act. And so at first I was like, well, wait, if they found him, let's say, guilty on those, wouldn't that automatically be RICO? And then I forgot that in order for it to be a racketeering conspiracy, you have to have a criminal enterprise, and you have to have
we said that, right?
The co-conspirators.
Yeah, we said that, and I think that's the problem.
I think the jury might be hung up on the co-conspirators and the criminal enterprise.
Same thing. I think they're looking at this to say, hey, we find some predicate offenses happen, but this is not no enterprise. This is a man having his personal life, and in his personal life, he's done some things. Yes, if you guys charge him for arson, we're going to say he didn't do arson. But you guys didn't charge him for drug distribution by itself. You charge him within a criminal enterprise. We don't believe there's a criminal enterprise.
Every lawyer that I spoke to on the way here, I texted a bunch of lawyers, probably 5, and they all said the same thing.
That what?
This doesn't look good.
For Puff?
For Diddy, yes. They all said it does not look good for him that they came back this quickly and
did they give a prediction? Do they think it's possible for guilty verdicts?
I mean, no, they didn't go that far. They basically said most likely guilty on most of the charges, right? Most of the charges. So I don't know. That could mean 3 of 4. That could mean 2. Whatever. I didn't get into specifics.
It is a big problem if there's a sex trafficking. And I mean, we talked about this. It's like if there's a sex trafficking conviction, big problem, because the mandatory minimum on that is 15.
Yeah.
So if we're working at 15, this is huge issues. Now there's no mandatory minimums on a prostitution. There's sentencing guidelines, and a max of 10. And usually around where no convictions, he has no prior convictions, they're looking at 15 to 22 months.
Well, this is where I mentioned yesterday that if they come back, and let's say they come back Thursday, right? And the judge is, they come back Thursday.
Thursday. Hold on. You guys want the verdict tomorrow?
No, yes, I do. But I'm saying, let's say tomorrow they come back and they say we're still hung. We don't know what to do, and the judge issues the Allen charge and says you need to go back and deliberate, whatever. And then Thursday they come around and they say, look, we are.
Hey, can we give Uncle plate? You need a plate?
Like we are
They got,
still,
she got him right there. We good.
we are still hung. I think at that point, the judge could confer with the defense and with the government and
give him some more napkins and everything.
Thank you. She got him. Yeah, she got him over there.
Yeah.
and discuss a possible sentencing plea with the hung
When
jury.
do you guys eat? I'm sorry to cut you. When do you guys eat? Because I'll be watching. First of all, you must never eat because you're usually. I feel like you kind of time it. You be like, they're about to take a break. You get out early. You're live already, right? You used to upload. I'm glad you went live today. By the way, they loved you today.
Thank you.
By the way, I got a shout out to one particular person, Belle from. She's from Canada. She sent the sweetest message, and I know there's a couple savages in my chat. And I know when it comes to like women, they're a little bit like crass. But I was so proud of Belle from Canada. She was very, very complimentary.
They
she
treated
loves
you well
and
today?
she loves your blouse.
Thank you.
like-
I know that's so nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I had to tell her that's that Louis V right there. You know what I mean? That's that Louis V right there. No, but yeah.
Thank you.
I'm glad that they showed you so much
Thank
love.
you so much. That was so nice. And I am an idiot when it comes to lives. They're all like, read the super chats. I'm like, what's a super chat? I mean, I knew kind of, but I was like, what do you do? And I'm really sorry.
How much did you make on your super chat?
I don't know yet. You don't really know until
I sent the 500 today.
It was really nice.
Did you see all of the color lines?
Wait, I didn't send you. I sent you 3.
3.
I'm gonna send you 200 more.
Nah, don't send me no more
That's
money.
all
You
good.
done did enough, man.
No, hey, well, you guys did a lot. Hey, listen, I don't. You don't. Listen, fortunately, when you
enough.
get to where I'm at, those are.
I'm
little
on
things.
my way.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm right behind you.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm right behind.
And for me, I think this was always going to be a landmark trial, for everybody, but also
Historic.
for me.
Historic.
But for you guys, I want to help you guys build up that. I could tell even talking to you earlier, your arc is going to consist of certain things that might not all the way be fully hip hop, but it's definitely going to be within covering criminal trials. And for those people, I always tell people, I'm like, I don't gatekeep my audience. Because my audience might be like, because I got some people who they be like, I ain't going to lie to you, like, I've introduced them to people, they be like, we love you still, but, Unc over there, we going to check him out a lot too. It's all good. Because here's the thing, everybody has 24 hours in a day. I always say, I'm always so confident about the content I make. I love introducing them to other people, friends. These are friends.
Thank you.
Like,
man.
you're going to see them come back on the platform. We're going to collab a lot. So please go check out Lauren Conlon.
Thank you.
How many subscribers you got now?
No, I almost have 20,000. Let me see.
Oh, no, we got to run it up to 20. Don't worry.
Yeah,
we got to run it up to 20.
I have.
You had 18 yesterday.
I have 19,462.
Okay.
Awesome.
Hey, chat.
Awesome.
Okay. All right, we got to do this. You got 19,400?
19,462.
Okay, chat. I need y'all to do this.
We
This
need
is
338.
Before we get off of this live,
Gosh.
hey, Mons, could you pin her YouTube channel
Thank you.
at the top of this this live? No matter if we're on Kick, on Rumble, or we're on YouTube, we need to get those. We need to get her to 20K.
Thank you for the
Again,
pizza,
we're
man.
at an impasse when it comes to this entire trial. We appreciate both of these people. Also, one thing they love about y'all are very appreciative, and we appreciate y'all. It's a love fest. Hopefully this trial turns out that we still have good conversations afterwards, in the sense of we don't know how it's gonna go.
We better.
Tomorrow, hey, by the way, I'm gonna throw it out there right now. Tomorrow, I hope the verdict comes down, but after verdict, do your lives or do your stories. Then you guys should pop in here again.
Peace.
That's what I think.
I would love to. I'm so sick of.
It got to be a verdict tomorrow.
I'm so sick of.
I'm gonna be there tomorrow.
I think I'm just so. My brain is. I thought I knew some of the. I just can't get over it. Like, if they are really unanimously guilty on certain charges, I'm like, why did I see this juror, this one female, really seem to enjoy the defense? Maybe she just enjoyed the show. I don't know. So, but I really think that, again, if they are stuck on the RICO charge, the judge will be like, it's fine. We'll just work out a sentencing plea type of thing, and then just be done with it.
Let me ask you a question. And this, to me, is highly unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going off what Unc said when he first showed up to the trial. He said he was drowned by all the media perception of Puff. So I hear he's a megalomaniac. He's arrogant, this and third. Yeah. If he gets found guilty, do you think he will look at all 8 or 9 of his counsel and say, y'all niggas fucked it up for me? Or do you think he will say, oh, nah, it was the bad jury or the bad judge? How do you think he'll process that? Because, again, that is going to be a thing, right? Like.
Yeah, I mean, if I had. Listen, I am not a doctor.
We're assuming here.
No, but I just mean, like, taking a step back, I'm not a doctor, but I would have to surmise at certain times that he is sitting there in court, and I don't think he believes truly that he ever did anything wrong. I think there is definitely something there, and I'm not talking about the Cassie assault, the domestic violence. I think in terms of everything else, he doesn't see himself as, you know, doing anything wrong, and I do.
What did he do wrong? What do you think he did wrong?
I mean, listen, no one's perfect, right?
No. What did he do wrong? What did he do wrong that you think he did wrong?
Well, he did break a lot of laws.
What did he do wrong in this case? What did he do? What they charged him?
Are you saying beyond the hotel video?
No. Lauren said that he doesn't think he did anything wrong. So, we've both been in the courtroom for 7 weeks. What do you think he did wrong?
Let me finish in terms of, you know, I think he truly believes that he was targeted. And listen, I can say right now with certainty that a lot of people get away with what he has done. You know what I mean? I'm not going to not say that other people don't transport their, you know, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, like, you know, people do that. Men.
The flyer out game is wicked.
I mean,
I'm not going to lie.
I'm sorry, and I'm not saying this is right, but like, how many times does a man say, if a girl says, I don't want to, come on, that could be considered, okay, I'll do, you know what I mean? Like, that could be considered coercion. So and then again, with the drug distribution, you know, a lot of that is, I don't know if the word is
yeah,
like so I don't know if the word is targeted, but people do this stuff all the time, and it's not a federal crime. So yeah, a lot of this does feel not, it doesn't feel like it should be a federal case, and I've said this. But
okay, Lauren, and this is why by the way, I love our panel here. You know, maybe we have room for one more, but right here, I think we got it all. Lauren, because you bring a different perspective. I actually told him this morning, I said, when we spoke yesterday and you mentioned how Cassie's testimony affected you, I think all of us had a different effect. I spoke to you about the effect of Cassie's testimony. You said once it got to cross, you saw a lot of holes through it and it was whatever. For me, I saw, okay, this was a toxic relationship, but I was also thinking, where did it go too far? But you could also see where maybe as much as I would look at to say, girl, you were also manipulative, you were controlling, you were also running your own plays. You could look at it where you're like, you get a 19-year-old girl who says she doesn't know how to do fellatio, you teach her this, you bring her into a certain lifestyle, and you could understand that coercive type of, element of it. And that's why we really appreciated, your input. What do you think, or just overall general thing, and by the way, we're just talking opinions here, right? Because again, we don't know when the verdict's gonna come. When you think about this case, beyond the hotel video, what do you say Sean Combs, he fucked up here?
You mean in life?
No. In everything that's being mentioned, that you're like,
oh, I see.
And that you're like, you should probably be held accountable.
Okay,
for
so,
that.
And this is also where I struggle. And I think I've said this before, because sometimes when I'm and I'm talking only the evidence that we've seen in court, only the witnesses in court, what they've put in front of us, I'm like, this is not really, and again, not talking about the Cassie video, this is not the most serious of offenses that he has committed, in my opinion. If you date back to, again, we talked about the 1999 Club New York shooting, you know, the freaking stampede, the basketball stampede where people died, the quad shooting. There's a lot of things that I think should have been looked into back in the day, and they weren't. And now
hope those things were involved. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, that's
and this is something, and I'm gonna say it in a very careful way, because I do know there is so many people that are peers in music that went quiet, and people that were around Puff that went quiet. Hey, I've been around a lot of rappers. Now, I'm not gonna say every rapper has their girl getting fucked by a sex worker, but I will say this. If you talk about their personal sex life and how many women they deal with, how they wheel and deal, how they sometimes try to deal with those interpersonal relationships, 80% of hip-hop should go to jail for sex trafficking.
So that is what I said.
If that's what we think it is. Because a lot of these dudes, hey, I'm flying you out here. We're going to do this. I'm flying out this other chick. Hey, y'all down with whatever? Yo, I'm going to buy you a bag. There's rappers that are currently in the game who are doing this consistently, and this is kind of common.
Yeah.
So, again, a lot of what people don't realize, you see that video of Diddy beating Cassie, that jumps off the page.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
But, and if we look at some of the sexual behavior, I'm like, I know a couple of dudes who they'll fly 4 or 5 girls out and they're expecting this and third, and they might not pay someone, but they say, here's a bag.
Well, that's my point. This stuff that we're hearing about in the courtroom, this is not standalone to Sean Combs. Like you just said, this happens a lot. However, again, I know it's not provable. Technically, there's lots of reasonable doubt there, but many of these people who do that, they also don't attempt arson, I guess. And again, that's not proven. I know it's not proven, and I agree with that. The investigation was sloppy, but I think intellectually we know who's responsible, but it doesn't matter. If you can't prove it in court, then who cares? It's not, then throw it out the window. So my whole point is, from what we've seen inside this courtroom, this trial, that's it. I do think that the case we talked about, it wasn't what we thought it would be. I was like, going into this case, I was like, oh yeah, they're going to have the driver. They're going to talk about the shooting. They're going to talk about this.
We thought J-Lo was going to prance into court.
We're talking about bad behavior.
And say, yo, he threw the gun in my bag.
Yes.
He told me this. The driver was going to be like, he gave me a bribe. I did.
We're talking about sloppy behavior, negligent behavior from, the late 90s up until, because that's the thing. Nobody really cared about or thought he was doing anything criminal until Cassie's lawsuit came out. Nobody was looking at him like he's this bad guy. But then when that came out, I think people felt safe to be like, oh, well, I went here with him and he was horrible to, I mean, it's like the list goes on. So
Lauren, and this is where I want to ask you this question, and I'm not putting you on the spot. And by the way, it's also okay to just, we could shift topics or even just not even answer.
Now I'm excited. What is it?
No, the reason, because I don't want you to speak as if you feel like you have to represent all women, right?
Yeah.
But because you are a woman, I do want to defer you on certain things. And I said that to my chat earlier. I said, I do like having Lauren give an opinion. I said, yesterday, me and Unc, we kind of kicking it. I'm younger. He a little bit older. He's been through life a certain way. I've been through life. But I said, when Lauren brought up some things, she made me think, but it wasn't even on some, like, she's super emotional, like da-da-da. But it made me think about, there is another angle that this could be evaluated on that won't be coming from the POV of maybe you or Unc. And that's why I think you're so important. So I guess what I'm saying is that as you're watching all of this and how it's hitting for you as a woman, did you, like, I asked my chat queens and they'll send in donations or whatever, and they'll give me mixed opinions. Like, now listen, I'm a woman. This and third, man, she know what she was doing. There's certain women, she doesn't need $10,000 a month. These women know whatever. And then some of them will say, well, listen, and it might be harping back to some of their trauma. They're like, hey, listen, well, when a guy does this, That's that coercive behavior. That's that control. That's that, that's still, it's not as much in our control as maybe you would say, saying you're a grown-ass woman, you could leave. How did all this information hit you?
I don't want to go with the whole you can leave. I think that is like, I think that if we bring that up and it's like, come on, guys. It's like you're asking, and I'm not saying that this is the case for Jane, for Mia, whatever, but it's like you can't ask a battered wife why she didn't leave her abusive husband, and the next thing you know, she's dead. There are reasons, there are doctors to speak about this. I can't speak to everybody's individual experience, but what I can say is it's important to be inside the courtroom when you're listening to this testimony and or even overflow, because reading it is one thing, but seeing the emotions from these people, it totally hits differently. So in my opinion, like I said, I was moved by Cassie, right? Was I moved by Mia?
How quickly?
Like, not so much, Not
to cut you, but how quickly? Because when we read it, she became emotional quickly.
It wasn't just her. It was just everything that. I mean, yes, it was her and it was her words, but it was just her composure and the fact that she already got money, right? She didn't necessarily have to do this, and this is some humiliating
No. She had to testify.
That's an
she
awesome
was
argument.
for. She was for. Don't.
Why she wasn't forced? You can't.
Sidebar. She had to testify.
What do you mean?
She was subpoenaed. Cassie had to testify. Cassie just didn't volunteer. Yeah, I'll testify. The government made her testify.
She's asked on the stand, did anybody force you to testify here today? And her answer is no. That's the whole thing. You don't.
All right, hold on.
I don't remember that part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me throw this into the
I don't remember that
right?
part. Because the basis of the criminal case is coming from her civil case. Right? So
yeah, nobody forced her, though. I don't know about Jane, because you mentioned.
So you're saying Cassie willingly?
Yes, that's what I'm
saying.
saying.
No.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How about if the government, and I've always thought this, right? And that's why I thought Cassie was the source of the leak of the video. How if the government said, hey, listen, based on what you described, there is a way and an angle that you're the Ghislaine Maxwell.
I thought you had said they said that about Jane, because I may have missed that, but didn't you mention that about Jane, where they said you could be a co-conspirator or something like that, or like I don't even know.
And Cassie too, because she.
I would think Cassie, because
she
if Cassie
paid. It was
we've never heard
testimony
Diddy
has
paid
come
the
out.
guy. It was always Cassie, and if Cassie called
she
them,
paid the price.
She would search Craigslist for
the male entertainers,
big dick black guys.
She was forced to testify.
I think that if you
Don't
pull,
you think they
if you
tried
pull up
to?
the transcript, you'll see one of the either the first or the last questions that they ask witnesses is, number one, were you subpoenaed? That is, and number two, like some of the witnesses that.
Well, if she's in the indictment as victim one, she has to come and testify. Wasn't she victim one?
Hold on.
But you don't have to. She said, I
No,
don't
no,
want
no,
to.
wait.
Guys,
So
nobody forced her to testify.
I disagree with that. 8,000%.
So it's in the idea of forced is how you're thinking. I'm not thinking that way. I'm thinking that they approach her and they say, hey, listen, based on what we read on your civil suit, we're starting to investigate it. We're starting to find some things. Here's the thing, though. There's potentially a way, and by the way, this would never come out in trial. There's potentially a way that you and Diddy are both co-conspirators who recruited, prostitutes, flew them across state lines to indulge in this sex act called a freak off. You were the one who made the payments. You were the one who solicited them. You were the one who did a lot of stuff, and your lawsuit basically gives you an out. We don't believe that, though. We think you're in victim. Here's the thing, and this is where it's kind of like a twist of an arm, not a full force. Hey, if we're down to give you immunity because we think you're a victim too.
I mean, if that, listen, they could have approached her and said, would you be willing, if we open up a criminal investigation, would you be willing to testify, and would you be willing? All I know is, again, when these witnesses are questioned, they'll say, did you exercise, like, basically, the witnesses that were subpoenaed, we know they're subpoenaed. Did they get immunity? We know they have immunity. those are one of the first questions that they are asked. When it came to Cassie, it was very clear. Nobody forced you to testify
not necessarily
today.
Cassie was victim one in the indictment. She's got to come.
No,
and the feds ain't nice about it.
I'm
They
stopping
not.
short of
They're
what
not.
Unc is saying.
Okay, please. Are you sure?
It's like
that ain't
what,
how they getting down.
It's like what if you look at how
No way.
authorities usually move. Okay, let's go to the bookkeeper. The bookkeeper is not going to say, hey, just because you sent me a subpoena, I'm here to tell all. But if you say, hey, listen, I'll give another example. I'll give the perfect example.
I mean, I can look for the
Hold on.
transcript right now.
No, but you wouldn't know. No, hold on, you wouldn't know.
But I'm saying just to show
Wait,
that
hold
like
on.
she
Wait,
can't perjure
No,
herself
no, no,
and say that
She's a victim in the indictment.
It's not forced.
She's in the indictment as a part of the RICO.
Wait, hold on. Lauren, just listen to me for a second.
Okay.
So I've given this story up in the Tekashi 6ix9ine indictment. Me and Tekashi were friends. I was a media guy. Tekashi would send me videos. I would post it. He was trying to go viral. Okay? The feds came to me at Complex in Times Square. They were downstairs. The security and HR said, why the hell is HSI downstairs for you? I said, I have no idea. They said, we could get you out the back door. I said, I have committed no crime. They said, we'll talk to them and see if they have an arrest warrant. If they don't, do you want to speak to them? But we think you should get a lawyer. We could get you a lawyer. I'll shout a Complex for that. They said, we'll set up a room, and we think you should hear them out, but don't answer no questions. Okay, and I'm going to try to fast track this. They show up, and they basically say they want some things. So basically, Tekashi has sent me a video that was a video of a robbery. Okay? The video was posted to social media. I had the copy. There's a copy on his phone. They already had it. But I posted it to social media. They thought maybe he sent me another copy. So they brought me down, and so I got a lawyer, and they brought me down there, and they said, hey, listen, and this is what I'm saying. No one forced me to do nothing. That's what I'm saying. It's strategy. They said, check this out. We want this video. Of course, at first I said, well, I'm in the media. I have some protection on the sources that I have. I don't have to give you anything. Am I a witness or under investigation? Do you think I'm a suspect? They then say, well, there's an ongoing grand jury. We're going to put you in front of that grand jury. You're going to have to be testifying to indict one of the most dangerous gangs in New York. Do you want to do that? You could play hardball with us, but we're going to play hardball. That was a decision I had to make. The decision was you could play hardball with them, but they're telling you, they told me, we have the video.
No, I
we
understand.
want the clear video, and we want the original video. So here's the thing. I don't think they threatened Cassie. I don't think the feds threatened me, but they put you in a situation to say, we could make your life a little bit unhappy. It's like if a murder happens.
I completely understand.
If a murder happens at a club, they go to the club and say, do you want your liquor license investigated? You're not going to give us a video of what happened? You want your liquor license investigated. It's not forcing you to give the video, but they compel you in a way where you have to. I think they had to. Even if Cassie was unwilling, we don't know if Cassie was unwilling. Maybe she was. According to the testimony, maybe she still has love for Puff. But they compelled her, and she said, I'm going to do it. The easiest way to compel her, on face value in this case, you could be a co-conspirator.
If they wanted to try this again and it was a mistrial, let's say, they would need Cassie to testify in order to get this case tried again, and she would have the right to say no because she was never actually forced to do it. Is all I'm like.
That's not true.
Yeah,
you can't say.
I mean, the
how
thing
could
is,
you?
like,
How could listen? What's count number? Sex trafficking in Cassie is what?
2.
Count 2. What's in the sexual prostitution in Cassie? Right.
3.
She is on the verdict sheet. She was victim number 1. She has to testify.
Well, Gina was too.
It's not like she could say like,
Gina
yeah.
said no because Gina wasn't. Guys,
no,
Gina had the right.
Gina absconded. Gina absconded and just said, "I'm not coming."
We also don't want to bulldoze her. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're not. You're not bulldozing me because I know how the law.
Wait, Lauren. I want to ask
you. But we're not going to sit up here and say that she didn't have to testify.
Hold on, Lauren. I want to ask you this
question. She chose to do this.
So, in this indictment,
she did choose.
Okay, so in this indictment, according to your belief, remember the feds.
No way.
There was no victim that contacted a local police officer.
Yeah.
Or anyone that connected them to the feds. The feds saw this in the media and said, "I think there's something here." By the way, if we go back to Jimmy Henchman's case back in the day, they were investigating the possibility of Diddy doing some stuff. So they were waiting for something like this. Okay.
Right.
So they went to Cassie. Do you think that as soon as they went to Cassie, Cassie said, "I will gladly"?
I have no idea.
No, we're speculating.
I literally have no idea how that went down. I don't even want to speculate about that because it's so complicated. All I'm saying is Gina was supposed to testify as well, but Gina didn't show up. Her lawyer stopped returning phone calls. She wasn't forced. The victims, they're not forced to testify here. Like, it's just not. It's not a thing.
What do you constitute as force?
Wrong, man. You're wrong. That's bad information.
Force is like we are going to arrest you if you know what I mean, or you're going to be part of. Like, that's just not.
Absolutely.
You don't think that they said to Cassie, if you are uncooperative, which, by the way, put it like this. You don't think they went to KK and say, "Hey, we don't believe you had all the knowledge of some of the things that Diddy has done. You were doing your job as chief of staff." And by the way, I think this is why KK, if Diddy gets convicted, is probably going to get indicted.
Absolutely.
Because if she could have said, "I'm going to be a government witness," you get immunity. Because they want Diddy. They're going to have you testify as a co-conspirator.
Unindicted co-conspirator.
Unindicted co-conspirator.
Unindicted co-conspirator.
It's almost like if you have a case, you want to charge a man with domestic violence, you can't move the case forward unless you have the quote unquote star witness, which would be, let's say, the wife that he beat. You know what I mean? They're not going to force that wife to testify. They're not going to say they're going to say, "Okay, well, if you don't, then, he's going to continue to do what he does and get away with it."
Wrong.
Whatever. And they're going to either drop the case or they're going to, you know what I mean?
Let me look at the comments. Let me see what's going on.
You're wrong.
No. Well, again,
there's no way. Cassie is count number 2, sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. Count number 3, Mann Act transportation of Cassie Ventura. Cassie Ventura was integral in the attempted arson.
But no one's saying that
she was in the video. She had to testify.
Lauren,
she didn't have. She didn't say, "Okay, yeah, I'll do it." She had already got her $20 million.
Lauren, I'm in the middle with this. I don't think she was forced. I think the government. I think knowing how the government and law enforcement work, they don't ask nicely and you just respond, "Oh no, I'm good." I think they twist the arm of everyone. I think they twist the arm of everyone.
Meetings. Of course. This is a really difficult thing. I mean, that's why I said it's really...
You don't think they twisted their arm. You think it was completely voluntary.
Lauren, I've been to federal prison, man. I know how these people work. They're not giving you no choice.
Maybe they convinced her. Maybe
Feds don't work that way.
They aided her decision with, whatever.
Twisted her arm, or you think completely voluntary?
I think that we're missing the point. I don't think they said we are gonna arrest you if you do not.
No, we're gonna indict you.
I don't think that. I personally don't think that is what happened. And also, they wouldn't be able to get up there and ask her that direct question.
Okay.
Did anyone force you to be here today?
Okay.
Did anyone force you to testify? No, they didn't. They wouldn't be able to ask her that because she
Lauren,
would say, "Well, I didn't want to, but you guys threatened to indict me on
Lauren,
XYZ count."
Let me ask you a question. Well, why do it? You got the money already. Why do it?
That is exactly my point, you guys, is that she's up there and she's reading through the most humiliating, disgusting, cringy text messages because she wants what she feels like is justice. I'm not saying this is coming from me. And she says she loves him still? You guys are misinterpreting like that I'm feeling this or I'm emotional.
No,
I am just spitting out the facts and the details.
Well, you're trying to speak for her. You're telling us that you thinking for her.
I'm telling you what she said on the stand. That's all I'm saying.
No,
I am saying I'm literally regurgitating.
No, she did say that. You're right.
What she said on the stand. Like all of these people, I can't tell you what is in her heart and why she testified. I can't. But what I can say, and again, if you want to just pull up the transcript, you can just settle this right here.
Hold on.
Right here and right now.
Lauren. All right, could I make a point to you?
Please.
And by the way, I want to mention to everyone, we love Lauren. This is a obviously we're in the space of now opinions.
But this is not an opinion, I guess. It's like what I'm trying to say. It's not an emotional opinion of any kind.
But it does lean into it because some of these things wouldn't be known. Like for example.
But you want me to read minds of you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about what happened on the stand. What was said.
But we have to make an assumption. For example, when it comes to Jane Doe, right? And I know we're not talking about Cassie now, we're talking about Jane Doe. Did she say she was forced to testify?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay.
So I can't argue that point. Yeah.
Okay. However, was there a part of her testimony when they said to her, hey, but you're here testifying against Puff, and she seemed surprised? Is that true?
Yes, but she did not. And guess what? Something else. Cassie and Jane did not come in and have to get immunity. They like the other witnesses did. So that wasn't a thing.
Wait. If
they already got it because they're unindicted co-conspirators.
That's the question I was going to ask. So because the assistants and the stylist, they all said we intend to plead the fifth, and Judge Submaranian signed the immunity order for them.
Right.
But do you believe that Cassie and Jane testified?
Maybe they signed something before.
Okay, but we got to use like common sense here.
Sure.
You think you think that Cassie, put like this? Mm-hmm. The two charges we think are gonna stick are prostitution. Cassie called the prostitutes. Cassie paid the prostitutes. You think that her lawyer Douglas Whitford, who got her $20 million from Diddy and 10 from Intercontinental Hotel, did not say, we're not going to go admit that we were paying people for basically prostitution without an immunity deal?
Saying, yes, I mean, sure, but they're, again, part of the whole case is they're saying that these women were coerced and forced to do this. But sure, yeah, of course they should get an immunity deal if they have to sit there and say,
we're not
did
denying
this
that.
illegal
The point
activity.
we're trying to say is that they may have gotten an immunity deal that was not mentioned in court.
Sure.
I do think that was odd.
That it
wasn't mentioned.
That's totally plausible, and I'm sure that was a thing. But again, not mentioned when they're being questioned. And when you are a victim like this, or whatever, it's a known thing. Like you're not forced.
By the way,
they don't have a case.
By the way, also, if we look at the federal rules of evidence, which by the way affected how both of them were being questioned, there were a lot of things left out. By the way, they mentioned Jonathan Odie. Jonathan Odie claimed in his interview that he had
forgot about that guy.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
He got a settlement because he contracted
an
permanent STD from them. Okay? Right? There was no conversations about sexual history or sexual health in terms of STDs. Why? That would be against the federal rule of evidence for sex victims. So let me point. The point is that and again, I could be wrong. I should probably consult like an actual attorney. We should consult an actual attorney on a lot of things. But I don't think they could question the victims on that because every other person was questioned. It doesn't make sense they question every other person other than the victims. Mm-hmm. Do you have a immunity deal? There was no question to Jane Doe about an immunity deal. There was no question to Cassie. There was a question to Deontay Nash. There was a question to I think even Mia, right?
I don't remember specifically.
Maybe not Mia, but Mia.
Definitely Brianna Bongolan got one.
There was everybody was an assistant. Hey, we need the immunity in court now. So I am assuming, and it's just off of, because again, they kept referring to these rules, and I had to read up on them and really learn them. Hey, it's a federal rule of evidence 208B. And I'm like, okay, you get to realize sexual history or STDs cannot be brought up. UTI was one of the only things you heard.
Right.
Like, if you think that they was doing all that fucking and there was only UTIs being passed, you ain't hear about no chlamydia, no gonorrhea.
I know.
Ain't one motherfucking, like, come on, right?
I mean, there was I think there was some text messages we saw during one of the summary witnesses where Cassie had said she wanted to be more careful and that she needed to go and get tested, but that is also like the closest that they ever got.
She said sores on the tongue. I started thinking what STD that could be.
Yeah, that was, that she said was from the baby oil as well and like touching. I know.
I asked my chat queens this morning, I said, have y'all ever did so much fellatio that there was sores on your tongue?
Look, I'm reading something. I looked this up. In a federal criminal case, victims are often required to testify, and they can be compelled to do so by a subpoena. If a victim refuses to testify after being subpoenaed, they could potentially face consequences like being held in contempt of court. However, there are some exceptions and considerations, particularly in cases involving vulnerable individuals like children or victims of domestic violence or sexual assault. Subpoena. A subpoena is a legal document. Consequences of refusal. Refusal to comply with the subpoena can lead to contempt of court charges, which may result in fines or even jail time. So,
yeah, we can read general laws. That's totally.
Well, you trying to dismiss?
I just feel like, again, if they're on the stand asking her a direct question, she has to answer truthfully, or else that's perjury.
She's in the indictment. She's in the indictment.
So I think Uncle's just trying to say,
she's in the indictment.
Maybe not forced, but she's compelled.
She's the key witness. She's the star
compelled
witness.
in a way.
She's
right. She's compelled in a way. Right. Like I mean, the whole trial, they denied Diddy's motion to push it back.
To go there. She was
they
forced.
denied Diddy's motion to push it back because she was gonna have a child. It's not that they're like, oh, okay, Gina could not show up.
Because she could have said, oh, I'm pregnant. I can't come. All right, don't worry about it. You pregnant. We don't need you.
They basically said, we can't find Gina no more. We good. But it was clear they needed Cassie.
She was forced.
I mean,
100%.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say forced. Like, so I'm in the middle.
I'm saying forced.
I'm saying compelled.
But then she would have to say, yes, I was forced to be here today. Like, that's what
she don't have to say that because she's in the indictment. She's victim number
if they
one.
ask her on the
imagine
stand,
she's forced because it's of her own self-survival.
Sexual
if
trafficking.
you don't do this,
guys,
you might.
I'm literally just, again, regurgitating what was said on the stand and what she said and how.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
But that's literally, it's not any more complicated than that. She was directly asked, did anyone force you to be here? She answered no. I am taking that. There was no objections to that from the defense, so I am taking that as her word, and I am taking that as
They
true.
should have asked about a deal, and a deal would be the force.
But then why wouldn't his multi-million-dollar defense attorneys bring that up
because the federal rule of evidence, you cannot, when someone is listed as a victim, the way they treated Jane Doe, Mia, because Mia accused Diddy of sexual assault too, and the way they treated Cassie was very different than the assistants.
She cooperated.
There was every time there was objections, 209, objections to, and it was all about federal. You cannot have a potential sexual assault victim and just go completely crazy. Remember, they were trying to get into, I can't remember who, sexual history, and it was all barred. They could not do it. I can't remember who it was.
I don't remember either.
They were trying to bring in someone's, because in sexual assault, her sex history doesn't matter. She could fuck 3 million niggas. It doesn't matter. You have to talk about her sexual history with that person or something pertinent.
I just think that when you start speculating on this stuff, it just gets really muddy and it gets a little bit dangerous.
She cooperated against Puff. She became an informant. She's a rat, and in order to save herself, she had to testify against Puff in order to save herself.
And you can definitely speculate on that.
That's
but I don't
no
think
speculation.
But I'm saying that we shouldn't.
I need to be friends with her.
Oh.
The women are loving.
No,
loving
but the thing is, this is where I think it's just getting confused. Like, again, I have no emotional feeling, no emotional reaction to this. I am just not speculating like you guys are as to what happened behind closed doors.
Well, we have
I
to
am
speculate
telling you,
to
you
some
don't have to speculate, because I think that's where all of a sudden that's where misinformation spreads. And that's, I think, part of the problem. We don't know what happened. Maybe Cassie will do a tell-all and tell us exactly what happened, exactly what went down. But for now, while this man's life is on the line and all of this is going on, we can only weigh what we...
The jury should not do the speculation, but what we're kind of breaking this down...
I do feel like I want to be a credible source for people.
Yeah.
So I can't sit here and confidently say, yeah, you're right. They twisted Cassie's arm because they told her.
She's a rat.
Yeah, I can't say that. And
I
also don't necessarily think that I 100% believe that either. Because again, I've seen cases dropped when their star witness can't
I'm in between both of y'all because
she's a rat.
Okay, I do believe she cooperated because they probably compelled her. I don't believe she's a rat though, because here's the thing: in domestic violence or sexual cases, there is no rat, right? It's
when you take the stand.
Like if you call it like if any, I think if a gangster dude calls the cops on his girl or girl calls, that's not a rat. That is a domestic violence situation in sexual assault cases. If you knew your friend R-worded a girl and you cooperated with the government, I don't think you're a rat. If you believe he R-worded her, sex trafficked her, those are things where it's just as a man
against Puff. Period.
No, she did. I believe
against
that.
Jane. Everybody who got on the stand cooperated against him. Period.
Are you
D-Rock did not cooperate. His name is all in the case.
But D-Rock wasn't getting fucked.
Right, but he's a part of it. They have him a part of the enterprise.
Yeah, but
they have him a part of the conspiracy. KK's name is all throughout this trial.
Has
Gina
no
didn't
reason
come
to think he's a victim. Cassie is stuck in between what we were doing consensual or was I a victim, and how much has this man done for me? And yes, maybe even if you want to believe she got brainwashed into thinking, no, you're a victim. If she believes she's a victim, she's not ratting. It would be so, irresponsible to tell a woman like, yo, if you're speaking up against your abuser, you're a rat. Right?
She cooperated because she was a conspirator. She was the one that initiated the first freak off with Punisher.
No, he brought it up. She said she wanted to fulfill his fantasy.
Well, whatever the case may be, she reached out to him. She contacted him first. He came. She introduced herself. She was the first one she met. She paid him, right?
Okay.
From that, the government knows you participated in this conspiracy along with Sean Combs. We're going to indict you unless you agree to testify against Sean Combs to say that you were trafficked or you were forced or coerced, and that's where it is. She did not voluntarily wake up and say, yeah, I got my 20 million chilling. I got 10 coming from Intercontinental, and you know what? I'm just gonna come down there pregnant in my third trimester and get on the stand and just be a part of this thing and embarrass myself in front of my husband. And embarrass myself in front of the world.
Why do you think
no
that I was
way,
so,
man.
And that is again why, and same, even Jane testified, like HSI left a card on her doorstep and said, call us back. If she didn't, it's, would something happen to her? Who knows? But she wasn't going to call them back for, because she was still with Puff. And then she
Lauren,
did decide
you're very
to call them back.
naive. You're very naive to how this thing works.
I'm not naive.
The feds don't play like that. The feds do not. They are not nice. They don't ask permission.
You're missing the point.
I'm not missing no point. I'm listening to you.
I am trying to deliver accurate information as to what we've
but
seen
you're
go
implying,
on with this
you're
case.
implying something that
what
ain't
we
true.
heard again
From somebody that's gone through it.
Nobody perjured themselves on the stand when it came to Cassie. That would have been called out by the defense. They would, and also like
the 17th floor balcony incident was perjury.
Yes, and they called that out.
But
we're not talking about
I think
that.
The disconnect here is that
you can have feelings, but I'm talking facts.
No.
Your feelings might be correct, though.
I'm talking facts,
Your feelings
too.
might be
I've
correct.
been through it. I've been through it.
You guys,
I know
here's
how
the
it
disconnect.
goes.
You're talking facts as it pertains to what came out in trial. He believes he's talking facts as how the feds move.
Yes, he's talking in general. In general, this is an in general
it's not
thing.
really in general. The feds are gonna do what they want to do.
Yeah,
hold on. And I'm sorry to cut you off. The feds, as much as we're saying we're talking facts, the feds use the indictment or use a lawsuit of Rodney Jones to get a search warrant and never use him as a. So the feds ain't playing fair. So this idea that, oh no, if the feds did it, it would come out in trial. No, they never mentioned Rodney Jones. They mentioned
because
everything.
Maybe he wasn't a good witness for them.
But here's the thing: their entire. No, I agree with you. But their entire.
They don't have to mention him. Like.
No. Okay, but you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You ever heard of the idea of the fruit of the poisonous tree? So you got a search warrant, a federal search warrant, based upon someone who you didn't even deem credible to be a witness for you. That's the only reason why you were able to enter his house at 2-Star Island and then the other house in Los Angeles. You got it because of salacious, maybe speculative or lies that was filed in a civil suit. You use this as probable cause.
I mean, guys, and I also think that anybody
I'm only making a point of
right.
The feds don't play fair.
But I guess what I'm saying is here, guys, yesterday you saw me on this channel say that I think many aspects of this case are ridiculous. So I'm not sitting here saying that the government is the end all be all. I've never said that. I've never thought this was this was a solid case here. And I said that specifically when it comes to their biggest piece of evidence being the baby oil. All I'm saying is you just can't, you can't put words in someone's mouth or
Lauren,
put.
You have a soft spot for Cassie, and I completely understand.
100%.
It's, and by the way, here's the thing.
For a girl that got beat up on a regular, I do have a bit of a soft spot for her. But this has.
By the way,
I think
you saying that, and this is why this broadcast is great. That this is what the jury is going to be battling with.
But my soft spot has nothing to do with what she said. I wasn't forced to testify. That has nothing to do with it.
No, not necessarily forced, but put it like this. Do you think that? Remember. So
I know the government has tricks. I'm not
no tricks.
It's like Lil Rob saying that, I was forced to give them info for the search warrant. No, he wasn't forced. He was probably compelled. Also, there's a financial incentive for him. Obviously not for Cassie, because Cassie already got it. Go ahead.
United States Attorney's Office, District of New Jersey. Victims and witnesses, understanding your rights and the federal court system. Introduction. Victims of crime and other people who have knowledge about the commission of a crime are often required to testify at a trial or at other court proceedings. The federal criminal justice system cannot function without the participation of victims and witnesses. Complete cooperation and truthful testimony of all witnesses and victims are essential to the determination of the guilt or innocence of a person accused of committing a crime.
Is
Cassie don't show up.
I think we're going in circles because again, they wouldn't have a case without Cassie, and so this case would be weaker without Cassie. If Cassie was like, "Nah, I'm out," like Gina, this case would be weaker. If we had Gina, maybe it would be stronger. Who knows?
Without Cassie, there's no case.
Well, there you go. So
it's impossible. Cassie laid the groundwork.
Do you think she volunteered to come and testify?
No. I think she was compelled, and I think
it was mandatory.
Hey, put it like this: the mere
mandatory.
Fact, and by the way, again, I know,
guys, I'm not going to argue with you anymore because on this point, it is so far fetched at this point to sit here and think that she could not walk away from testifying, and you're saying that if she walked away, they would have arrested her and indicted her.
No. We're not going that far, but
you
it's
are,
about compelling.
And you have.
Wait, hold on.
You have
Absolutely.
already. See, that's what I'm saying.
Well, she's going that far. I'm not going that far.
I don't agree with that, and so we can just
Why
leave it at that.
Why do you think that Douglas
on,
Wigger is in there? And by the way, I think he even addressed the judge at a point. Listen, he's in there because, number one, our client's in court, not because she got $20 million on her money counter broke, so she just got some free time to go to court. She's in there because she's compelled to be there, and her lawyer who got her the $20 million and got her 10 from Intercontinental, They're saying, hey, listen, don't perjure yourself because we got the bag already. Let's not fuck this up. Let's do what the government want to do. We could never get any criminal prosecution as opposed to anything. If we're talking about some of these acts in terms of RICO, you don't think Cassie done passed out drugs? We heard Cassie is with more drugs than Diddy. Cassie was taking more drugs than Diddy. We heard Cassie paying all the prostitutes. Cassie was texting them, yo, I need this guy. I need this guy. Yo, I don't want him. I want him. Cassie seems like a co-conspirator in some sense, and I think that that's the compelling. I'll concede to you that it's all voluntary. But if you don't think the government had any leverage over Cassie and they were like so nice to her, like, hey, Cassie, I know you got $20 million and I know you're thumbing through the check. Do you want to come through to help us get this guy in jail? And she was like, of course. Of course.
No,
let me pause my money counter.
I don't think it was as simple as that.
What do you think it was?
I don't pretend to know. I know that there was many, many meetings, and I'm sure Cassie thought about this for a very long time.
This was complex, by the way. They even brought up the fact, they said, hey, listen, during part of your testimony, your husband might have to leave because he might be an impeachment witness. Why do you think she was signed up to bring her husband to the courtroom, have her husband listen to all the things that you think her husband have to listen to? Yeah, when Diddy was piping you out, I was calling you.
She's going to voluntarily come and get that information.
And again, guys,
I'm going to volunteer this information.
Stop it. Stop
while
it.
I'm pregnant with your next kid.
Stop
I just want to let you know, when I was with you at first, I was still letting Diddy hit, and then you called me one night, but Diddy was hitting it so good I couldn't even answer the phone.
I mean, guys, my emotions are out of this. Whether or not I have a soft spot for someone who got the crap kicked out of them has nothing to do.
We're not saying she's not a victim.
But, and I'm not saying, I'm not even going there. Like, I'm not, so it's just like, I have said, I have been incredibly fair when covering this, and again, I have no issue saying when something is ridiculous, when I feel like this is just, this case is weak on many levels, but like I have to just stand firm on the fact that if she wanted to walk away, she would have walked away, and they would have had a much weaker case, and she would not be in handcuffs right now.
Okay, so to not go in circles, I'll just ask this final question: do you believe that when this trial started in about 7 or 8 weeks ago, if Cassie had changed her mind and said, I'm not coming, there would be no recourse and no repercussions from the United States government, who has built and spent millions of dollars to pursue and prosecute one Puff Daddy, a.k.a. Sean
They would
Combs?
have had to keep all the evidence that she gave, because keep in mind, she's the one that brought forth the laptops, the cell phones, all of this evidence, and if she said, I'm not going to testify, well, they'd have to move forward at that point without her testimony, and that's that.
I know they will move forward, but you think there's no recourse. It's just like, all right, she's not coming, fuck it. They would treat it like,
I'm not, like, I can't predict the future, but I don't, what would, you're saying they would turn around and make a case against her and then all of a sudden add her to the indictment, or no, I don't think that
I'm not going that far. I'm saying that it was part of an immunity deal or a proffer deal. They brought her in for a proffer session, right?
Maybe, I'm assuming, but again, I don't know all the details.
In the proffer session, it's basically an agreement. Hey, listen, you're going to provide this information, and this information, we're not going to prosecute you. But you have to provide it, not only in our conversations. How many times, and Unc, you know this, how many times she met with the government?
Who?
Cassie.
I don't remember how many times she met with
But it was multiple times. And by the way, real quick, Jamie, Joe, thank you for the 10. He says, you guys, I love. Yes, he said love 3 times. I love this panel. The difference of opinions, the difference in thoughts, even when y'all are hearing the same things in court. Thanks for keeping it really real and bringing the truth. So appreciate that person.
And I love that too. I can't believe this I literally was quoting from a transcript. Cassie was asked if she had to be here or not, and her answer was no. I'm going off of that, and somehow this turned into like...
Wait, do you think she wasn't subpoenaed?
No, she helped them make the case. She gave them all working with them from the start. I mean,
but you believe there was not even a subpoena. I am not
going to surmise.
But if we're going by that statement to say she didn't have to be here, a subpoena says you have to be here. Am I wrong?
No, she wasn't subpoenaed.
Okay.
No, she gave all the evidence that she could, the laptops, the cell phones, you know, whatever. And again, this is not my emotions. This is just
no. I don't think it is
facts from the trial.
I think you're going by what you heard in the trial. I understand what Unc is saying because the feds have different ways to elicit or get what they want, and you know they're gonna.
And I agree with that. I agree that they have their strategies and they have. And I'm not sitting here saying that they were like, Cassie, you good? And she's like, yeah, I'm good. Let's do this. Like, I don't think it was like that at all. I just don't know what it was like, so I'm not going to pretend like I do know what it was like.
They twisted her arm and say, bring your ass up in here and bring your husband too. Like, that nigga could be in the front row hearing about how Diddy used to do you. You think she's a rat? You think all of them ratted on Puff?
She cooperated for the government, on behalf of the government, to get a conviction against Sean Combs. That's it. She had knowledge of the crimes. She participated in the crimes. And she received a deal that she wouldn't be prosecuted as long as she came to testify. Why would she come and volunteer to testify and be asked all about her sex life and have all of these explicit texts into her personal private bedroom life so her kids can hear for the rest of their lives, and her husband is sitting in court knowing that she was continuing to have sex with Puff after the fact they got together? Who would volunteer for that, right? She had to testify to save herself, is what I believe.
Hey, by the way, force. Drain Masters, thank you for the 10. He says, yo, listen, I'm going to keep it a being with y'all. Cassie's husband made her do this. That was his plan. She damn near said she's still in love with Diddy on the stand. Do you believe that the husband, Alex Fine, and again, we're in speculative land now, Lauren. We are. Do you believe, what do you think his role is? You're with this woman. Now, here's the thing. I do give him a lot of credit. There was people at first saying, oh, my God, he's going to hear things that he's going to leave her. No, they've discussed these things. She probably has some trauma. They've probably gotten through it. He's probably heard all the stories. Everything he heard now was probably not the first time. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think he was definitely supportive. But do you think he was probably the battery behind her back for the lawsuit and maybe her taking a stand?
I have no idea this guy's personality. I have no idea anything about him. So I don't know. I can't answer that question without knowing what type of personality he has. I know me personally, if it was me.
Well, they're looking at like, nigga was broke. Like, he broke. He getting $200 a week to train people.
And
they're backing with the mother. He looking at her like, damn, you was a made chick. You used to have the Jaguar, the 5 apartments.
Wait, are you saying about the lawsuit itself or about testifying?
The whole thing. The whole thing. And also, let me tell you this. I said this early on my stream, like weeks ago. I said, as a man, when you know there's another guy that's been with your woman in a certain way, you ain't never going to be happy until, it's the same thing with 50 and Diddy. You ain't never going to be happy until that man either locked up or not on this earth. The way that Diddy was having some of these chicks is like,
well, I'm sure that he encouraged her with the lawsuit. As far as
it's the only way you can make it make sense.
I have no idea what he's like. I think that, like, my personal experience, if I was in that situation, my husband would probably be like, well, if you want to do it, I'll support you. If you don't, I'll support you either way. But with the lawsuit, yeah, I'm sure he
it's like the boyfriend who says, you cheated on me, and she said, I didn't mean to do it, but I did do it. You fucked another guy. She said, I didn't mean to do it. So what you mean? He took it non-consensually, and she said, yeah, that's what I mean. That's what happens. That happened. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, that's from what they say, that was the reason she testified that he raped her.
The R word, right?
Right.
Hey, you're now confronted about your infidelity. You say, no, I wasn't willing.
To your husband only, but you don't think that he's going to...
But there is no further action on, listen, and I only say that, and I say that out of personal experience. A chick one time when I confronted her, she said, yeah, I think that nigga took advantage of me. So I'm furious. Let's go to the police. Let me meet up with him. I'm ready to crash out, Unc. I'm ready to crash. She was capping like a motherfucker, man. She was capping. I found out later, yeah, she did get a little bit inebriated, but she know what she was doing. She'd been flirting with this guy for weeks on end. You know, she was being elusive to me. And when that happened, and she never expected me to find out, she couldn't take the accountability of, I did wrong. So she said,
I volunteered for this.
She said, I wasn't doing anything. And the thing that got me furious, she said, I don't know what happened. If something happened, I wasn't with it. And I said, so you mean to tell me this was non-consensual? I went almost so crazy, I almost took penitentiary chances. Then I realized she sold me up the river. After that, I said, never again. We got to go to the cops. I'm not going to crash out. Now I'm in jail. You still with the dude.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Or another dude.
So, again, but I'm not saying that's Cassie. Because
Guys, I don't care what you say about Cassie.
Yeah.
Like she
No,
is
you love
not
Cassie.
she is not my friend. She's
Nah,
not.
you love Cassie.
Literally, again, I am not taking any type of emotional stance. I just, yeah. Anyway,
you guys have different views on Cassie's statement. Did you guys not feel anything with Jane Doe?
She cooperated too.
No, I get that, but
I felt not.
You felt she was a hoe. Be honest.
No, I'm not gonna. I felt like if, let's say, Diddy gets up out of this courtroom, walks away a free man, I feel like she'll be waiting for him at the door.
You think that she'll still fuck with him? If he say, yo.
Yes. Did you see? I mean.
Oh, I didn't.
Of course.
Yes,
absolutely,
I do.
100%.
Jane Doe?
Or
100%.
I think that, again.
If he's with it.
If Jay-Z approached her in 2022 and she's with Diddy and he says, hey, come be, I'll take it. I think that she would have left
she's
Diddy
a hoe.
for him. I'm not going to
Natural
say
hoe.
that. I just think that she had
100%.
something about her that seemed like she didn't really want to work.
Lauren, is she a
You
hoe
know.
or not? Lauren, you gotta be honest.
Lauren
I
don't
know.
say it.
She
I'm
gave
not-
the whole
yeah,
vibe.
Sean knows I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say anything.
Lauren ain't gonna say that.
She's a
Lauren-
mother. I respect
No,
that
no,
she's a mother.
a mother
and she's
could be a
caring.
hoe.
But you know what kills me?
Yeah.
Sorry. And now I'll be very honest.
Yeah.
Couple things. When she's like, our first date was, he took me to the Faena Hotel and it lasted 5 nights. I was like, I need permission, like 3 days in advance to go to dinner for 2 hours. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm choking. Like, it is not, a mother cannot just pick up and leave on a date that's supposed to be for, 2 to 3 hours, come back 5 days later.
Yeah.
Like,
The rumor was.
that's when I was like, wait,
The
how?
rumor, the gossip is that the
Sorry, pepperoni in my
child's grandparents.
Yes, her mother.
He spends most of the time
With the
grand-
father's mom or
with
mother's.
the mother's
The mother's.
grandparents.
Yeah.
Oh.
They take care of him mostly more than she does. That's
So
the rumor.
Diddy was never around the child, really.
Huh?
Diddy wasn't around the child as much. He was freaking off with the woman.
Yeah.
But the kid was around the grandparents, but that's her mother and father.
I mean, I just did
That
not.
was the rumor
I
around
did
the
not
courtroom.
like how she was. Not that I didn't like it, but I'm like, that's not really real life. You can't just pick up for 5 days and leave. And then when she said, the next month she goes on a 9-day vacation with him to Bahamas and Turks.
Was it
I'm
15
like,
days? It was
yeah,
9
it was
days in.
something- yes,
9 days in
crazy.
Turks,
6.
15 in Bahamas, 6
I
in
mean,
the Bahamas.
again, I went
In a row.
I went away for this trial for 4 days in December, and my world almost collapsed
Yeah.
because of how much work I had to prep for my children. I just am like, that's not real life to me.
Lauren, you're not into the whole life. The whole life, you say fuck the kids. That's what happened. She's a hoe. You realize
But then
that she's a hoe.
I can say it. I'm not saying anything. But you know how I felt. Like
Were you
I
judging her?
respect-
Be honest.
I
Did you
respect that
judge
she's-
her?
I try not to judge other mothers, but with that being said, leaving your kid
Yeah.
to go
Chase some
on
dick
a-
in Turks and
not
Bahamas.
not a great look, guys. Not a great look to me, and not a great look for the jury, I'm sure.
Hey, by the way, Dreamlit Beats, I don't know how he sent this, but he said, I'm a blind guy here from the UK. He says, I love hearing your voices. I hope you keep doing lives after the trial. Shout out to my boy Dreamlit Beats. He's a frequent
Shout out to
contributor.
Dreamlit Beats
So
in the
nice.
UK.
And by the way, I was listening to you guys on the way here, and when you were talking about your son who was 18 months old and said, I love you, Daddy, and you're like, why? I almost cried when you're like, 'cause I hate myself right now. I was like, oh my gosh. And that is just like, that is such an honest thing to say, and it's such like it's just it made me so sad, but it also kind of made me happy in a way because your kids always love you unconditionally, no matter what. So no matter what Jane did, no matter how much she wasn't around, her son will always love her. I mean, you know.
Speaking about kids, then, right?
You got kids?
Nah, I don't got none yet, man.
How old are you?
Shit, I'm 34, man. Yo,
oh, you a baby, man.
Yo, Buster confronted me about that, man.
Who did?
You don't
Buster
have kids?
Rhymes. He said, man, because he saw me on Father's Day. He said, you don't got no kids yet?
You a baby, man. You got plenty of time. I didn't have Sean until I was 42.
Really? Yeah. Hey, so, all right, let me ask you this question. Speaking about kids, we're watching Puff's kids show up. I was watching the body language of Christian, and I really think that's his twin. And
totally.
His body language was like, especially this last 2 days after closing, it's like, I'm wondering if he's like, man, y'all about to take, he's a spitting image of him.
Yes, he is.
He still does the same dances from the era that Diddy was popping in.
Yeah.
Diddy also sent him a note. You have to carry on the legacy. Don't be distracted. Diddy looks at him very different. When it comes to children, right? When it comes to children, he also has a very young child. How do you think that's weighing on them? How much do you think maybe he has, again, I'm not saying that he's guilty, but maybe some regret saying, I spent a lot of time chasing these honeys, all these women. But now my kids, we hear about a 19-year-old. Did I show you? No, I showed the stream earlier. We found a 19-year-old that he supposedly was with. She had wished him a happy birthday like the year before, and they had a picture together. None of those women are there. Only the baby mamas, the mother of his child, and his children. What do you think they're feeling and he's feeling?
Puffy is TMZ is already reporting. Who's the white dude on TMZ? Levine?
Levin, yeah.
Harry Levin.
Yeah.
He's already reporting that he was found guilty on the 4 charges, right?
Really? Is he?
Yeah. So Puffy is he's devastation is an understatement, man.
I don't think he's gonna sleep well tonight.
If
sure.
if he knows that they came back guilty, you know, and that he's hurt, man.
I mean, Harvey Levin, he shouldn't. I'm sure he's assuming, right, that it's going to be all guilty at this point.
Look at it on your phone. I just
I'm
gonna be honest. If he's saying that, knowing his reputation, he probably has some source that knows one of the jurors. And as much as they say don't speak to no one, they done texted someone, yo, we done agreed.
Let me see.
If Harvey's saying it, his reputation, you gotta remember TMZ is still the outlet that reported, even though they did incorrectly report that Lil Wayne died, they reported first Michael Jackson died, that Prince died.
Oh, yeah.
They do have and one thing I know, because, you know, I'm in the media business, they pay law enforcement sources, they pay federal sources, they'll pay the people CNN won't pay, they'll get to it. And if he's saying that and he says he got it from a source, I'm believing Harvey Levin. I'm believing
pull
Harvey
it up?
Levin.
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking. I don't know what. Can you just send it to me? Text it to me?
Yeah,
He's. I mean, and also keep in mind, like, they are going to appeal the crap out of this. If you call for 3 mistrials, and
ready.
they are so ready. They are, finger on the button
ready
right now.
So wait, the rumor was that Harvey Levin is saying that there's a guilty on all 4?
I don't know. That's what I want to see, and we can read it. Let's see.
If that's the case, we gotta put Diddy on suicide watch. It's no way.
It
might be Aaron Hernandez.
Wait, that's actually a really good point. They should watch him.
The jury has reached unanimous decisions on 4 of the 5 counts. The problem is that 5th count means that we don't get to find out what the verdicts are on the other 4 because they are hung up on racketeering, which is what we talked about for days now, that racketeering from the get-go has been the problematic count. It is a very complicated charge. And a lot of people saying it's square peg, round hole, that we know that there are multiple jurors on both sides. It's not just one holdout, that on racketeering, they are stuck. But They have reached a decision on sex trafficking as it results with Cassie. They've reached a decision on the Mann Act, the interstate transportation of a sex worker, as to Cassie. They have reached a decision, unanimous, on sex trafficking as to Jane, and they have reached a decision on the Mann Act as to Jane. So, what does this mean? What's confusing is all of those things that you just said are also included in the racketeering count. So we don't know what the vote is. So we don't know what the vote is. It's hard to read what they possibly came up with. Let me read between the lines on what you're saying, because what Charles, I think, it's just a valid point that you need to find two crimes in order to apply the RICO statute, the racketeering statute. If they found Diddy guilty on the Mann Act, which is the most likely as to both Jane and Cassie, those are two illegal counts. And therefore, they think they'd have enough. So what I'm saying to you is, and I said to you all along, which is Diddy really the racketeer that people are used to hearing? And so you think that perhaps there's a juror or...
Yeah, no. I think we didn't get a definitive...
He didn't. I was wrong when I said that.
Who are confused about the racketeering. Like, how can this be racketeering if it's just Diddy doing? And the reason I say that is we know early on there was one juror, remember, where the jury said he's not following the law. Juror 25. And I said to you, I think this is a racketeering charge. That it just that's the one they were hung up on. So we don't know as to the other four whether Diddy has been found guilty or not guilty, but there's a hint that with Cassie,
I think
we don't know. Yeah, I was wrong on that.
No, but I mean, like most lawyers are assuming that that they're guilty on Cassie. I mean,
guilty on
Jane as well. And well, no, they haven't got, and then just guilty on the Mann Act charges. Again, they're leaning towards. They're saying, "Oh, this is not good for Diddy, not good for Diddy," because they think that basically if he wasn't guilty of all of those things, they would just say no to racketeering type of thing. But again, I think they're hung up on the co-conspirator aspect and the criminal enterprise, like we discussed. But
can I ask y'all a question? And this is going to be a speculative question, and we're going to use pseudonyms for this. But the individual that you believe they considered Bear, who may have showed up to court, if Diddy does get found guilty, do you think that his criminal exposure is now front and center? Because if they've deemed this behavior from another one of his peers as illegal, as sex trafficking, as racketeering, when there is a whole conglomerate in a company facilitating it, do you think he should probably either seize the behavior or look to try to prevent what might be inevitably going to happen to Diddy?
I think every Major League Baseball player, every NHL hockey player, NFL football player, NBA player, every actor, actress, entertainer, musician, rapper is going to rethink their whole modus operandi, has already started rethinking it based on this case. Because like Lauren was saying before, and you were saying before, and I was saying before, you know, he's not isolated in doing what he's being indicted for, right? He just got targeted, and he's in the hot seat, but you got to be careful what you do, man. Because flying, you said it before, people have been flying girls out all over. That's what they do. Get a tall stack of dollars and fly a girl out. Can't do that no more, man.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And I will
100%.
say that if I were a juror, I would probably go for nullification on some of this stuff, because I mentioned this before. Do some of these crimes, did they meet the charges here? Yes, on paper they do. But if I am a juror, I would have a really, really hard time putting him away for 15 years for sex trafficking Cassie. If it's do you know what I'm saying? I don't think that that's right. I don't. If we're going to just talk about like this individually, nothing about what he's done with his life, nothing about anything in the past. I mean, do you think that he should be put away for 15 years for offering somebody an MDMA pill? No, I don't think so. I really don't. So
of course not. But
right.
I'll tell you,
but that's where we are right now, and that's where I think it's upsetting. Obviously, to you, you're very passionate about this now because you see what's going on, and so I get it. And I think that the other part of this is where people are like, well, he deserves it. He did XYZ, XYZ. Okay, you can think of it that way, but also, what if this was you? And what if you are on trial for, crimes that some consider minor, some consider things that people do all the time, but it's federal, and you're facing life.
People have started to change. Let me tell you this. Going back to that conversation as you asked me if I had a child, right? And I mentioned Busta Rhymes. So I was in Atlantic City. When was it? Probably like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I went to go see my favorite artist. That's the guy I was wearing on the shirt yesterday, Vybz Kartel. I was born in Jamaica, actually. And when I went to see him, went backstage. And I'm backstage. I'm about to do a little Twitch Live or whatever, YouTube Live with him. And Busta Rhymes comes in. And that's when we had the conversation, but it was when he was leaving. But when he comes in, and he's about to walk into the green room where Vybz Kartel is at, there's a woman who jumps on him and said, Busta! And she loves him. And I've never seen this reaction before. He steps back, and he stops her, and he says to her, please don't hug me. We're in 2025. There's all type of cases and all type of stuff. He literally said that. This is about 30 people surrounding. He says, I want to make sure everything is consensual. I love you and I respect you, but let's not do that.
Yeah, 100%.
And
crazy.
That in what would normally be a normal reaction and interaction became a little awkward for a second, but I think every male there was like,
I understand.
And that's the change. That's the change. I think whatever that happens with this verdict is going to have ripple effects. I'm going to be honest with you. If Puff walks, trust, the freak off's right at all time high. I ain't going to lie to you. It's going to be at all time. If Puff gets convicted, you're going to see a lot of people who may have been more liberal with people maybe they didn't know, or maybe just like flying out people or whatever. They're going to start holding close to the chest because
major implications, man.
You could be close to being in a situation like this
and lose your whole platform.
Yeah, and that's where I had said that the government is they're treading like really dangerous waters here, because it does sound completely ridiculous right now that a drug distribution charge for a federal crime can be as simple as me offering you an edible, or me offering you whatever, and then all of a sudden,
a puff of weed,
or I mean, it's just, or again, like you said, like many people do, transporting somebody that you may or may not pay for time or sex across state lines. Those are 2 racketeering charges right there.
For dinner,
right?
He coerced me.
So yes, if you're using common sense here, that sounds ridiculous. And if you're using common sense where, yeah, baby oil was at the center of this case, that sounds ridiculous. Even I talked to someone in the NYPD who was like, it's crazy that baby oil affected interstate commerce. He even said that, like, this is insane. I didn't even know that was a thing, but guess what? It's the law, and here we are. So it's like, I think there are just so many ways to look at this case, and it's so complicated, and I see why people are so passionate about it, from many different angles.
Uncle, I want to ask you this question.
Talk to me, baby.
You're a little bit older, and so back when Cosby had gotten charged, I was told by some people in the industry, and I don't know too many people in the industry, but they said, listen, the conduct you seen Cosby being accused of, it wasn't isolated to him. His thing was he would invite over a girl. She might have been an actor or whatever, this and third. He would throw some Quaaludes or whatever. I guess that was, I don't even know what a Quaalude is or whatever. But he would throw some whatever, and it wasn't some hidden stuff. That was the spice of the time. Spanish fly, whatever it was. He even had a joke about Spanish fly. When he got prosecuted, some people told me, they said, this was low-key a part of some of what the celebrity culture was, but he's the one who's going to go down for it. Everybody else going to fall back, do some other shit. They're moving different now. Going to the Puff thing. Puff was probably one of the most egregious people in maybe partying and sex parties? Probably. But I hear from some people who either were in the late 90s or whatever, early 2000s, there's other people that I hear the same behavior. I don't know nothing, but this isn't isolated. But what happens when all these movements happen, whether it's a Me Too or whatever, they need one sacrificial lamb, and Puff is the sacrificial lamb for this one. Ooh. Do you believe that is a possibility, or do you believe it's just completely targeted at Puff? Because I've heard that, hey, remember, we all thought, when I first heard of a freak off, I said, what? It took until we got to Jane. Remember, we heard Cassie. We took until we got to Jane. We heard, what? There's another person who does a freak off too? I said, me and I hate to name drop, me and Cardi B was talking about this case. She actually said, what's your opinion? I said, Cardi B, I thought I was in this industry until recently. I never knew none of this shit was happening. And she said, some of this shit I never knew either.
Wow.
And the idea was, again, when we heard Puff with these parties, we thought he's this menace, a one of one. Nobody does this. He's doing some shit that nobody does.
That's the way they framed it.
They snuck it in and said, there's another prominent rapper doing it too. And I said, wait, hold on now. Now, if you're telling me that, and you're criminalizing this conduct, you must be looking at him to get him next, because you've criminalized this. Then I start secretly hearing, well, so-and-so does this, and so-and-so does this. And I said, oh. So I'm going to keep this opinion of, I think Diddy is a sacrificial lamb for this behavior, but when, or let me not say when, because I'm not hoping, if Diddy gets convicted, everybody abandons ship and they switch up and no one else gets pursued. It takes one person got to go down. If you think Cosby was the only nigga doing that, they ain't never go after nobody else like Cosby.
You know, with Cosby, man, after watching what went on with this Diddy case 4 or 5 months ago, like we spoke earlier, how we were all, at least I was influenced by what the media said. I mean, don't we have to go back now and everything they said about Bill Cosby as far as what we thought was facts was...
It was a media story.
Right, but isn't it subject to review now? Now that we know that, mainstream media report shit that don't really happen?
Well, it depends on where you fall on it, because there's some people who would say,
this is 40 years ago.
It's about time.
Right, but this was in the 70s they were saying he did this. I don't know. Puff is in a bad spot, man. I feel sorry for the brother, man. I do.
Do we believe that again, and I hate to, and I know my chat, they're like, yo,
if he was guilty, if it was conclusive evidence, not hearsay, perjury, testifying under immunity, testifying of compelled testimony with undergirded by $10 million lawsuits, perjury on the stand, lies, and they had him dead to right on concrete evidence, then I wouldn't feel sorry for him. But from what I saw for 7 weeks, it was horrible, man. What the evidence that came out.
And look, by the way, there's still a chance that everybody is wrong with their speculation that
Could be.
they're guilty. Like,
be.
let's, I know that I don't want to sound like it's like wishful thinking here, but like there is a chance that maybe they did find him not guilty of sex
On all
trafficking,
four.
right? Or like just the 2-man act ones, and they're like, nope, sex trafficking, not guilty.
But wouldn't you think that if he was not guilty on all four, they would be like definitely on one he's not guilty?
Well,
But it could be bribery and distribution, right?
Sure, yeah, or kidnapping.
Yeah.
And
But
again,
but we sat through the evidence. Those shit were weak. Arson, weak as fuck. Kidnapping is like, really? So if you hop in my car, I'm not putting a gun to you nor nothing.
I
You
agree.
claim you want to prove your loyalty.
And you
You
go
go
home
do
every
this
night.
thing. You go home every day. Those are so weak.
yeah,
And I hate to bring this
Capricorn
up.
was weak. I agree.
Lauren, do you know what the sentencing guidelines is on the trafficking and the Mann Act and all that?
Well, the Mann Act, he could get as little as 2 years, and then it could be time served also.
What about the trafficking?
The trafficking, its maximum or minimum is 15 years.
Minimum is 15.
Wow.
15
it's
to life.
crazy.
That's
yeah.
15 to life.
And racketeering is something like, I think it's, what is that, 20 years or something? Or is that 50? I mean, I have to look that up.
It's 50. So remember, it's 2 predicate offenses.
Yeah.
And the 2 predicate offenses is minimum 15 is 15 to life.
Right. 15 to life. Okay.
15 to life. I think the sex trafficking, depending on how serious it is, it's also life. But both of those
up
carry
to 20 years in prison for racketeering.
That's crazy.
So
well, it's more than 20. No, it's 50 minimum. Because, but here's the thing: murder is a predicate offense. If you get convicted of murder under racketeering, you're not getting out.
Right, right. But I mean, think about it. This guy's 54 years old.
56.
This is a life sentence if he's convicted of.
Well,
Even 15 years is a life. Let's say. I mean,
I hate going down this path, but
be 70.
Exactly.
I remember, and again, my audience is about to say, "Yo, Ack, you love talking about Jamaica shit." Vibes Cartel. I followed that keenly, and he got convicted. Obviously, he was freed later on appeal, but he got convicted of murder. And when they read the murder verdict and they read the sentence, they gave him 35 to life for the artist. And I always said, how? They just took your life away from you. I remember he came out of the courtroom and he had a quick thing before he got in the van to go back to the jail, and he threw up a sign to his supporters and he was holding face. And I said, how? Do you think Diddy gets emotional if they say you are guilty of sex trafficking, either victim or RICO, because we do know all 3 of those carry a minimum of 15 years? You think Diddy breaks down? Because we haven't seen Diddy emotional, right?
He's doing that now. He's been doing that for the last 8 months.
What do you mean emotional? What do you
He's broken down. He's cried.
Not in court, though.
No, not in court. He's cried in the cell and by himself.
Probably has.
He's already done that. So he's just going for confirmation for relief. Whatever the sentence is for him, whether it's guilty or not guilty, it's gonna be a relief. I remember walking out of court when they gave me my 18 months. And like I say, I had been in depression for like 3.5 years, and it was what was so fucked up about it was just like not knowing, am I going to prison? Are they gonna give me probation? Exactly. Are they gonna give me home confinement? Who's gonna watch after my son? Are they gonna take care of him? So when I went to court and they said, Sean, you got 18 months, you got 60 days to get your affairs together, and me and my son walked out of court, I felt a huge relief.
Because the whole process is also punishment. I think that's,
I knew it was no more unknown.
Right.
So, what you think, Lauren? You think he's gonna break down in court?
Oh my gosh. I don't know. And I mean, it's interesting too, because watching Janice Combs,
he's got to be strong for his family too.
Yeah,
though.
she hasn't really reacted at all. His mother. I mean, no. I have seen no reaction.
I'll bring my mom out of court.
I mean,
if my mama is in court, oh my God, it's gonna be a spectacle.
It's going down.
Yeah, no, and
she's Jamaican. She gonna be like, oh my God, that's my son. She faking and she doing everything. My mama,
not
oh
Janice.
Hell no, my mama is trust. She do the most.
What do you think about it? What do you think about a pardon from Trump?
I mean,
this week.
I feel
or
like
the day after the verdict.
The fact that Trump didn't say no, I mean, that was surprising enough. And I actually, hear me out. As many people believe that Trump was the victim of a targeted investigation,
100%.
Trump would be the one to have compassion for someone who comes to him. I'm not talking about R. Kelly, right? I was targeted. I'm talking about this case in particular, because I think that, again, depending on which legal expert you ask, it does seem in some aspects
his
that
advisors won't tell him to touch. I even heard Taco Peanut talk about this. His advisors are going to say, if he gets convicted on a sex charge, don't touch it. If he gets convicted on RICO and there's no sex charge, bring him home.
That's funny.
No, it's real. Because, again, you don't want to be the guy who said, this man was convicted of sex trafficking.
Right.
And I brought him out of jail. But if he's convicted on RICO for drug distribution, he's out.
But it's sex trafficking of girlfriend.
And also, Trump doesn't give a flying F. Let's just put it that way. So Trump is
Well,
going to do what
if he's
Trump
gonna
wants
do that,
to do.
he's going to do
also.
it last day of his term. But I think if it's convicted, let's say all four, I think the prostitution charge, he'll commute. He won't pardon it. He'll commute. Sex trafficking, he's not pardoning or commuting. Just, you got to think politically. Like, what Trump has established politically is like an establishment. This MAGA shit is like, it's going to last beyond him, and I don't know who's going to pick it up. But they're not going to tie themselves to, we're going to get you out. If you're a murderer, if you, like, again, it has to be something where people could be like, okay, maybe you got overcharged, you got over-sentenced, but sex charges are hard. If the RICO and they come back and they said, drug distribution, and we got you for witness tampering.
Yeah, definitely.
He's out, he'd be out there and they're going to say, fuck that voter die shit you had going on in 2000 with Obama. We need you to do a speech. He's going to be doing a speech with Trump. Oh, it's going to be good. Trust.
I think he's going to get Puff out either way. If Puff is...
You think so?
Yeah. Puff always stayed in his hotels.
Oh, that's such a good... Oh, wait, I just forgot about that. That's his favorite hotel, the Trump Hotel.
I think the last day.
That was all throughout the trial.
The last day, though. You can't do it now. What I'm saying is that if it's the other shit, he's out next week. And Trump is going to say, Trump going to make it about him.
Oh, yeah.
The corrupt... the last administration did a corrupt... targeted prosecution of this guy. He should have never got convicted. They should have never brought the case, and I didn't think it was fair. They did it to me too.
Absolutely.
Right?
They did the
same
thing.
That's where my mind would go.
They accused Trump of having sex with and raping that woman in the Bergman Gurdorf in the dressing room, and the main entrance door was from here to that door, and they said that he took it.
Didn't he get some money? He got some money from that because
she did.
She got money.
She got like $5 million, then she sued him again.
Something crazy. I don't remember the settlement, but it was pretty big.
And he said it was all a lie. He's gone through the exact same thing.
I thought he had sued an outlet for saying he was convicted of.
Oh no, there was. You're right. There was something about that. You're right, but I can't remember.
That was a civil suit. She sued him
it was
for.
something. It was, but she was awarded a lot of money.
Yeah, she got money.
Yeah, she was awarded a lot for
like $5 million, and then she sued again and got some more.
And also, Puff should be looking at Kathy Hochul, because this all started with Kathy Hochul's it was like the look back, the victim look back. Do you remember that? She gave, and that's when like Eric Adams, there was like there was a charge or something filed against him. It was Andrew Cuomo. Obviously,
they got Cuomo out of here.
Yeah, so this all started when Kathy Hochul did that look back act.
This is what you're super political and you're like way out of my league. You ever heard of my man Myron Gaines? I don't know if you know. You know?
I saw him at the courthouse. Yeah, he was at the Diddy trial.
Are you cool with him?
He's fine.
I would love to have y'all.
The black dude, dark skin with the beard.
Well, there's a lot of black dudes with the beard.
Older dude with the gray. Sorry.
With the gray beard.
I don't know if he has a
Claudia?
gray beard.
Sorry, do you mind charging my phone? It's gonna die, and I'm so sorry to ask you that. Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
Again, we're gonna see how all this goes. A pardon is.
Thank you so much.
Hold on. First of all, here's the thing.
I'm fine.
Trump opening himself up to possibly pardon.
He spoke on it.
This is why, if it's a hung jury, and I gotta imagine, if all things is bad, let's say they're saying, they got this motherfucker on 4 guilty charges, but they're hung on the RICO. We need somehow for this to be forced, where they have to come back with something, and then they get tied up, and this is a hung jury, and we can't do this. because this is a major charge, and if this is a hung jury mistrial, Trump will not have his DOJ pursue this again. You got to remember, the DOJ is going to have to co-sign the U.S. attorney to pursue charges again. Remember, Damian Williams,
Trump would never
not
touch
do that.
this again.
Ever.
So let me ask y'all a question. So
not.
This could still end up in a hung jury?
Yes.
How?
Well,
could it?
No, not the entire. Like he would still, if they were.
Well, it depends, right? So,
no, if they're unanimous on charges, he will get sentenced for those charges.
Well, all right. Well,
yeah.
Okay, so you help me understand this. So if they do the Allen charge where they're requiring.
No, I'm saying, like, let's take Rico out of this, right?
Yeah.
If
they hang up on Rico, but he's going to be sentenced on the other 4.
Yes, and I was saying before.
Lauren, here's the thing, though. If I'm Diddy's lawyers, I'm gonna make it that y'all have to come back with something, and I'm gonna posture if it's you either come back with all or we're in a mistrial.
I don't think no. That would that actually, it's funny you mentioned that. If you follow the Karen Reed trial, there was all this shit because she was charged with second-degree murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of a fatal accident, whatever. The judge did on the verdict sheet. She didn't. It was so unclear to the jurors that they came back saying that they were hung, but they did not realize that they weren't hung because they were unanimous on not guilty for second-degree murder and not guilty on leaving the scene. They were only hung on manslaughter. But the judge is like, yep, that's it, mistrial, because she was not a good judge, because she's not a good judge. This judge, however, he crosses his teeth. I mean, they went to the Supreme Court and tried to appeal that, and they lost Karen Reed's team because her team did not object and say, well, wait, are they hung on everything or only on one charge? They were just kind of, sometimes a mistrial is a win for the defense.
Well, here's the thing, though. At least in that case, they were not guilty on both of them. Imagine if Diddy's...
But this came out well after the fact. I'm saying they came forward and they're like, well, I guess we're hung because they didn't get proper charges or instructions to them.
But think about it. What do you think Diddy's team is thinking now? He looks stressed. They got to be believing, Diddy, they got you on at least one of the sex charges, which is you're fucked. So now maybe they're playing the angle of we need a mistrial.
Yeah, the government would never go for that.
You don't think Marine Comey will fumble?
The government would say, "Well, Your Honor, we have unanimous verdicts on all 4 counts," and the judge wouldn't go for that either. That would never happen. But again, what I do think could possibly happen, and I don't know, but if they come back and they're issued an Allen charge and they still can't decide, and it's July 10th at this point. I'm just making this up. I think that obviously yes, a hung jury on the RICO charge makes sense, and they'll work it out with the sentencing. We'll take a sentencing plea. We won't retry this if the defense agrees to X, Y, Z. I don't know. I'm not sure, but that could happen. So
hey, by the way, BX 241st, thank you for the $2. He said, "Yo, thanks academics for having Sean G on your show."
Sidebar.
Yo, you got some people who fuck with you in here.
Sidebar.
Hey, yo, listen, I'm looking at the chat right now. If you rock with my man, Sean G, man, he's been doing an amazing job. I need everybody to spam sidebar in the goddamn chat. I need everybody to say sidebar.
Sidebar.
We need all sidebars in
Love
the chat.
letter. What's up, love letter?
Can you keep that up, by the way, in all your videos from now on? Like, just keep after this trial.
Keep saying sidebar.
Keep saying it.
Sidebar.
Yeah, you have
I'm trying to tell them.
OGA.
We got to do the sidebar merch. That's a fact.
That's a good idea.
Diego Santiago. What up, Jose Cuervo?
Oh, my God.
Wow, they going crazy in there. Michael Phelps, what up? Look at them. They going crazy.
Oh, you done turned into a whole celebrity now, man.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I'm watching you doing your live now, and like people constantly interrupt. How's that for you? How's that change?
What's that?
Like, how's that change when like now it's like people like, oh, I watch you all the time.
Yeah. That's everywhere I go now, people are recognizing me.
That's great.
Yeah, it's different.
I think that's amazing.
It's different.
I think it's cool.
Is it hard to adjust?
Hard.
No,
you deserve it.
cool.
You work really hard.
Thank you.
And you're
Lauren.
super passionate, and anybody would be really lucky to have you on their
I'm not
side
gonna lie. I
so
see
passionate.
hella sidebars in the chat.
Sidebar.
Nah, it's going crazy. Look,
I see it.
It's going crazy. Jesus.
Sidebar. Hey yo, integrity never went out of style. Put it in the live chat. Integrity never went out of style.
Nah, Unc, they definitely rock with you. By the way, I want to salute to everybody who's a part of the chat. I appreciate so much how you guys treated my guests. They have been really honorary members of my stream. They have done so much great things. We got to get you to 20,000. That's a fact.
Oh, I don't have my phone with me.
We're gonna
I was
get
about
you there.
to die, or my phone was about to
we're
die.
Gonna get you there. Chat, we're not getting off till we get her to 20K.
Oh my gosh.
No, we're not.
But also, do you also see why I don't engage in opinions all the time? Because you always upset somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but debate is good. Debate is
and
good.
I agree with
debate
that,
is
but
good.
I think in certain cases, you know.
We can disagree without being disagreeable.
I need everybody to pin Pop Crime TV.
We love each other.
We need to pin Pop Crime TV.
Pop Crime TV. Go follow my girl Lauren.
Hey, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. Listen, they've been overworked today. They were overworked yesterday. We're all overworked. But I'm not getting off until I see 20K on Lauren's channel.
20K. Hey, Don Dutchy, I drink my water better than you.
Am I close?
No, we're going to get you there. Don't you worry.
I'm not even close.
I mean, you're close, but
Vladimir Jean.
If we don't get you there, we're not getting off.
Oh my gosh.
No, we're gonna get you there. Trust.
I subscribe to you, Lauren.
I subscribe to you.
I already subscribe.
I need everybody in here. Pop Crime TV with Lauren Conlon on YouTube. We have to get her to 20,000. She's been holding us down for
19.7.
so long.
19.7.
Yeah. Oh, that's really far.
If we don't get her there, by the way. Hey, let me. And I wasn't trying to say too much about I don't like put too much personal information. I was telling the audience earlier. I said there's sacrifices made for everybody to do what they do. I was so happy when Unc communicated about how why this was important for him, why he showed up to the trial. But obviously I don't want to put too much about your life. But I said, listen, I spoke with Lauren. Like Lauren is making sacrifices, showing up to the courthouse every day, even now.
Got 2 kids, right?
Her family's waiting on her
my family is waiting.
Her family's waiting like, yo, listen.
No
they
excuses,
are in another state waiting for me.
Yo,
I did not know. Like, I was doing this for Nancy, and Nancy's like, oh, can you go down to jury selection? And I was like, sure. And then, I went to jury selection. And then, I made my own video on, obviously, my YouTube or wherever, and it wasn't very big, but people liked it and they wanted more. So then I'm like, oh, maybe I'll start. And then the more I did it, the more people said, oh, can you keep doing this? And I was like, sure. And now we're at the point where I said, I had plans and I couldn't stay for the entire closing. And I got comments like, why the hell weren't you there? And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry to disappoint everybody that my life had to go on.
Your followers hold you.
And it was just, I don't
Lauren,
know. Yeah. Are we close?
Listen, we're doing a sidebar. Hey, by the way, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, chat, let me tell you this, man. I watched y'all turn my man up and put a tear in my eye because y'all been supporting me for over 10 years. I watched y'all turn her up today. It put a tear in my eyes. I'm going to be honest with you. As soon as we said that, I think YouTube's a little bit slow to update. I clicked on it. You're at 20,000.2. So 20,200 subscribers.
Gosh, thank you.
Listen,
thank you so much. That's so nice.
We love you. We love you. All my chat queens, all my chat kings. Thank y'all for showing her so much support and love today. Thank you for showing Unc all the support. Unc, I see you popping today. You had like 2,000 popping it today. Yeah. I see you, Unc. I said Unc was just preaching now.
The other day I had 3,600.
Holy, come on now.
What?
Nah, come on now.
Mark Agnifalo's closing statement.
Nah, come on now. And by the way, I just wanted to, again, I keep telling y'all shared y'all content with me, and I want to share my platform with you guys. Listen, tomorrow's a whole nother day. We're going to wrap it today, actually, because tomorrow we're going to come back. I think verdict's going to happen. They're going to be in court all day.
Yeah.
They're going to do their lives. We're going to watch their lives. And then after the verdict is done, we're going to come do the wrap-up here if we get a verdict. If we don't get a verdict, this is going to be crazy, right?
I mean, please, God, let there be a verdict. Please, please, please.
You got to go to your kids. You got to go.
I gotta
on
go.
vacation.
And I also, there is a point that you just want to move on with your coverage and cover other cases and other trials also, even though this will continue, I would say, for like, 1 to 2 weeks after this.
Yeah.
I mean, and then the appeals are going to come if, depending on the certain verdicts. So, but again, don't lose hope, because there could be the other side that they're like, this was a joke, baby oil's a joke, and he's not guilty. I think that we're in a world full of pessimists anyway. We're all, we all have negative thinking a lot of the time. So you never know.
20.3K subscribers, man.
Oh my gosh.
She's in it. Hey, listen.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Yesterday you had 18,000.
Yeah, I did. Thank you so much. And he's like, go live. And I'm like, I don't really. Okay. And then you did, and it was everybody was so nice too. It was like, it was so lovely to see everybody so nice.
I'm so proud of my audience.
And
I'm so proud of my audience. They've supported.
You got an army, man.
I know.
You
They've
got
supported me.
A cult.
And this is where you show your impact, because they always keep me good, but we show our impact because when we like other content creators, we don't say, oh no, let's not fuck with them or let's not support them. Hey, let's support them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm super happy for both of you guys. I'm always gonna watch you guys, and obviously we got to keep doing more together. Thank you guys for getting that, because I wasn't gonna get off stream. I promise you, I was not gonna get off stream. Anyway, I do know we're getting late, and there is a verdict I think is gonna come off tomorrow. I do want to give you guys the last word. You guys could say whatever, rap, shout out, whatever you guys got going on. Tomorrow, I expect a verdict, and after the verdict, only after the verdict, do not come here before, okay? Unless the day's done. We're gonna do it either after 5 tomorrow, or we're not gonna do it when the jury's deliberating. But if the verdict is reached, do your guys live, and then come here and we'll do a nice wrap, okay?
I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man.
Oh my gosh, let's
Saba.
Let's just pray for the verdict tomorrow, so this can be done. We can stop speculating, and we can just know the answer. And we're not even on trial, right? I mean, I feel kind of selfish saying that sometimes. Like, I feel like kind of like a jerk. Like,
it's tense.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we had a
I'm
good
on
discussion
trial.
today.
Yeah,
I'm on trial.
Hey, once again, just to thank everybody, and I know you were confused by a few things. The scorpion, that's like our emoji.
Oh,
the scorpion is our emoji. When they say nothing bigger than the chat, we have created, I've been streaming for almost 15 years.
Wow.
And it's an idea that there's nothing bigger than the conglomerate we have created. We realize that, again, we're independent content creators. We have created a group of people that love what they love, that want what they want, and they support what they support. And we're definitely a force, and I'm glad when they support other people, especially when it's within our community. So I want to thank everybody. You guys know, somebody said today, they're like, yo, you guys going crazy on the donations. I never ask for donations. It's who cares? For me, I love the fact that I have truck drivers every day. Like, we're about to actually drop some merch with truck drivers. They'll watch me because, I stream for a long time. I stream for 7 hours. They be like, yo, I got a 7-hour drive. I got academics on live. He going to rock out with us. And I've built this relationship with this audience for so long. This is the thing about being an independent content creator. This is why no company, no other people, sometimes I get into it with people, but this is what matters. I serve them. I've dedicated my life to them, and I know you guys are doing it too. You guys gave up so much of your life to be at this courthouse. You're going through all type of this, that, and third to be there, and I'm glad to support you. Chat, thank you guys, not only for tuning in to me, for tuning in to my friends. Keep supporting them, and you will see us tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be talking about the verdict. I don't know how it will go, though.
See y'all tomorrow, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Shout out to Lauren. Shout out to Act.
You know the motto, nothing bigger than the chat. See you guys tomorrow.